where crimes are baked in every show, mysteries rise and truth unfolding. Ready, set, it's time to go. We stand the time to go. Whistling through this battering news, mix the story, solving the lies. In this kitchen, secrets are broken with a spark in our eyes. In the broken baker's kitchen, the secrets crumble like sunrise. We'll sift the blues to find a rose with a spark in our eyes. The broken arise. Broken arise. Welcome to the Broken Baker. Get ready. Let's go.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are. What if any you might be?
I love that. The what if any part of the I like
Yeah, I don't know where it came from, but that appeared roughly day 3 in this case.
that. Morning, Baker.
Guten Morgen.
How we doing today?
I'm great because Lindel Daust just became a member.
Outstanding.
Thank you so much, Lindel.
Outstanding. Way to go, Linda. Way to be team player.
Valhalla is missing out on using my free pool membership. If you can get a verdict for him early, that would be great. I'll do my best.
I really want to go to the pool.
My
How
money
dare
is-
you, sir? How dare you? I was here early, in fact.
Jamie, not so much.
Mm-mm.
I think I sent her a link. Hey, Skybell. What up? Not but what up?
Oh,
Judge is back. Do we have a verdict today? I thought we would have one yesterday, but I said it in my recap video. I don't like it when they go long, but I think if we get till still before lunch, I'll probably still feel like it's a good thing for her because then they're just reading the charges and not arguing too much. But again, it could also be they're all really agreeing she's guilty, but they just have to convince one person.
I can't imagine that this goes much longer, right? If it goes to lunch, I'd be surprised. If it goes all day, I'll be in absolute and utter shock.
Yeah. Praying for not guilty all charges before noon so the feds can go forward with the charges against corruption in the state. Yeah, that's a lot of speculation about what all of those charges could be. Do you want to know a funny thing, Toy? It doesn't recommend Valhalla to me, even though we are dual streaming.
That's funny.
It's YouTube.
Yeah, it's YouTube. Speaking of which, yesterday came back red after review already. So thanks, Mo.
Why
Thanks,
mine
Mo.
came back yellow?
Yellow. I meant yellow, not red. My bad. Yellow.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mo. I blame you.
Mo and her potty mouth.
Oh.
Well,
like
we still
a sailor,
get
that woman.
memberships, and I don't know how much it really means with the advertisers. I have premium. I don't see any advertising anyway.
I don't have premium, but I mean, what are we talking here? Like 4 cents for what I'm working with for views? I'm not too worried about it.
I think it's 0.004 maybe.
Or something like that.
Yeah, because 1,000 views is, I think these ones I get between 44 Danish and 52 Danish, and $10 is 65 Danish, I believe. So
Nice.
$7, 1,000 view.
I think that's actually pretty good. $7 per 1,000.
I have had streams where I was above $10 a 1,000 view, but that was back when I had maybe 500 views. So,
Okay, well, that nice. I'm all right with it.
yeah, that's $5. $5,
Yeah.
$5. Hey,
I
Irish.
didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
Yeah, because I was chatting with you in the stream.
Yeah.
Hey,
But I
Bobby.
did get to meet some awesome people last night. I met Robert Barnes for the first time. I met Ron Coleman for the first time.
Yeah, he forgot to mention him on the way out, I believe. Good morning, Just Jen and Helen from Holland. Guten Morgen,
Hi, Helen.
Alex,
Devil Dog Cody's here.
Erin, Participation
Hi,
Trophy
Erin.
Wife. It's one of my favorite names on YouTube.
That's hilarious. I love that name. Absolutely hilarious.
Debbie Morin, good morning to you as well. And Tonya, there's probably one dum-dum being a dum-dum. Most likely. Yes.
Hopefully they're just, making sure they go through the evidence and understand a couple things and they're just wrapping it up. Hopefully they're just being clear and concise with their decision making.
Diligent. Yeah, let's say they went in there yesterday and a couple of them had to go out, have a ciggy break, and then they had their lunch and said, okay, let's not touch it before lunch is done. Then they read the jury instructions. Then they had maybe like an hour to discuss it. So we're just, because we've been talking so much about it, we could be in and out in 5 minutes.
Right.
And JP became a new member.
That's true too, I guess, right? Because they're not supposed to be able to talk about the case at all during the trial, so they didn't get to talk for the first time until yesterday. I saw Mark Betterow on Twitter was saying that nothing about the time frame thus far worries him.
Yeah, I saw that too. He said that it's up 2 hours if you take out lunch, so he's not. Yeah. I apologize, Val. You were prompt today and clean.
I smell amazing as well.
Hey, Jojo. Kelly Wentworth. Good morning from Maine.
Good morning.
What are we doing while we wait today? Well, I don't know.
I don't either, but I'm sure it's going to cost us monetization on this stream.
Well, Mo stops by in a couple of minutes, so that's that monetization. Hey, Sebastian. And Devil Dog Cody. Oh, he's back.
Nice.
Susan B. Womack.
Good morning.
Coffee is good. Yeah, I'm getting coffee, which is really stupid because I think it's in the 80s right now. Maybe high 70s. But I need some coffee.
Can't do coffee.
If Karen is found guilty, I bet those corrupt cops will visit her in prison monthly, not telling what they'll do. Can that be avoided? Yeah, cops can't just visit someone in prison.
Actually, I think I think they can't do that at all. Like, I think that would get reported somewhere. And like, hey, why is this cop coming in all the time? And what's going on there?
Yeah, and unless they have something, they can't force themselves because she can deny visits.
That too. Hey, Vol.
Remember to smash that like button as if you were Tuber Proctor in the Sally board.
Well done. Well done.
Mass is he's coming out firing. Hey, Jackson's Puet from Arizona. I guess one holdout like the Arizona Ranchers case. It could just be, again, we've been talking about it. They haven't been talking about it. So it could be like that.
Ooh, Shizzy raid. Thanks, Shizzy. Welcome, Raiders.
Welcome. If a jury starts by taking a vote to see where they stand and they are unanimous at the start, do they have to deliberate? No. They are. That's the thing. The jury is God now. They can go in, turn around, come out, say guilty or not guilty. There's no rules. You could always say, well, it looks like they didn't do it good enough, but they're God. It's just like Bev. She's made some rulings that's absolutely horrendous, but she's God. Afternoon Barber. Hey, Gil. It's a week since I was at the Barbers.
Afternoon Barber? All right.
Okay, we're turning off the stream. Brendan needs to go back and watch it again.
Oh.
Well, the jury instructions, they have to cover, those sheets are just papers probably saying guilty, not guilty. That's not that bad. And again, if they can't get the car in there, all of the charges falls apart. I would personally need a couple of hours, so can you believe this? Solo cups? Really? Yeah.
Terrible.
Let's play Guess What's in Baker's Fridge.
He's a bachelor. It's going to be like take out leftovers and...
No, I have no takeout leftovers. I haven't had takeout in 2 weeks, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
We found a new restaurant last night. I got a beef rib plate. This chunk of meat was this big, no joke. It was amazing. I tried to move into the restaurant and just live there, and believe it or not, they were okay with it.
Yeah, Valkyrie, not so much.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Entry required from outside Göteborg with his Swedish wife. I feel sorry for you, but it's not that far from Denmark. So
Having a Swedish wife's probably all right. I hear good things.
yeah, Dave has one.
Yeah. Speaking of Dave, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? We do not have a verdict yet, but we haven't started court for the day, so it's coming.
Any idea the years he's facing if convicted? I believe life could be on the table. 25 to life, I think it is.
Actually, I have no idea what the sentence could be. I never looked.
Yeah, we talked about Brian Albert's face yesterday. He looked like he either had a really, really bad stomach or he had a little of that 80s cocaine gum, because his mouth was moving all over.
Yeah,
you can't drink all day, Val, if you don't start drinking in the morning. You got to give it that hot two-way and chuck that thang.
Okay, listen. Last night, Good Logic was doing one of the joke things where you super chat him jokes and he picks his winner. Brandon, I will give you, bro. He came up with Hawk Torah, and I died. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. Joe did not find it as funny, but I thought it was amazing. So kudos to you, Brandon. I would have gave it to you.
Again, they don't need to go through any evidence. They can just say, those guys from Arca, they convinced me. So, yeah. You would rather be with us than the doctor. Well, know the feeling. We will promise you we won't poke too much.
It depends what kind of doctor.
Yeah, well. I sent you coffee note last night. Yes, you did. You sent me a corner kiss. Thank you for that.
Oh, no, that was on Joe's stream. Never mind.
No sane person. Well, go on Twitter right now. There's just as many yelling she's guilty as there's people yelling she's innocent. I've been in my good friend Yellow Cottage Tales stream all day because he thought it was such an amazing job they did yesterday for the state. When they claimed this piece of glass with these dimples on it is what made the marks to the arm. It's 2 inches.
It's stupid.
It's so stupid.
It's less than 2 inches. It's about 1.5 inches, I would say.
Yeah, but these dimples is what carved up his arm. It's absolutely not a dog bite.
That's a bad take. Bad take.
It's not even a bad take. It's just idiotic. But he's an expert in saying stupid stuff. He's the guy that Mark Beto was arguing with all the time.
The Kevin guy or whatever the hell his name is?
Yeah.
The guy that lives in his parents' attic and he's like 40-something years old.
Yeah. Hey, my pal.
Checks out.
Amy's positive pathways. At this point, I don't know how anyone thinks John O'Keefe was hit by a vehicle, although after Trooper Paul, that was evident. I love that Lally said what Trooper Paul said wasn't real. So, again, the first hour, I would be in the deliberation room just saying, how stupid is Lally? Could you believe?
All of a sudden, in closing argument, the entire situation changes, and now he's throwing. Oh my God, what is wrong with my dog? He's throwing the glass at the back of the car all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Okay, Lally. If you're at closing arguments and you're still changing the story of the events unfolding, you have issues.
Hey, Marissa. Hey, my dogs.
Nice.
We're playing doctor in here. We might.
I'm always playing doctor. Giggity. This waking up in the morning thing is not for me. All right, y'all.
Clevin changed his tune last night. To what? Something even stupider?
I saw him on court TV and I listened for a couple minutes and I was like, what is this guy's deal? Like, he's an absolute moron. And then I found out who he was and what he did and whatnot. Wishing you an amazing birthday, buddy. Just stopping by to show some love. Got to head to work. Have a great day, guys. Carrie, you are amazing and appreciated. Thank you so much, babe.
Thank you so much, Gary. We will probably be here because I don't think the verdict will be in just within the first hour.
Probably not that early, right? They're going to get in there and get their coats off and coats. It's the middle of summer.
Brandon, you surmised in 5 sentences what Lally couldn't get to in 27 days. She wasn't hit by a car, so they must find her not guilty. Hello, Mr. Fett.
How you doing, Fett?
Think that the charges against Turtle Boy will gonna drop soon. I'm not sure. After that fight on the street, I think they
almost have to drop some of those, right? Because
else their people are gonna get a slap on the wrist for attacking him.
Yeah, and I'd much rather be facing a witness intimidation charge than an assault and battery charge any day of the week. MLS got a law. Says, apparently Valhalla and I are going to stream the presidential debate tomorrow night. I was more tired and inebriated than I thought last night. Yeah, we decided we were going to totally explode his channel with the presidential debate. Because apparently CNN has like a
YouTube
cease and desist or whatever. Yeah, there you go. User ban for so anybody that plays the debate is going to just get nuked. We're going to make Dave the poster child for CNN's overreach. Yes.
Victor, what happens if one juror who says she's guilty? Well, either they can talk to them and say, but can't you see this? Can't you see that? And if they keep going and they won't be budged, they have to go to the judge and say, we can't figure out to get a sentence. Then you are what you call a hung jury. And then they will be given a small lecture about go back, look at all the evidence, try to get back here with a sentencing or with a verdict. And then they go back into the room, come out 15 minutes saying, nope, no one moved. Okay, I'm going to send you home. I'm going to dismiss the case. And then it's up to Lally if he wants to charge her again.
Contrary to the federal court that tried Trump, they have to have a unanimous verdict, right? It has to be all or nothing. So they'll either all be guilty, all be innocent, or a hung jury if they can't get somebody to go one way or the other, and then Lally can get a chance at it again if he really wants to. But I don't think he's got enough hair to do this again.
No. Oh, no. He would be bald enough to be a cop. Explain the post-it notes. Well, I have this, if it's not moving too fast as it does sometimes, I put your name and your contribution on a post-it, and then I hang it somewhere on my post-it boards. It's color coordinated by amount. And I say thank you a little bit extra that way, because people are amazing saying.
Man, that's a great idea, those post-its and the color coding and whatnot. It's brilliant.
Because you know YouTube does it for you. You got one of these. I have them. Hey, Mo Raiders. Welcome. I don't think he's smart enough to do this piano. I think it's a typo.
I'm guessing it's a typo.
Feds will come in after this. I don't doubt it. But who are they coming after? I hear rumors it's Morrissey. I hear rumors it's Proctor. This case have so many rumors not related to this case, and that's the weird thing. You're sitting here, and then all of a sudden someone is charging Turtle Boy with something. Then all of a sudden Doink throws a chair at a journalist. Then all of a sudden you hear about the feds wiretapping the district attorney. there's so many rumors, and I think that actually is what makes this case so interesting as well, because you have all these connections, you have all this. Everything is just a big mess. It's really a weird case. Lisa, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships to Deline M, Kimbers, Ohio, Kim Farnham, Young Black Economist, and Alan W.U.
What was that flag on that? I didn't recognize the other flag.
It's the American flag.
Well, no, that one I got. The other one was the one I was asking about.
Oh, that's the Ukrainian flag. So we had our geography lesson for today. Let's see how far we can do it on stream or in verdict streams. Sometimes we go really, really far from the topic. The feds are looking into the investigation and the way they treated it. It was in the TUI report. Yeah, but they are also there's a reason why they came in on this one. I don't think this is what set it off.
Probably not, right?
There must be, but you have the Birdsmore trial, and you have, I can't remember the name of that man who was ventilated 35 times. A guy with cognitive disabilities. He was ventilated, I believe, 35 times by the cops.
Yikes! I don't remember that one. But Proctor's involved in a lot of weird cases too. He's involved in the
you have Brian Walsh
case. Michael Walsh, Brian Walsh.
Isn't it Brian Walsh? I don't do names, Jamie.
It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah. If I was a juror, what's your decision since you follow the case? I have been leaning heavily not guilty, and I think because you have to start, if you live up to what the rules are in America, she starts as not guilty. Then it's Lally's job to swing her back to being guilty, and then the defense should try and get her back to not guilty. And I never think whatever he presented showed me that she intentionally or unintentionally took a car, drove it into John O'Keefe at 24.2 miles per hour at 12:45 on the night of the 29th of January 2022. In no way, because he changed his timeline, he changed his the entire story about how it happened. Everything has changed. The only thing that hasn't changed is they never talked about how she hit him and how a body his own ME says isn't consistent with a normal pedestrian strike is consistent with a pedestrian strike. It's, to me, it's such a ridiculous case. I've said this 100 times. Why are we here?
I still don't think they proved that she even hit him with the car. Like I would go not guilty all day personally. I can't imagine this. At no point did I feel that Lally proved that she did hit him. Can you excuse me for just a second? Mrs. Valhalla is back home, and I don't understand why. So I will be right back, sir.
Yeah, better take care of that first. But no, I couldn't see any reasonable way to find her guilty. I just have to say it that everything you see in this case is absolutely stupid. Something that's not absolutely stupid is Jamie. Hey, Jamie.
Morning.
Well, don't talk too much, Jamie. You just came in. Relax, girl.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but please don't talk that much. Ooh, my ears are burning. Slow down, girl. You're not saying anything. It was just a joke. I was appalled seeing the dirty cop clan sitting behind John's family. Why? Don't they want justice for John? I think the problem is they really early on catched on and started motioning up to smooching, I don't know what I'm saying, to the family and said, "Oh, we're so sorry. We're good friends," and they got real close to the mom, but noticed that dad wasn't there yesterday. If it isn't guilty, is it factually innocent? Well, if you're not guilty, you're innocent. That's how it is. If the verdict is not guilty, who pays the bills? They do. It's not like in Europe where the state will pay at least standard cost if you don't get it, if they don't get a conviction. Talking about not being standard cost. Welcome, Mo.
Yes. Good morning.
How are you doing this fine morning?
Pretty good, pretty good. So are we going with we're definitely getting a verdict today, or do we think there's going to be another day?
Well, I have a poll up. Will we get a
Oh.
verdict today? And it has almost 700 votes. So I'll take it down when it's 700. Let's say that. That should be a good amount of people. And Jamie, did you leave your house yesterday?
No, why?
Dave said you went by and picked up your gifts.
No.
Of course not. In my opinion, not guilty, as there was no car accident according to the math and science. All a big waste of time. And again, if you can't put him in connection with the car, all the charges fall away. And that's, oh, we have audio from court. And that's my problem, that they have to talk that much about it.
Yeah.
And the poll just ended. We passed 700 votes. 51 believe before lunch.
You are native, give your attendance, you shall be heard. I say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you all, including the alternates, those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left the courtroom yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no. All right, with that, we'll send you back out to deliberate. Thank you.
All right, jury up. Your call.
I was just waiting for you, King Bob.
May be seated.
All right, so counsel, I don't want the jury to have to wait for us for anything today. So you're to stay in the building until 10. I need you back here for the afternoon, no later than 3:30. And you'll be free to leave during the day as long as you can definitely be in here, in your seats, ready to go on 5 minutes notice. Okay? So we'll see you then.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
Now we go into the internal weight and figure out what to do. But I can. Verdict clock is at 2:57-9. 09. I got some questions I marked down.
Okey-dokey.
But you wouldn't, if you are a juror, those cops behind the O'Keefes as a level, but you wouldn't see, if you're a juror, those cops behind the O'Keefes as leverage to change your verdict, or do you still find her innocent? I wouldn't, but is it a good thing? And why did they pull poor little Colin, who can't leave his mom's house, into the courtroom? To me, it looked staged, and I didn't. The way Brian Albert looked, while they read the charges, he looked really, really scared. So I think it can backfire, but yes. What about DUI? DUI goes away if all the other charges goes away, and all the other charges should go away because there's no car there. But it's up to the jury. Jury is God. We don't know what the jury is going to do. It's this is the worst part. We are waiting. We're waiting for the juries to go in there and see the same thing we saw.
Yeah. I will say that it looked more like we are all sticking together rather than we all lost a friend. So it definitely optically did not help them out.
No, he literally did like the cartoon, loosen the neck because it was too tight during Jackson's closing. He was stressing, y'all. He was stressing.
Valhalla, I think you're wrong. He was thinking about raining men, and you get a little hot around the collar. Those weather girls were some classy ladies.
No comment. No comment.
Yeah. Did I look at the full text download between Karen and John? I did. And after reading them, I changed my view on John. I feel like he treated her like a maid with benefits in some regards.
I would have gone with like a used hand towel, but that works too.
Well, we have a lot of people watching here today, and Mo will demonetize the stream later, so let's not give her any good ideas.
I am
Both
trying
of us
to be
are
good-ish
suspended
today.
So, yeah.
Ish.
I don't know. I think I have. If anyone, I don't know if people want to. We have nothing else to do, so we can look at the text.
Do a dramatic
if anyone
reading?
wants to do that. No, I'm not going to do a
Dramatic.
dramatic reading. That's not my style, but
Dang it.
but it's more because actually I find him being kind of he's not a nice guy. If I just can find it.
That's
I know I have them somewhere. This is the biggest problem. I have so many things I can't find it. Isn't in the Jess or Marissa? Haven't you put it in the evidence thingy? I thought I had it somewhere. I think it's here. Of course, that comes up.
That's funny.
No, that's Cellbrite. That's not interesting. You all just talk. I'm looking at the.
What are you looking at?
I'm trying to find the text messages, all of the text messages.
Oh, okay. So what are your...
It's a file, not a photo, Marissa says.
Oh, and is anyone worried about the lesser included? Because I feel like they're going to come up with a compromise verdict.
Well, but we talked about this the other day, right? Like without her hitting him with the car, none of the charges matter. So,
no, I get that, but you're going to have some, law and crime. The prosecution would never bring a charge unless they could prove it. And he said stuff and things. And
I was bopping around yesterday, and
bopping around?
Yeah, bopping around YouTube.
What exactly what's bopping around look like?
Just checking out some channels, and I did see some people that were talking about like, oh yeah, they still believe that she did it, but it could be accidentally. So the, other charge. And I was just like, because I wanted to see what the other side was kind of saying. And that's what they're saying. They're saying, oh, I don't believe she did it on purpose, but
I don't know.
It's crazy to me.
It sounds like a cope. It sounds like a cope.
I mean, if I were a juror, I would seriously have already sent out a question. What is it meant by beating him when we're supposed to be here for a vehicular homicide? need clarity.
I would just say
What?
that doesn't apply.
Well, people need to stand
but I
back,
would
step
still
back,
be in
and
handcuffs.
yeah, but people need to look at the evidence of what the car looks like, what his body looks like, make it make sense. Lally told you to your face that, oh, his arm was scrunched up. Explain to me how that throws him 30 feet and smashes his face in.
Without bruises.
Yeah.
Like, so that takes the car out of the equation completely. So then what do you have? Nothing. You don't have to, people need to understand that just because the defense is pushing this whole conspiracy theory, it doesn't mean that you have to go with it. You just have to sit with
No.
yourself and say, well, I don't believe the Commonwealth and I don't believe the defense. So where does that leave you? That leaves you with, you don't think any of this stuff happened, so not guilty.
100%. 100%. Mo, I like your hair today.
Oh, thanks. I got it back to a red that I enjoy. So
Nice.
thank you.
And thank you,
Yeah, I know
Marissa,
very-
for
Magenta.
I
thank you,
know
Marissa,
very
for-
well that juries are the worst. So
Thank you,
Thanks.
Marissa, for sharing Valhalla's link so I could pin it. I've been asking a lot behind it. Didn't see it again.
Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you.
And Mo's link is in description. Damien doesn't have a channel. Well, these are the text messages. Remember, they put these one in. You have really hurt me this time. I'm sorry. This has been an issue with me for 8 years, which they had been together for 2. So if you think about it, it doesn't make sense.
Well, they actually they were together before. They
Yeah, for a short while back in 14, 16.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. So he has the kids, and he's been yelling at her because of the kids, because he's always the one who has to say no.
Welcome
I'm
to
not the same as
parenthood.
everyone
Right.
else. Most of the time, I try to do what is healthy, smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you and what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you have gotten to this point with me when I just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help. I'm just your girlfriend. I'm not a perfect parent. I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. I know. I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggling daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. They put it in our heads that she was the one who didn't like the kids. He's the guy who's complaining that he has to take care of the kids.
To be fair, every parent generally feels like this a lot. This is called parenthood. I understand if you are just thrust into it with preteens.
Thrust.
I can
KPD.
understand, but it's just. Oh.
I totally derailed you there, didn't I? My bad.
Oh, no, it's just these are normal feelings. I mean, having to be the bad guy, every parent deals with this. I mean, this isn't like, he's out there, slinging LuLaRoe on the side, selling ladies' leggings to people, and dating other women, allegedly. But yeah, you have to be the heavy, you have to be the parent. I feel like, and is my response.
But you know how hard it is for like a woman to come into, these aren't even your kids, and you have to figure out the dynamic.
Well, not to mention that, they're there for an absolutely tragic reason. It's not like this is a normal situation either. This is something that's got everybody stressed out to the max, I would assume.
Yeah, and again, this is a normal text conversation. I had this with especially my mom, because she was always like, well, I just want to take the kids to the zoo. I just want to take them out. And I said, I'm their home when they're here on the weekends. I'm not, oh, we're going to go have fun, because then their mom is going to be the bad person when they get home. And I'll try to to make it balanced so people, because I think a lot of divorced parents, one of them end up being that person who always takes them to McDonald's, always takes them to the zoo, always take them to all the fun places, and then when they get home, there's a lot of inbuilt animosity because mom never takes me to the zoo, mom never, or dad never takes me, and you will get that feeling. Well, I'm an a-hole. I yelled at my mom because I just bought them some clothes because it was on sale. I said they don't need new clothes. Don't give them gifts all the time because then I'll have to deal with my ex about this. It's just a lot of built-in trouble you don't need, and it's hard having kids, especially when you're co-parenting with someone who might not be their biological parents, because you have your rules and it's your rules that stands, and they might not be aligned with your rules. And I really think that what I'm reading here, my ex-wife and I have had way worse.
Yeah, it's hard to co-parent. It's hard to instantly. Usually when you have children, you have seen them grown up. You've gotten a real good bead on what their personality is, and then to have, two children going through intense trauma, it's a stressful thing.
Yeah. A DUI is only connected if they find her guilty in anything involving the car. Can two people read the text? I'm not sure. People, can you see it on screen?
I can read, I guess, for Karen.
I'll
She's
do John.
blue, isn't she?
Yeah, then I'll just sit back and relax.
There you go. You just scroll for us.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kaylee isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you.
Aw.
Blank Karen Reed.
Yeah.
It's true. I know she's her mother's daughter, but she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else. Well, she sounds like a real B word.
Right? The
Wow,
audacity.
Kristen just sent you 2 back-to-back messages to not lose your faith in the kids or yourself. But she kept her
really
shoes on
hate
in the
how
house.
bad she
Totally
is to him.
guilty.
Horrible. Blank Karen Reed.
What the hell, dude? No woman. Life can pick you up sometimes. Please be happy with them and put away your frustrations for the rest of the day and be proud of yourself, JJ.
That bothers me more than anything. Should I have sent Peg's or Sarah's W-2s? We were all equal guardians.
That's his mom and his sister-in-law. And W-2s must be because of the adoption.
Maybe you can call someone.
And thank you, Sarah, for the gifted the Broken Baby membership to Patty B.
Nice.
Is he just answering back in emojis?
Like who? What time are you coming here? Blank.
I don't know what time. I kind of feel out of it. I'm just trying to clear my head.
Okay.
Text me when you guys settle in later.
Sure.
I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said you're sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying hard pretty hard lately. English is a thing. Damn it. Feeling like a loser, turning around just to come back over after everything you said.
Not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you'd prefer to stay home, I totally get it.
Things in my own life have been difficult,
I know.
Tell me if you're interested in someone else. I can't think of any other reason you've been like this.
Nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? Kids are here, not in the mood to talk.
So you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. That's why she unalived him. And then she wore her shoes all in the house. She just walked through mud. Last night you were basically like, yeah, what about? When we talk about the future, why don't you just admit you're not into it much anymore?
Not how it went down, but okay.
Oh shit! That he shouldn't have said that because danger.
She's
Will
gonna
Robinson.
rehash all of it. So that's now you're
Yeah,
getting
that's
it.
coming
Yeah.
back to bite him.
Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? This has now turned into a hostage situation.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. Sick of
I,
always
I
arguing.
have I have caught on another one. It's a fan o'clock on that one as well. We are not missing anything. It's live. I have it on.
Days of our fans.
Yeah, it's only
Only
fans.
fans.
Oh, good, better one.
That's funny, actually. Sick. Oh wait, no, go up. Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you, apparently. Oh my God, stop calling.
Then why would you start with me this morning? You are setting me up to fail. You start a number of fights from your end.
I've explained it a few times already. Not doing it again.
So you're not into this anymore.
Not into fighting all the time. Correct.
Oh, hell no. Well, now he's never getting out of this. If you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world.
This, gentlemen, if you never heard things like this before, this is what's called, now it's time to not say anything.
It would be what Admiral Akbar would call a trap.
This is exactly the same as, hey, honey, these pants and my boudet, do they match? And whatever you say, it's wrong.
I feel uncomfortable just reading his parts right now.
I know, because all of this is making me think like, she realizes this is not going to be productive, but she has dug in for the long haul. And as a woman, we are Highlanders of grudge. There can only be one. We will live forever just to spite you. And I'm like, oh, John, you done, hey, Aaron, you done screwed up.
Question, usually longer deliberations, innocence, I believe. Here, do you believe the opposite to be true? And what is
Mo
sewing?
sewing.
Oh, what is Mo sewing? Yeah.
I'm doing a Lord of the Rings cross stitch. My Sailor Moon one I got finished because Lolly takes forever. So now I'm working on a Lord of the Rings just to bother Baker.
I don't see a jury question anywhere, so I don't know what people are talking about.
No.
I've always been under the impression that a innocent verdict was going to be faster. If it comes back super quick, then it would be a not guilty. But
we have all these notions that if it's under 2 hours, it's guilty. It's between 2 and 6 hours, it's clearly innocent. Jamie and I did 38 hours of trial watch and thought, how can we be here still? And the verdict watch. And they came back with a lesser included, and they fought. It was clear they had fought over it. They lost 2 jurors during the verdict watch and had to start over. So I can only tell you what I would have voted, because I can't. You don't know. It's the same with people who will tell you, well, the makeup of the jury is 6-6. So it'll clearly be this. You never know, because you can have. That's what people don't think about, because everyone's different.
Yeah, I mean, I woke up to people on Twitter saying that Lolly did an excellent job. I'm hoping that their glaucoma surgeries go well, but that was interesting. It was like, facts not in evidence. Where is this poised and determined, Lolly that you were talking about?
Is court live? Yes, court is live.
All they're saying is that the jury had a question if they can leave at 4 because a juror had.
Yeah, and I don't know where people see it on Court TV, because Court TV isn't live. Exactly, Bees on Mars. And this was taken way out of context, and I actually hope the jury is reading this in the jury room.
That could be part of it, right? Because there was a bunch of text messages that got entered. So they might be
Probably.
reading through this, thinking to themselves, "Holy crap, this is not the situation that Lally thought it was, or made us think it was."
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here thinking again. I will now do what you're never allowed to do. I will grossly, probably be misogynistic and everything else. If you have 6 women on the jury, would they like to go through these texts? Because some of them, I bet, have sent
Similar.
texts like this.
Yeah.
And they would. And I know I'm a misogynistic pick, but it could be that they would really like to know what else was said that they didn't see. And I think if I was a man, because I read them too, but I'd just hide my feminine side.
Not very well.
Well, you've seen me in person, so you know it. 10 women and 2 men, and now 6 women and 6 men. No, it was 10 and 6 because they were 18 jurors to begin with. So it's 6 and then 2 alternates outside. Does anyone know if the lawyers in the jury made it to deliberations? We know nothing. The only people who can tell you about that is people who have been in the press box, if they know who on the jury were lawyers. I haven't seen anything anywhere. The only thing I've seen is the lady excused yesterday was one of those who were very animated whenever anything happened, especially with Proctor. She was very animated about it.
And I don't know why they would. I mean, do we know for sure that there was lawyers on the jury? Because that's kind of weird.
I beg you, Baker, reduce the seizure-inducing fan. I love your coverage, Danish Baker grandchild. Well, I took it away. Oh, the jury that left yesterday was a lawyer. Well, that's probably why she was that mad. I've seen some really messed up messages in DV and CPS cases. These are nothing. Yeah. Again, I've been divorced with 2 kids. Trust me. This is a Sunday for me. It wasn't a nice divorce. And again, how many have kids brought together where you don't click and there might be a little animosity as well? Have you had those conversations with your partner saying, this isn't really, you have to, because I get in trouble with their mom or dad? It's yeah.
Yeah, believe me, I've been there, done that.
Yeah. Are lawyers not to be on jury duty? Well, lawyers can be it, but most lawyers will make sure lawyers isn't on jury duty because lawyers knows the rules.
For the most part, they don't want the jury to know how the legal ramifications will work out, right? So if they're guilty on something, they want you to say that, not, yeah, they're guilty, but I also know that this sentence is 25 years and that's just ridiculous, or something along those lines. Most lawyers would kick off another lawyer from a jury quick, fast.
Yeah, just like I have been, slated for jury duty, but as soon as I said, I do commentary on trials, I'm sure they put my petition way in the back. And if that doesn't work, then my puff paint.
I now know. Sorry. I'm just going to pull this up because I went back and it seems I missed a part. There was a question. Sorry, everyone.
Wasn't it?
Way to go.
Because we're back on the record on 22-117. I believe we have a question from the jury.
Yes, it's simply, good morning. The jury is kindly requesting to conclude deliberations in time to board the bus at 4 p.m. Our juror has a long existing scheduling conflict. So I'm just going to simply say yes and send it back.
Yes. No objection. That's fine.
That's the jury question.
They want to hold on.
They want to be done by 4, so be done so they can get on the bus.
You can be done by 4. You don't.
You can be done right now, jury. You don't have to wait until 4. They sound like they're prisoners of war. Like, can we please end the work day
Prisoners of
early?
war.
Oh my god.
I don't know. They had to listen to Lolly, and they didn't get to zone out and work on their cross stitch instead. They were
And Zach
expected
is
to take
saying,
notes.
I was only listening out of the corner of my ear, but it sounded like you all was reading some of my private text. Just don't read the ones last weekend.
done,
I
Zach.
make no promises, Zach.
Oh, that's funny. So there was apparently some kind of a
blow up.
Canton-
Yeah, that's why I went back to see if I could see that anywhere, and that's when I found out that that this was going on. So I'm sorry that I missed. They asked to be let out to get the bus. So yeah.
That's funny.
Well, as long as they have their priorities straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how long did we come? I think this one.
Then stop starting with me.
I am not answering. Stop calling.
Can you please answer after you treated me earlier?
Kaylee is right here.
You start a rager with me out of nowhere, then tell me you're sick of fighting with me? I'm gonna grab a drink in a bit. She needs an emotional support beverage.
Yes, she does.
Can you please answer?
No, Karen. Not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun.
Seeing if you want to meet me later. Can you please call me?
Have to take them to the doctor. He has practice.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
My father just walked in.
Okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes?
Not right now.
I'm sure when anyone else needs me, I'm there when anyone else needs me. Yes, John, you gave me grief earlier this morning. I'd like to call you, or you to call me for a few minutes. I've been trying to get over the hump with this arguing. And now you tell me you're not into things and you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. I've been dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong. Can you seriously not pick up the phone for 2 seconds?
It's never 2 seconds.
Never.
Well, to be fair, but
Yeah.
why don't you meet me at the hillside at 4:35 p.m.?
Blank.
Valhalla's really picked the right one to read.
Or whenever you get everyone settled.
Like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want to go start drinking, then go for it.
I didn't know the times of his practice. I just want to give you space at the house without me there. So rather than meet you at the house.
So rather meet you out there, meet at the house. It's
reading is fundamental, and I graduated before No Child Left Behind.
It's like getting a text from Dave.
Yes. Yeah, well, now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop on my couch.
Yeah, that too. Is he going to Collins?
Not tonight.
So do you plan on going out tonight?
Karen, I don't know. You're like jonesing to drink, so go.
Wow. Okay, well, after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated how I am with the kids. It has nothing to do with drinking. I'm paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without the kids around.
What's your plan?
I don't have one.
So still home?
Yes.
We just got home, waiting to see what. Oh, hold on. waiting to see what Papa decides here, or else I have to get Patrick at 6.
Okay.
So are you staying home or coming here?
I'm waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. I think it's clear to me around with the kids around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me.
Well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend.
I will be over there by noon tomorrow.
No, it will be over by noon tomorrow.
Oh,
That's the blizzard.
there we go.
Don't think so.
I don't want to have to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. I feel like it's utter shit to be in this position rather than just meet you out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like.
Well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want.
Oh, do what you want.
Need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Melanie is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging for a few more hours.
Yes, John's dad is with him at this time, but he will leave before they go out.
Well,
Okay,
spoiler.
when you know the story, and if you want me to come up, let me know.
No, Karen, you decide what you want to do.
I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I've felt it for a while, and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you're approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing.
You come up and I head out? Really? I've told you already. I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle.
No, head out together or meet out.
Gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang too when he brings Matt over. When he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over?
Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. I would like to. It's been a shitty day from the jump.
Probably. I just got sober an hour ago.
Yeah, they didn't beat that one in
for
court.
shit for
Sure didn't.
wanting to drink, and he's like, "Look, I've been drinking all day, lightweight."
I
You
just
wanna go
sobered up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's 5:20 and he just sobered up. He's alone with the kids. He took the kids to the doctor. He took the kids to practice, and he just sobered up at 4:20 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But Karen's the boozeaholic.
Yeah. DK Crippler, I don't remember them going through all of these. Is this
They
the
didn't.
big ass book of text? Yes.
Yes.
And we thought just to show it's a kind of a different picture when you read all of them instead of
Yeah.
reading what they left in court. Because this one because she was jonesing for a drink. Yeah, but he was still drunk.
Seems like alcohol played a vital role in almost all of these people's lives.
Yeah.
I'll let you hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you might head. Can you send me Tim Zoll's contact information, please?
I paid the last bill.
You didn't have to do that. Thanks. Are you really not going to accept my friend request?
I have to say she is looking for a fight.
Yes, she
Did
is.
the circle
but
back to the beginning of the fight, and now she found something else to fight about. This lady is looking for a fight.
I think she wants resolution.
I
Yeah,
think
she's
she
just.
wants- Go ahead,
Go for it, Mel.
Jamie. Oh,
No, it just like, and I had thoughts and then I trailed off. So go ahead.
she's not getting any emotional response. He seems to be phoning it in. She already has this sort of gut instinct that he's not into it, that he's using her for convenience, and he has done nothing with these texts to dissuade that. So she's really trying to figure out, okay, do I even invest any more time in this relationship? And he's like, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, do what you want.
Do what you want.
And Marissa, these are in sequence, but there's the part where he said stop calling, and then till we just came home and I'm drunk. There's like 2.5 hours between those two. Where can we find all these texts go through later? Also, the other court docs can't seem to find them. If you are a member on my Discord, they are in what's called Karen Read Docs, and all of them are there.
On what? Facebook?
On Discord, that's what I said.
On
I was
Instagram.
reading the text,
Sorry.
Baker. I was reading.
No, I was just, please stop making me think.
Yeah, we've been going out for 2 years.
I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe.
Carrie texted that they're heading out for a bit.
Okay.
She's going to let me know where.
So you're going to meet them?
Just presenting as an option. Wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. Is Mike over?
Yep.
Sounds like you're good with getting together tonight. I was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me.
And we're back to the discussion at 8 a.m.
I told you guys.
Because he
this was
never
a
gave a
hostage
resolution.
situation. He was like, I'm sorry you feel bad about that.
Told you to come over, but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere.
Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times.
Time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by.
Yeah, I just wouldn't mind hanging out with other people, like another female too.
Where are you meeting them?
I don't have plans with them. She just said they're heading out in a bit and we'll text when they land somewhere. If you want to go out with Mike solo, that's fine. Just let me know. Oh my God, someone pick where you're going to eat right now.
I already told you what you should do. Not going to keep doing this.
I asked to let me know if you guys were going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shitty week and a shitty day. I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me and the second I walk in, and that's going to irritate you.
Pat is leaving.
And why they are blue and green here and there was blue and gray, it could be the resolution or on the camera because it's a camera filming a screen. I don't know.
Pat is leaving. Kay is with Mad Cam. I'll text Chris then. We're heading out shortly. What's your plan, Karen?
Do you want me to join or no?
Yes. Wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans.
They are not drinking yet. Apparently, we have shift drinkers. Jesus.
Everything
she's
is
on
fine.
the swing shift right now.
This is so stupid.
Where are you headed?
Trying to decide. Maybe McCarthy's.
Okay, then. Let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Emfield.
Text me when you leave. Still waiting on McKinney's.
I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look.
You trying to piss me off?
Why?
I don't like this game anymore.
This game is giving me anxiety, and I don't even have a relationship with these two.
Val's getting me irritated. I'm about to yell at him.
Hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot.
Oh no. Boy.
No. My shower only got lukewarm, and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road. I turned the temp thing in the basement all the way up.
Check the water heater and see if it's leaking.
It's not.
Don't do that. Is the pilot lit?
I was trying to get my shower hot. I don't know what magic is used with that. And yes, it was.
Don't turn it all the way up. It will burn out.
I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was.
Just turn it back to where it was and get over here.
I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek.
So you're going home tonight?
Or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower.
It's going to snow all day tomorrow. No driving. We're headed to McCarthy's.
Okay, let me know if you end up leaving.
What? Why? Now you're not coming?
I'm waiting for the plumber. I think he's actually in the driveway.
We're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves.
Oh,
He's not going home after?
8 o'clock on a Friday? He may have to get Michael. You have a plumber coming over at 8, knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck.
I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy, Richie, fixed it the last time, whatever it was. He wasn't supposed to be here at 5. If it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it.
He was supposed to be here at 5.
Oh, sorry.
If you need a new water heater, don't let him do it.
Yeah, seriously. Karen, you should have stuck with the plumber, lost John's number. He's here now. If it's not quick, I'm not doing it. I just want to be sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong when I'm not home. He's not a seamer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for.
Scammer. Not a seamer. That sounds real bad.
Well, I need to in big in this a bit then, because I saw an E instead of a C. He just puts the toilet seats on crooked. Can't get good help. I see how it is.
Status.
Still here. Said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana.
That's tomorrow, Jamie, in Spanish.
thank you. I was going to ask.
So...
Girl power? Trying to figure out if I needed to be here.
What does it need?
I don't know. He showed me some piece that was all rusted. Girl power again. I don't understand half of this stuff. I feel seen now.
On the water heater?
Yes. This is where I would send a picture of the part to show Mr. Mo. Because I'd be like, I don't know, it's the flux capacitor.
Which, ladies, is what you should do at this point in time. Just send a picture. We'll figure it out. Tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday.
No, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm. He used to work here while I was at work.
Does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m.?
I'm so tired of effing snow talk.
I
Yeah,
know.
but he lives right down the road.
Karen, the storm is going to be intense. Can't drive.
No, it isn't.
I didn't even think about the Boston accent aspect.
Yeah, I can do more of a Bronx accent, but I can't do a Boston. Okay, well, if he can't, he can't.
I'll do it Monday.
Foreshadowing? No, he does not.
Dark.
Too soon.
Dark.
Ha, I better not still have this problem on Monday.
We plan on being there.
I'd like to know how I can take a hot shower here if I needed to.
Figured you'd be in Canton till Monday. I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing.
I think the four of us together is a toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it.
God, we're back.
Yes, yes, we are.
God.
This is a hostage situation. I told you, Valhalla. You've said yourself for probably a year now.
Blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere.
Maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in early AM. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave.
Sure.
I'm going home.
These are the ones she sent at 12:55.
So this is after she dropped him off.
Yes.
See you later. Your kids are cooking alone. I'm back in Mansfield.
Yeah, and these are 9 minutes after she sent the first one. So that's
yeah.
These are the damning texts between a 2-year together couple, and they are very, very, very murderous.
I mean, that is not at all what I would say if I was, actively planning to, I don't know, Lexus someone, with a glass. But I mean, it seems kind of normal. One person's checked out and the other person's just hoping like heck that the other person isn't checked out and asking him to claim it. And
Yeah, that was.
We have audio from court.
That is nothing.
What is back to session? You may be seated.
22117.
All right, so why are we out here?
Your Honor, I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday, the amendments the court indicated it would make a verdict.
Oh, no. Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
You said before you were tired and you needed to think about it, was you agree that there needs to be not guilty options for subordinate charges under count 2?
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate. For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge, and that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty, and on the top you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this, okay?
I actually haven't run.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option for the rest.
Okay, I disagree with you.
I don't see the.
Excuse me? This is funny, Ms. Reed? All right, we're done.
What?
All rise for the court, please.
Who is
What an
the Swedish woman
absolutely-
who's smiling?
This is funny, Miss Reed. What an absolutely monster C word.
It's absolutely, that's disrespectful. That's her being unprofessional. And you have two different attorneys, one who has been in fairly substantial litigation and another one who's worked out of, Massachusetts, and they are both saying that that is not the way they have seen it. Now, just because she likes to use things from 1970s, I guess, or not include, you can make things up in your head,
Yeah, please remember in your head that if you don't check the other boxes, it's the magical invisible fault box that you check.
So I'm gonna assume a couple.
But that's
things
the whole
here.
thing, is you're only seeing the one. I get where he's coming from. Because it
So
makes sense that in your mind.
There's several different verdict forms, right? In this situation, I'm assuming there's a verdict form per charge. If only one of them doesn't have a not guilty option, but the rest of them all do, how is that acceptable in Massachusetts or anywhere else in the country?
That doesn't seem like it would, just for.
It prejudices the jury to choose one of the things, because it's kind of like, hey Mo, you want to go steady? Yes, no, maybe. If I don't put a no and a maybe there, you can only answer yes.
And how am I going to question? How am I going to circle the and or maybe?
Yeah. What if any I might like? So I start some of the things people said. Do we think other lawsuits besides Turtleboy would spring from this? Reed, McCabe's, McAlbert's. There might be a civil suit against her. I don't think so, because she has no money now.
Yeah, I would say it depends on the.
There has to be a lot. I mean, a lot of proof. Like, it's going to probably be hard to really. I mean, we know what's going on.
It'll depend on how vindictive the family is. Let's be real.
Yeah.
If they feel like they didn't get justice here, they will go after 25 cents that she has. I mean, we've seen it in the Alex Jones case, how, regardless of how you feel, that was a lot for, revenge too.
I wonder what Mark Bettero's doing today. I wonder if he's busy at the moment.
He's at court.
Okay.
I wish, Dave, are you busy? We need to lawful law this out. We need the Dave signal. Because
I know he left a little while ago because he had court.
Well, doggone it.
That's
These lawyers
signal,
doing
Dave.
their actual jobs. How dare they?
I'm gonna bat signal Dave.
I know.
Thank you. Good Valhalla.
And why don't we see Jamie? Jamie's working.
Yeah.
So
sorry,
that's why.
guys.
And Zach is saying women lie that they only want to talk for 2 seconds. Men lie and say they can last for 10 minutes. Of course, Zach made it.
I'm gonna have to read that.
And what is Denmark's largest export? It's medical supplies. Ozempic, and that is a Danish product. And Christy says, I love you guys. We love you.
We love you too.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I sent him a text.
Why do we
that literally
expect
said,
professionalism from Bev when we have not seen it from the investigators or the prosecution? Well, because she's the judge.
I sent him a text that literally said, bat signal to a lawyer friend.
We'd like to phone a lawyer friend if possible.
I should
should
probably
probably
send
give
him a
him a-
link, huh?
Give him a link. Did you send him a link?
That's what I just said. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah. Is Bev appointed or elected? I actually don't know.
I believe that
Is
judges
Menally
have
little
to be
busy? I
elected.
think she's streaming.
I think she's covering the case, right?
Yeah. Valhalla and I are working a little bit behind the scenes to maybe try and set up another panel show when the verdict is in, but we have some feelers out, but let's see what happens. But it'll probably be after the verdict is read, so everyone has time to talk about it on their own channel, and then maybe try and get a panel back together.
Bev is elected according to
Oh, Jamie.
What? What?
Your friend is back.
Oh,
Inside edition, not hard copy. 'Cause
Inside
I don't
Edition has
know.
great proof Karen Reed is guilty. They do?
You give it to the cop.
Why didn't they testify?
Yeah,
Why
didn't this
didn't Nelly
evidence
get it in
appear?
there? If the verdict form is not like any other verdict from Janetti has seen used, then this will be the technical legal issue that will get a guilty verdict overturned on appeal. It could be.
So is
Well,
Bev
but-
doing this on purpose?
But as everybody says, appeals are for losers. Dave
The
said
conspiracy theory has been debunked. Check out Inside Edition.
Like I said,
Kimmy,
Kim,
Kimmy coming
I'm more
with
of a hard
the
copy
facts.
kind of chick.
Yeah.
Did they do an unsolved mysteries? Because
Where's Geraldo
back
when
any
we
day.
need him? We need Geraldo.
Well, taking shirtless photos on Instagram for some ungodly reason.
Kimmy, you never disappoint. You can keep going with it a little bit, and then I'm just going to eat you. So,
Okay,
have fun.
Kimmy, you cannot diagnose. It's against professional ethics and the Goldwater rule. Go look up Goldwater. But if anyone is diagnosing anyone they didn't personally see on the television, then that's a quack.
She knows. She's been saying that, and then I came at her with it, and she's like, "I love the attention." And I was like,
Okay,
"All right."
well,
I Googled it. I'm looking at a sample of Massachusetts verdict form. It says, 1, we find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offenses. Well, Jamie likes Kimmy, but not too much. So Jamie gives her 24 hours now and again.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
judges-
I let her run her mouth a little bit, and then she just gotta go.
Yeah, the judge is
Dave
awful
said
and
that-
should be removed from the bench. It's clear she's part of the prosecution team. Disgusting. It's immediately appeal. Yeah.
So Dave said he's available in about 30 minutes, and then he asked what was going on, and I explained that one of the verdict forms apparently doesn't have not guilty. His response is OMG. So I have a feeling he's got opinions.
Eliza, I'm not sure you know, Massachusetts is an independent country situated in the Gulf of Mexico. They never have snow, and they never ever have anything wrong on their verdict forms.
no.
So that's how it is.
They really are quite advanced. They have butt dialing by kinesis, psychokinesis, so that's great.
They have ever sleeping dogs. Mo,
They
do you
do.
like pirates? What about Willy Wonka?
No Willy Wonka. Well, okay, Willy Wonka, the Gene Wilder, and Pirates, but only the first movie. I can only do, oh gosh, Johnny Depp playing Keith Richards for so long.
Bad signal, Andrea Burkhardt. She's an appeals lawyer. I think she's streaming. I don't know if she's live streaming right now. But
She's also like 3 hours behind us, so.
yeah,
So
so she's probably not waking up. Mo, you look beautiful today. Your morning news reading was great.
Thank you. I'm trying to be a more functional human being.
Hey, Julie.
is. Hey, Julie.
They also have qualified immunity. The police officers in the courtroom, yeah, or the lawyers, yeah, and the judge, yeah. That's the big problem, because Lally, he can, in theory, say whatever he wants. He can be the most nasty, wild person he wants to be, and he can just say, "Well, I've qualified immunity." So
I still go back to who in the heck does a freaking investigation and doesn't measure anything, doesn't take photos that show where things were found. I mean, right there, if I was Bev, I would say, who in the hell did this report? I know nothing. You guys are like, trust me, bro.
Yeah, and she deserved it. I have actually talked to her today on Twitter, so I think she's up. But I wouldn't. If she's enjoying her morning coffee, she should enjoy that. She's covering live Coburg hearing in a couple of hours. Oh, that's
wow.
interesting too. That verdict form is deceptive. By the way, I do think Karen is not guilty, and I'm hoping that that's the verdict reads. I think. Oh, I haven't. We have so many new people here today, so I should probably do a new poll because now we are. Well, I forgot to put my watch on today, so let's take a fresh look. It is unprofessional for the judge to say something like that. Miss Reed, is it funny to you? Yeah, that's really unprofessional, Donnie.
Okay. And to be a real life like person, when I get really, really, really like beyond mad, I start laughing. Because if not, I'll do the angry tears thing. So people generally can see it as very disrespectful, but I just start laughing at the absurdity of the entire thing. And not maybe the best way to deal with conflict resolution.
No, and again, after being through this for 30 days, wouldn't you be rolling your eyes and saying, now she did it again? She has been seeing all of this. I would be sarcastically smiling as well.
Yeah, and she was probably laughing because Yannetti refused to back her up. He's like, no, I've never seen anything like this. And she's like, whatever. Yeah. And Karen was probably like, wow, Bev, seriously? And then Bev got all pissed off. Someone find Dr. Wolf, bring her in so she can have a little eye candy and, get whatever stick she has residing in her bum removed.
Also, one of the most winnable appeal issues is errors on jury form. Yeah, but that appeal will just make it start over, right? There's no rules against defendant smiling, plus Bev knows she's innocent. She's not dumb. No, Bev should have never accepted this stupid case.
It just looks really bad after they dismissed the one juror who looked like she was on the defense's side. They also then magically seem to pick for alternate one of the other lawyers or one of the other jurors that seemed to be sympathetic to Karen. It just, I call shenanigans on that being a complete, random, coinky dink.
Yeah. Beverly can't stand being questioned. No, she can't. She really hates anyone else.
Well, and I'm sure she wasn't happy with Jackson's tone, but I could see exactly why he was so upset. It's deceptive. It's a long line of a pattern of this
This is the standard from their own website. Thank you, Dave. That kind of looks like it says not guilty there.
Yeah.
Sample jury verdict slip. Commonwealth of Massachusetts. District Court Department on Trial Court. So we always do it like that. Apparently not, because
Nettie said he's never seen it like that. Why would he?
Yeah, and clearly Dave just sent me this from their own website. It clearly says not guilty.
Yeah, so that's weird.
Yeah, that seems again like a Bevism. But Yannetti was backing her up. No, he said he always seen a not guilty checkbox on the form, right? Yes, Yannetti was not backing Bev up by claiming that there's never a not guilty on the form. So this is definitely a appellate issue. It is, yeah. And again, the big problem is it doesn't matter right now. Unless she will bring the jury in and said, hey, by the way, jury, I made a mistake. Not putting that on. Just remember, if you don't hit any of the other ones, it means she's not guilty. Then it doesn't matter, because Bev is king. Bev is God. It's her courtroom. She runs it the way she will. And all appeals are for losers. You have to remember that. You don't want an appeal, because appeals are for losers. You only get an appeal if you lose your case. So it's really, really dangerous. And it could take maybe 5 years to get an appeal.
And lots more money.
Yes.
Lots of money. So that's the whole thing,
Yeah.
is like, I love when people throw that around and they're like, oh, she can just appeal. Yeah. You know how difficult that is and how much money that takes? A lot.
Marissa, 24 hours instead of just a couple of minutes. It doesn't work.
Yeah, she came back with some BS.
The way it's set up, the jurors have no option but to find her guilty. Yeah, that's... And again...
Well, apparently they're supposed to leave it blank.
Yeah, but
Well,
again,
but you didn't say
we
that
are
in her
we are
8-hour
visually minded people. That's why our brains are this big and our eyes are right next to it. We learn through our eyes. So when we see guilty on the form and nothing else, again, our brain just thinks, oh, she might be guilty then. We don't automatically believe that, oh, it's not here, so it means if we don't cross it, it means not guilty. And that's a big problem.
Yeah, he has every right
Good morning, Whiskey. You're a
to
little
go
late.
out there.
Yeah, and we have Zach Anderson. We're still trying to fundraise for his appeal. It's just so dang expensive.
Yeah, and just one part of it's, a lot of money. Just like get one piece of the information. Then you got to hire people all over again. I mean, you spend enough on your primary attorneys for the trial itself.
So I was talking to Dave and downloading all the stuff that you pulled up on stream. So all that was for very little.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Dave said that there should absolutely be a not guilty.
Amy says the higher charge has guilty, not guilty. The lesser charges has no not guilty. Jury hopefully will question if not understood. But I get all need not guilty too. Yeah, because I would say the state could also claim, well, it kind of, why isn't it a uniform piece of paper? A defense could do that as well. So we must find her guilty in a lower one. Again, I just showed you the example from the website, and it clearly says not guilty and guilty in checkerbox form. But thank you so much, Amy.
Thanks, Amy.
Well, if they don't check the guilty, then she automatically isn't guilty. You have to figure that one out. What if it's a hung jury? They will then deliver those papers back unfilled. And if they're unfilled, it means they voted not guilty.
I'm a little concerned that they haven't asked about it yet.
This is starting to give me Hanging Chad vibes from 2000.
Yeah.
And I'm not here for it. We lived through that once. I will not do it. We will fix
Diana
the ballot.
Karen and Higgins hadn't gotten any plans because she didn't ever text him back that night. And he had been trying to get to her in a long time. I don't know if I have that in my Discord, that communication, because it's clearly him that keeps engaging with her. And
I believe
just,
the last communication between the two of them was Higgins at the bar texted her and said, well, and then she just totally blew him off.
And then he texted John that night. So
yeah, are you coming? I think there's a subliminal message here. If you don't have a not goofy box, this is BS. Yeah, they should have more goofy boxes. Maybe the
as
fix is
charged.
in.
David. Of course.
It's just one more list, one more tally in the long list of Commonwealth chicanery.
Yeah.
I'm choosing my words very carefully.
Well, he clearly asked about it, and she was like, "What'd she say? I was tired, so I didn't want to talk about it or whatever." And then now it's a thing.
Bev, you left at 4 o'clock yesterday.
Right?
I'm sorry.
What is this woman so tired for? All she does is sit in a damn rocking chair all day.
I thought that's what she said, something like that.
If you're too tired to make sure the verdict forms are correct, maybe you shouldn't be a judge, Bev.
So maybe this is what Jackson was getting really upset with for the clerk of courts, allegedly on Twitter.
Oh, that
This
makes
is
sense.
actually-
Actually, he was pretty amped up.
I'm watching it now. It's really deceptive when you see it on paper.
Pull it up.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Give me a second.
Be faster.
Well, you can't talk about it and not show us.
Giggity. In the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that defendant is not guilty of offenses as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, guilty of lesser included. So if they say not guilty to this one, it's everything. But what if they find her guilty in to me, it's deceptive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you look at it that way, it's like, are we supposed to fill out the other ones too?
Because if we find her not guilty in offenses as charged, the second pin here, and we then go back to fill out not guilty, but we find her guilty in the fourth pin, guilty of lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide. Is this to me that, yeah, this is really stupid to look at. If we find her not guilty with two lesser included, so they can't find, if they find her not guilty in the first one, or the two lesser included, and said not guilty, what? How are this is really hard to operate, or not operate, to read, because as I see it, if they find her not guilty, and you have three different charges they can find her guilty in. What if they find her not guilty in the first two, but guilty in the last one? How would you fill out this form? Because you find her not guilty, not guilty, guilty.
Yeah,
how do you? This makes no sense.
Yeah, it really does seem to be very kind of oddly manufactured, oddly worded, or oddly placed.
If you go back at
play it again real quick, because I want to hear.
I'm trying to. Well, I have to find that first.
God, you are just so slow, Baker.
Yeah, how many tabs do you have open, Baker? Only 74?
I thought you were good at this.
Right, all set?
All rise, please.
With you, Officer DeLong. You? Do you want the envelope? Mark this. A juror has a long existing scheduling conflict.
No, this is
That's fine.
Okay.
Talk amongst yourself. This was an hour.
So why? I did not.
I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about one judge, why it's not a courtroom. For a superior charge, not
Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the box that says,
The next guilty. Okay?
so it's the absence.
Yes, that's what the verdict for, Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how come back. They didn't have an option verdict of the subordinate.
Exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't.
Have you had no lesser included?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option for the rest.
Okay. I disagree with you.
I don't see the
Excuse me? This is funny, Ms. Reed? All right, we're done.
All rise for the court, please.
So that's roughly an hour and 5 minutes in. If you want to clip it out and put it online and say, what the F is going on, you absolutely humongous C-word.
The words were cutting out because it got fast forwarded to the very end.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything. That's
I played it when she said it.
Don't check the block that says guilty, and on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So
all I
it's
could hear you was fast forwarding through it.
the charges.
Well, I played it when
We're
it's
done.
done.
It's me.
Oh, listen now.
I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option for the judge.
Okay, I disagree with you.
I don't see the-
Excuse me? This is funny, Ms. Reed?
Everyone heard it now?
I thought we were listening to Alan Jackson's argument. That's what I was waiting for. That's why I was like, why are we only hearing?
No, I was asked specific to go back and play when Bev is asking Karen if she thinks it's funny. So I played the part where Bev asked Karen if it's funny.
Poor Baker. We're all like, Dad, can we get fries? No, can we get Taco Bell? Can we get fish fillet?
Baker's
And-
about to turn this car around right
Baker
now.
will turn this
He doesn't
car
need to
around.
get all testy. I thought I heard Val go back to Alan Jackson's argument.
I
was
did.
like,
Oh my God.
I did, but
Baker's
I
about
wasn't
to
going to
get a
say
text.
anything because
Do
he
you
was
want to
getting
talk
tested.
about it from Jamie?
This
Baker's gonna be like,
this
"We're on
was
screen."
this was on the screen the entire time. I pulled it back. So that was a reason why I went back.
see, I was listening to you, Val.
Oh my gosh, Baker! If Jamie
Sometimes
texts
should
you
watch
80
the show.
times, just tell her
He's
I'm
going to
very
have a
sorry.
stroke.
Well, it's because I'm angry that Bev is such a C-word. With any luck, the jury has the same question and gets it cleared up that way. I'm not sure they think about it, to be honest.
Yeah,
Because this is their first time. They think it's the way it's supposed to be.
I think I would, if I were foreperson, I would be confused and I'd want clarification because I'm so afraid to do something wrong on legal papers.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, David
Well,
C. for the
and
super sticker.
thanks, David.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like when she says, "You've never had the lesser included." Like, well, yeah, I'm sure he has.
No, he's only been doing lawing for 1 year straight out of law school.
So the earlier question from the jury kind of indicates that they might expect to go into tomorrow, huh?
Yeah,
Possibly, or maybe they just wanted to get it up front and be like, "Hey, we got this settled. That if we happen to go later, then we're out."
yeah, because didn't
I don't
Bev
know.
say we were going to go late last Friday? And one person said, "Look, I've had plans," and she's like, "Well, your plans to start your weekend early are
Yeah.
not an emergency." So that
She did
dude
say
is
that.
probably like, "Ma'am, I am leaving at 4." So
She did say that. You're right.
Dave is saying this does not look bad if this is the form. I still don't like that the lesser included doesn't have the guilty not guilty, but
Well,
I don't
it
know.
looked to me.
Boss Baker, she disagrees with what Janetti says he has seen. Yeah, well, Bev doesn't care.
It looked to me like it had the not guilty option or an option for guilty on each individual charge. I didn't think it was all that convoluted, if I'm being perfectly honest. But
Well, but again, how will you find her not guilty in the first and second charges, but guilty in the third? Will you then put 2 X's next to not guilty and then one at the last one? It's not logical. I can figure it out now. We have watched it and we've talked about it, but is it easy to understand, and should it be like that, or should it just be guilty, not guilty on the first, then you give them another paper with the second, guilty, not guilty, like we saw it in the Mew trial, or any of the other cases we've been following? Thank you, Susan M., for becoming a member. Where are the jury instructions? I haven't seen those.
the finalized form.
Yeah, with that layout, I'd be more likely to miss that they wanted a decision on the lesser included on the plate. Yeah, because it kind of, if you get to not guilty and fill that out, how do you go on to the second one?
Well, it was a not guilty on all charges, right? It had 4 options. It's got not guilty on everything, guilty on this, guilty on this, guilty on this. You only check one box, so either it's, or I guess you could check multiple guilty boxes.
As I said, as you said, as I said, I find her not guilty in the first charge, so I figure I fill out number 1, not guilty. That's what you would expect, and then you'll turn over to the next page, which is the first lesser included, and then you check guilty on that one.
I feel like I would have figured that out.
To me, that's logic, but I don't know.
To me, if I were a foreperson or a jury person, I would pester someone until we got clarification. I mean, because I would probably work it out, but I would want to really make sure that I am not doing something wrong because I don't know legalese.
And Destiny, I agree with you. It should always be the stupidest person in the room we try to make understand anything. Because if the stupidest person in the room understands it, high likelihood is the smartest person also understands it.
That's why they make everything in the military at like an 8th grade level.
Yeah.
True story.
Because second lieutenants also need a job.
Yes, sir.
That's a 3rd grade level, though. They went to college.
Should be a note, check one box only. Yeah, that should be...
well, you couldn't do that, though. You couldn't do that, because if you find her guilty on multiple counts, then you would have to check.
Could you do that? Don't they automatically wash out the lower ones?
Yeah, that's probably true, actually. Good call.
And again, we are discussing this, and we have time to discuss this because nothing is happening. Imagine sitting in the jury room and they don't have Dave and Twitter and everyone else telling you how to do it. Thank you, Gunnar. And Ria, it's so obvious they're trying every trick. Well, apparently it's the way it's done in Massachusetts. This case have really shown me that Massachusetts should try to do something about how their state is run. This has been all the crap aside, all the snowy weather, what kind of glass was it, and all that aside. This has been a horrible police investigation run by both local and state cops. This has been a horrible charging from the grand jury and the DA's office. It's some of the worst judging, if we can say that, I've ever seen. She is so... I don't know if the jury picks it up. I don't know how bad is it in court, but all the... Mr. Jackson. I would really, if I was a local Massachusettsist, I would try to get into some kind of politics or something and change this.
Yeah.
This is horrendous that you have to live with this system.
Well, I think last night there was some kind of a town hall meeting or something in Canton, and it turned into a train wreck. Everybody was screaming at they were going
it
to
was
town.
Interesting. You can always pull that up and watch that, Baker. It's on the Young Jerks.
What?
He just played it on his channel.
Who?
Here, let me send it to you.
I didn't hear what you were saying. Boss Baker said, when I was a juror,
text him again.
When I was a juror, you had to check guilty or not guilty. If you check guilty, the instruction said you're done. If not guilty, move on to 2 lesser. We see that too many a time.
Yeah.
Baker sent you the difference on Twitter. Let's pull this one up because Oh, we were talking about that town hall meeting yesterday. Yeah, that I would move out of that town.
Yeah.
This is apparently the simple jury verdict form. Look at this one, and then look at what they were given.
Huh.
Does it look the same?
Interessante.
Because
this one's got a little more.
We find the defendant guilty as charged. We find the defendant guilty only of the lesser included offenses. It doesn't say that part on this one.
I see the point.
To me, that's a big difference.
Yeah, I see it.
Sometimes you need things pointed out to you. That's how I like it. So I'm a simple-minded lady.
I put a link in private chat of Mazza Media posted it originally.
Yeah, just like the beginning of it.
Why don't you just share it? That's way easier.
Because I don't have Twitter on my thing, and my full name is on here because it's trying to get me to sign up. Otherwise, I would have.
Wait, your mail just doesn't come to Mr. Valhalla awaits.
Some of it does.
I thought that was your real name. I feel lied to.
Some of it does. Some of it does.
Is there any bad words, or can I put it on while I take a bio break?
I didn't listen
only
to it.
Only when it's the one I'm thinking of, right? There's later on. There's a guy that's screaming, and I'm pretty sure he's. I thought he said the N-word, so that's the only thing. But
I'll wait with my bio break till we have watched this one.
Other than that, they're just voicing their concerns, and it's not like super crazy.
All for you, shame on you. This service is coming on because of this. Over here, you get rid of this guy. This would all end. Shame on all of you. Tomorrow, please. Please, guys. This does not look good for you. You got me here. Always. You need to listen to me. Next on the agenda, and you wonder why the whole audience world is watching this service unfold right before us. To you.
Tell him.
Next on the agenda, consider the approval.
Yeah, Chris Albert was on the board.
Talk to yourself. No one cares.
No, I was really nice in politics. I only said one guy, one woman made me stupid every time she opened her mouth, so I really want her to shut up.
The young jerks had the actual.
Well, I'm not going to play that clip because I can't use that word. He can because of the color of his skin, but I can't play that on my channel if I want a channel.
True.
What?
So we're not going to play that part where a man is constantly yelling. I think at Chris Albert, you called me
N-bomb.
Yeah, multiple times.
I will say that as a juror, I would be noting every time Bev told the defense to hurry up and didn't tell Lolly. So I'm a weird note taker like that. I would underline that once I noticed a disparity. So I wonder if another juror is too type A to function and would notice that too.
Prince Albert, that's funny.
I don't know. I know Bev is connected to them some way, but if it's her father, her brother, there's so many stories out there. But Bev is just a really bad lawyer, a really bad judge. So yeah,
this whole town is incestuous,
and not in a good way. Not like they have flippers and they go around. Well, they have flippers. They work in a sideshow.
Well,
we
are trying not to be demonetized, so maybe not mention the good ancestral parts when you get to them.
God.
How would we have sideshows?
Why are we inviting Mo back on after yesterday?
I don't know. I really don't.
Oh, I love you, Mo. You're amazing.
are
Well,
the
I'm glad
best.
someone does.
Jedi Jess, we have 1,000 in chat and only 548 likes. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. Baker is also at 8.4 thousand subs. Let's get him over 9,000. Well, I appreciate even more if you would go and like Mo and Valhalla, because they are the ones who make this
Thank
easy.
you. Oh, I just like being on here. I
Thanks,
get to work
Baker.
on my cross stitch and not push any buttons.
How big is Mo's family? Yes, I don't even think she knows. It's like in the Bible where you send out a commandment that everyone has to go to their room so you can count them.
Well, I don't have a whole lot of look. We're behind on our dove sacrifice for each new child born, but we're working our way there. We just have to catch doves.
I've got pigeons. Close enough.
The youngest Mosfell is right on that.
Yeah, he is a pigeon.
Actually, there's a movie I just watched on Netflix explains about the corruption going on since the early 1990s. This is a city where corruption and inbreeding, or whatever you will call it politically, is rampant. Isn't Boston is known for having a lot of political scandals as well, with mayors selling favors?
It's New England, Chicago, then? Is that what we're saying?
That's basically it. Exactly. Yes.
Okay. I thought Rhode Island was supposed to be the most corrupt.
Well, I can fight about it. I am from Denmark.
No, he's not. He's Lithuanian.
Yeah. It just pays more to be from Denmark. Yeah, Chris Albert, who's now serving on that board we just saw parts of the meeting from, had a small little. I drove into someone with my car back in the day.
Didn't he also threaten to kick Turtle Boy's behind up and down the street and get away with it?
Yeah, if he could.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like if I did it by O.J. Simpson?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Jedi Jess seconds liking, subscribing to Mo and Valhalla.
Heck yeah.
I've heard
Thank
that
you.
as well.
Y'all rock.
They are so proud of where they came from. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Again, they took off the clocks. I can't even see how long we've been deliberating, but it must be they're close to 2 hours now. So we are up to almost 5 hours of deliberation. I don't like that.
Possibly 4, depending on if they took an hour for lunch yesterday or just
Yeah, I mean, it might be like the Rittenhouse case that, they had that one person that maybe was just stuck in the paint on some sort of guilty, and they had to take the actual, things home. I mean, I don't know. Juries are dangerous,
mistress.
wild creature.
I'm gonna do a wild thing. Take a bio break. Valhalla, you keep Mo in check.
I'll do my best. No promises.
I was about to say, Valhalla, make no promises. I can't even keep me in check.
You think juries are fickle? Wait till you get a hold of Mo.
Yeah.
Oh,
This may be fake red hair.
I think this whole situation is telling, though, right? Like, we're watching all the corruption in mass through this trial. Canton's super corrupt. The town boards are all corrupt. The cops are all corrupt. The world sees it, y'all. The world sees it.
And that is the good thing. I mean, people are waking up. I think the Rittenhouse trial was the wake up for me, but normies are waking up, and you need a lot of people in order to change the system. You need people to be awake.
Agreed.
Yep.
I think it's getting too obvious now, right? Like, I think information
Yeah.
being able to transfer at the speed of light, literally, and it spreads far and wide. And I think more and more
Yeah.
people are noticing because it's getting worse, and you can't help but notice at a certain point.
Well, you have the luxury of not noticing when you aren't having to reduce to Great Value or Walmart. I mean, for a while there, we were so comfortable we could, ignore it. It wasn't happening to us or our family. But now, with a very real sort of politically motivated or unscrupulous prosecutors, it's really starting to show. They've taken the mask off, and there's too many people that are waking up.
Fingers crossed, I suppose.
Well, I mean, yeah. It's either that or take over Wyoming and start our own country. I go for Motopia, but I mean, we can
Valhalla
vote on
Town
it.
sounds all right.
Mohala.
Oh, we're on to something here.
Mohala, the commune for introverts. If people, if you want to, just don't bring those screaming bowls that they use in therapy and patchouli oil. No, I mean, you can use it outside the commune, and recorders. If anyone brings an effing recorder, and not like a voice recorder, but like the plastic torture devices that hot cross buns you to death, you will be kicked out.
Something tells me Mo's had one too many kids playing recorders for the last few years.
They let them come home, and then the wild, most feral is like, I found a new instrument. Hey, it can make noise when I breathe in and breathe out. Yeah, thanks. Wonderful. Where did it go? No idea. Robblers.
Mo's hiding her kids' toys.
Fine, I'll send you 8 recorders and my youngest, most feral, and you just let him be free with the other kids.
That's all right. I need barn work done. You can come out here and just shovel goat crap for me.
You'd be so excited. He'd be like, goats poop too? This is amazing. And they're little pellets. Why are they pellets?
For slingshotting, that's why.
You would say that. This is why I can't send. I need Baker there as the other. No, I was going to say expert there as the other god uncle, but then I decided.
Yeah,
you break him, you bottom. You
I
got to
need
keep
an
him
adult.
there.
I definitely need an adult.
It's funny when you're a parent and you keep looking for more adulty adults to help you adult this problem out, because you're like,
milk duds. Ugh. Danny T. Gross. I don't think I ever had the recorder. I don't think I ever got one.
Your parents, thank you.
I think we were too poor. I think they needed like $40 or something stupid, and it didn't happen.
They give them out for free now, Valhalla.
Awesome.
Because of course they do.
Of course they do. All they're doing is cementing the fact that you need to send them to school, right? They're like, no.
They're
we'll
actively lobbying for all parents to become homeschool teachers.
Really?
You go to enough recorder recitals, you will want to burn the entire establishment down.
I don't doubt that for a second. $5. All right.
Yes, if you would like to Noriega Mo out of a compound of some sort, recorder recital.
Hard pass, Mo. Hard pass.
Yeah.
Ukuleles. Their kids' school gave out ukuleles?
Oh, my kids would be in love.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That would be
that's one of the things I'm looking forward to when my kids have kids. Just giving them all the music instruments that my kids used when they were kids.
All the loud things.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the violin.
You did miss a super chat while you were gone. I would have pulled it up, but I don't have permission.
Which one would you put up?
The very last one. Amy's Positive Pathways for $5.
This is the very last one.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, the super chat.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, no, I'm not listening.
Clearly.
I'm screaming too much with Jamie.
John.
I don't pay
He's
attention.
like, we talked about this earlier. I don't care.
I live in Salisbury, Massachusetts. We are a town similar to Canton.
One board member lied and said someone was a significant other to keep him from running. So wrong.
I hate this small town politics.
It gets dirty. It gets dirty quick.
Yeah,
and
I mean, even HOA board elections.
If you've been following the Young Jerks, which everyone should be doing, they have been following those Canton town hall meetings, and they always go bad. Yesterday was especially fiery.
Yeah, that got real heated.
Yeah, and again, it's because people are just so angry. It needed this to really show how bad it is. But the big problem in politics is 85% vote the same the next time as well, no matter how angry they get. Because next time, even though they promised us they will fix it the last time, I believe it that I believe it this time. This time they will do it.
Oh, SO, I got SO wrong. Not significant other. Predator.
Oh.
Yeah. My bad.
Holy
sexual.
Yeah, the sexual offenders. That's worse. Way worse.
What was this one?
Are we shipping Mulholland now?
If Karen is found guilty, will a free Karen Reed petition help, or is it not worth it? Well, I think what would be worth it is contributing to her defense fund, because she's going to run out of money.
Yeah.
It took a couple of unalivings to bring down the Murdoch Mafia here in South Carolina. Small towns can be scary. Yeah, and that's we have had well, in my town we had the same party be the mayor for over 100 years, and when we had two periods with the opposite side, and then it's back to the old ways. But the funny thing is, when it's been that way so long, even if you switch to the other side of the aisle, it's so ingrained in everything the civil servants do in the city that you can't change that in 4 years. You can chip off a corner here and there, but you can never get to fixing anything. So, can I send Melanie the verdict sheet? I think I can. Did I have it somewhere? Yeah, I'll send it to her. I'll just have to find the ones that was on this one. Where the hell was it?
So you just pulled it up.
I just had it. I'll find it. Talk amongst yourselves.
I was going to say, there's only me left. Mo left on me.
No, I was trying to take a drink without, being on camera.
Fair. What? Afraid I was going to make a Hawk Tua meme out of it?
Well, I mean, if I am the queen of an inappropriate meme, it will definitely be something I did, not something you had to Photoshop. Let's be real. My filter is glitchy even on a good day.
Oh, we're aware. We are aware.
Well, at least you make allowances for me.
Half Irish says she's getting it. She's got it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Then I didn't have to go look at everything else. Andrea Burkhardt says the problem is hanging. They necessarily have to acquit on a greater to consider a lesser, but the not guilty option is all or nothing. So the hypo, they acquit all the way down to motor vehicle homicide and then hang. Retrial is barred on the greatest. How do they indicate this on that on this form? Kind of what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah. It.
The Georgia judge just got dismissed, so there's hope for the YSL case. That's the lady who got in a fight.
Oh wow!
No,
that's the judge
That's the judge that locked up the attorney for discovering the secret meeting that he was having with one of the state witnesses.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
The jury deliberated. He was talking about the other ones yesterday. The jury deliberated for 2 days during JD and AH trial. Fingers crossed. This shouldn't take that long. We have watched the evidence.
Yeah, but I think they also want to give enough time to maybe show the family of John respect and that they did go through everything. This wasn't us, just maybe they have more respect for John and want to make it appear or want to make a good effort to go through everything and do their job, but I don't know.
Yeah, I understand all of that. I understand reading the papers. I understand we want to show that we're doing everything right, but come on now. It's not that hard, guys.
Well, apparently it is.
Well, it shouldn't be. Because we watched this trial, you had the only two experts with any knowledge of a vehicle saying, ain't no way, Jose.
That's the only two that weren't connected to this case in some disturbing way. Getting paid or connected to the families or on the stand to try to keep their cousin, sister, brother, dad out of prison.
Yeah, because when we go back to it, and we watched the opening statements yesterday, most of them, he's not even consistent with his opening statements in his closing.
Not even close.
And it's kind of he started one trial and stopped another one because it had nothing to do with proving that Karen did anything.
It's been that way this whole case, though. Even before they got to trial, they've continuously changed and adapted the narrative to fit the new evidence that comes out that day, right? Like, oh, this is what happened today until tomorrow's evidence shows up. And then it clearly happened this way. In the closing, he had a brand new version of events that he'd never mentioned before, as far as the throwing the glass and the bent arm. And it's dirty. It's grimy the way they did this case.
Yeah. And I know it won't happen. Nothing can happen, and we're just hoping. But Jesus,
David C says deliberations will take extra time because of all the snow. That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, he moved the time of murder by 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get the Douglas County judge who was dismissed confused with the YSL judge. It's different counties. Lally's entire trial was a pre-bottle of the defense case. Yeah. And in the end, he never, ever proved she hit him with the car because there's no physical evidence. He did, and I said this from the beginning, what he was going to do with all those witnesses. He was going to put this many pieces of paper in front of the jury saying, look at all the evidence. In reality, these are all the hard facts he have. But the jury will be but the jury will be sitting in there right now and saying, but he must have had more than this, because look at all the paper. There must be something in there we didn't. Yeah, I know the ARCA guy said something, but again, look at this pack. There's so much here. There must be something in here that's useful. He wouldn't have kept us here for 27 days because he just wanted to give us all this blank paper and one piece of hard evidence. He doesn't. Let's go through all the mishaps. He doesn't have the time the car arrived at the Sally Port. Someone texted me yesterday. Did you know that the tow guy said he didn't drive the car into the garage? I said, no. I noticed that Buchanek said he did it, but then they changed it to it was the tow driver who drove it into the Sally Port. Again, why? Why did he take a picture? Seems weird. Why didn't they take a picture of the car to show the damages? They lied. It's a typo. 530 is a typo of 416 because it's right next to each other on a keyboard.
Yeah.
You flip a video. We don't know why it just happens because, well, the time wasn't flipped and then it was flipped. And yeah, we don't know why. Look at what we was. Sorry.
Somebody 1000% intentionally flipped that video in order to manipulate the jury. Because if it was a mistake, the timestamp would have also been flipped, right? But somebody removed the timestamp and flipped that so it read correctly on that video. It was intentional to deceive. And personally, whoever did it should probably have a little investigation in that individual as well, if I'm being totally honest.
And I can't remember, did they bring this one up? Did we see this video with this zoom in on it?
I have. I don't remember.
Yeah, I've seen it on Twitter, but did we see it in court?
It definitely paints a different scene than what they mentioned in court at all.
Yeah.
So
this
for those that the guy on the left is Higgins, and the guy on the right over there is John O'Keefe. Higgins starts to kind of go at John O'Keefe. It looks like that's Brian Albert, I believe, that's holding his arm and kind of holding Chris Albert holding him back. And if you notice, John, he's doing nervous movements or prep movements or something. Antsy. That's a good way to put it. Antsy. So then that text that Higgins sent him after the fact, it was like, "You coming?" It might have been a more threatening text than just a "You coming?"
Yeah.
And remember,
he's clearly yelling and pointing.
And remember, Higgins was just trying to hook up with his girl, with Karen Reed, right? They were talking. She went over to his house one night, and apparently he couldn't land anything. But who knows if that's even true? Maybe they did smash.
No, I don't think. After reading the text messages, I don't think he smashed anything.
I don't think so either. But who knows?
Question mark.
Zach is saying it's supposed to be hump day, but I can't get anyone to participate. Terrible joke, but don't worry, Baker never reads Valhalla's chats. Peace on Mars. The only thing the CV proved is reasonable doubt. Yeah, in my opinion, yes, that's absolutely correct. Jamie, HMO or PPO? That's the real question. I don't know what that means.
I'll be right back.
There are different kind of health insurance plans or management companies.
I like a PPO. That's just me. I don't go to the doctor very often for things.
That's one of those things we don't have, so I don't understand. I know, understand. Should court cases be changed to a more than 12 jurors? Would it be better if it's like a town or a city decides the case by a vote? It might help stop corruption. No, it absolutely should not. The more people, the more reason for a mob to form. Watch outside court yesterday. There was more than 3,000 people standing outside yesterday. Imagine they had to follow this case for 30 days and then they had a vote on it. There would be fires in the street. So, yeah.
I mean, I think there's something to be said about possibly, and it would have to be implemented correctly, but there is something to be said as far as maybe having a professional layman jury kind of thing like you do in Denmark, because then you have jurors that are actually wanting to be there, willing to pay attention, can be given classes to understand how this legally is, what it's talking about.
No, don't do anything like that. Never give us a class, because you want us to be the reasonable average human being. That's how we run it.
Like how
we're a lot of new people here today, so I should probably say that again. I am what's called a layman in Denmark. That's our jury system, where we are seated for 4 years at a time. We apply. We are checked out that we don't have any criminal history or anything like that could be a problem. And then we are assigned to, there are 3 levels of court in Denmark. We can be in 2 of them, either like a local court or the higher ups. My level is everything up till normally 4 years, but we can get everything if the defendant wants to just be in the local city courts. We have no training other than we have to read some papers about how we are supposed to conduct ourselves, and then you, after 4 years, you get a lot of knowledge about how the system works. But I don't know anything about the law, other than, of course, I've done so many cases now. I understand that 244 is simple violence, 245 is aggravated assault, and I kind of know how much you get for all the trials, but we don't get a formal training. We are just learning on the job. But I think the standard is you have 4 cases a year, and I think I bet somewhere between 8 to 15 cases a year, because I'm on quick dial for the court. And Gaga missed a lot. What happened with the judge? They wanted a better jury form than they were given, because there's no not guilty on the lesser included. And she said, it's like that in Massachusetts. Janetti knows that. And he said, actually, I've never seen that. And then she said to Karen Reed, because she was probably sarcastically laughing at her, is it funny, Miss Reed? No, we're not a professional juror. We are elected for 4 years at a time. We are paid way better than American jurors, but we are just, it's people who want to be in that position who's chosen. They can't force my neighbor to do jury duty. It's not like you get a summons in the mail and you have to be there for 4 days next week because you might catch a trial. I think we have maybe 700 people in my city who can be jurors, or maybe not that much. I can't remember how many laymen we are, but then you just do it, and we only do criminal cases. You can't have a jury case for a civil matter in Denmark. So it's that's especially as Andrea Burkhardt said, because what if they find her not guilty in the lesser included? Then they can't reach, if they find her not guilty in the first 2. Then they can recharge her on that one, but they can't mark that they didn't find her guilty in that. So they can, technically, we have movement in court, but we don't have. I think he's just fooling around with his camera. Yeah, it was just a camera movement.
Like, sit and really think about that. That is just really off-putting for Bev to just say that, make that remark about Karen.
Yeah.
She didn't need to. She could have just walked off the bench and let it be. It's not like
especially
she was
because there's no jury there now.
Like laughing. Yeah, the jury wasn't there. The camera couldn't even see. You couldn't even see Karen, and it's not like you could hear her either. So
yeah,
why make that remark?
because this was the real one. This wasn't on the bev in front of the jury. Hey, jury, I have to ask. This was the old B word that came out. Because now she
She
can
needs a
say
gin
that.
and tonic.
Yeah. No one wants jury duty since
Like,
OJ.
this is
probably,
Karen's life,
maybe.
so she has every right to feel how she feels
Yeah.
about things.
I am particularly fond of not having that in my face all day. Even though they got rid of their phones and SIMs, why couldn't they get the info from phone providers? They have all that on the servers, don't they? You have to, I think they had a ruling in the US about access to that and how long they can preserve it. I can't remember
that,
because
and
we
they
have
would have
different
to
rules.
write a warrant, and they didn't. They didn't
Yeah.
care. So
Yeah, that would require the police to actually want to look at those phones.
Yeah, and that's the funny part, because if it comes to a civil matter, she could probably get access to those because they have a way lower bar at civil matters than they have at criminal matters.
Yeah, civil matters, the discovery, they can get pretty much anything they want, which would be the one thing that would prevent anybody from suing her, I suppose.
I think
but I guess it's all gone now, right?
Yes, it's gone. It's 2 years. So they won't keep it for that long. I think actually in Denmark, in Europe, we have a rule that they have to keep it for. I can't remember. They made a ruling in the EU Parliament. I think maybe 6 months or a year. They have to have backup on it. I think the voting public needs better education on how to review candidates on the ballot for elected judges. Well, that's I don't know if you call it civics or whatever you call it in school. You should learn all about how a system is built, how the voting is going. And one of the things people, and I've said this many a time, the problem is everywhere we have a democracy, people get really tribal and they don't look at the particular candidate that a party brings out. They just look at, oh, it's that party. I always vote blue. I always vote red. I always vote polka dot, whatever you vote. And you don't care which candidate is running. And 85%, I've been in politics for 20 years. And even as a 27 years old, that's impressive.
that is.
And we can tell, even when people are angry everywhere, yelling and screaming, 85% will vote exactly the same way they voted the last time, or maybe move. Remember, we have like 13 parties when we have elections, so there might be move one party left or right, but they will never jump to the far right or to the far left. 85% goes just like mom and dad did.
Fire and ice, that's a great point. Does the state of police reverse Carrie's car to appreciate that? Not if she goes to prison.
Yeah. It's not talking about smack about that chat, but just normally ADB sees trials differently from majority of others due to her background. It's interesting to see everyone seeing this trial the exact same way. Actually, it's funny to follow this trial because, yeah, when EDB came on, everyone think she's gonna see Lally in a better light than we do. No, she saw him as just as big a catastrophe as we did. But all of a sudden, like 3 weeks ago, a lot of channels popped up starting doing the anti-Karen Reed grift. You can call us grifters too, doesn't matter. But they started doing that because no one was covering that part, so they filled the void. That's capitalism. No one else is saying that, so we're going to say it. But that's how it is.
And it is interesting to me, endlessly fascinating to see the people that are like, Lolly gave a commanding and fact-based, closing. And I'm like, what is the gummy that you are having? Because I too would like to be out of my mind when I'm listening to Lolly. I'm like, is it Quaaludes? I mean, what are we talking about here?
Kelly, there have been one question. Could we end so I can catch the bus at 4:00? That was the
real
question we had.
questions. But that does, again, that kind of concerns me that juror anticipates being there until 4 o'clock. That means I have to wake up again tomorrow. I don't want to.
Poor Valhalla.
Yeah.
He's like, won't you think of me?
I wish Karen's supporters show quiet optimism versus parade outside. Well, people do it in different ways, and some people are very vocal, and some people are very active online, and some people are sitting in our chats all around the place, and they just took
I will
the
say
jury is
that
deliberating banner off. And there's a lot of different ways to show your support, I would say. But again, the parade outside has only been big the last 2 days. It's been a couple of hundred people. Yesterday it was a couple of thousands.
Amy's positive pathways. Nobody said it. EDB is biased. Certainly didn't mean to. If that's the way it came across, we like EDB.
We have the utmost respect for EDB,
for sure.
Yeah.
And Valhalla found out he's his neighbor.
Yeah,
Oh,
apparently.
cool.
I thought she was out in Cali. Chat the other day told me that she had moved to Tennessee. Well, crazy Grammy.
Yeah, I got a lot of comments about that one.
I wasn't going to miss the opportunity last night to go on and meet those people. So I'll suck it up for a day.
It's yeah. Sometimes you have to pay a little. I do some. My first panel show was at 2 a.m. So, and we were done at 4:30 in the morning. So yeah. Those jurors haven't been able to talk about this for weeks. Let them have the tea and talk about everything. I'm sure most have already made their minds, but still the gossip must be nice to have. Yeah, but Liza, what I would do, and I'm just, because we don't run our jury system like yours. We just go into a room, deliberate with 2 jurors and a judge. The first thing I would do, even that though Bev and all the judges say, don't take a straw poll immediately. I would have a straw poll immediately. So we kind of knew, okay, 5 is against, 5 is for, 2 is, I couldn't be bothered. Then we know kind of what positions we have to fight. And I would have a straw poll immediately. But again, I don't understand these people can't see. I would just say, no need, Your Honor. She's free to go, because all the science shows us he wasn't struck by a car. It's so stupid.
Yeah, because I mean that's really all you need to decide. Because if he wasn't struck by that car, if you, by the evidence that was clearly there, you can't determine he was hit by a car, then she's not guilty.
Yeah.
It's just how it is. You don't got to worry about the text messages. You don't got to worry about, did he go in the house or out of the house? Like, that is really not for you to figure out. For you to figure out is if that car backed into him.
Judge should not have discouraged jury for taking a straw poll. Let jury decide. Yeah, but I think it's kind of a thing they do to try and well, we know it also depends on the personalities in that jury room, because if you have some alpha personalities in there, they can very quickly set a tone for how that room is going to run. And if it's the anti-Karen Reed juror who's very alpha, it could really turn the room around and be an uphill battle. I need Mo and Val to do a Chloe conversation reconstruct. As a layman, I is still expected to rely on your experience, including those sitting as a juror in a previous trial. I am expected to use my common sense and judge on evidence provided in front of me, and with the knowledge of I have of the local area and stuff like that. Because actually, sometimes we have a lot of bar fights. That's a lot of the things we deal with. And a lot of times I've probably been to more of the bars than the judges have. And I can say, well, it couldn't have happened that way because the toilet isn't there. And yes, we are expected to remember what we did in the last trials because it's just building up experience.
Totally not a Russian bot. I think you're trolling with that comment. I hope you're trolling with that comment.
Yeah, he is.
I'm pretty sure. Because it's not, you don't have to prove your innocence, as everybody should know at this point, right?
I feel like we need to address the elephant in the room that we did not get a video of this glass shooting cannon. And I feel like that was integral to the need for me to see how this works.
I wanted to see that so bad.
I want to buy Dr. Wolf a beer so bad.
When the jury come in with a question saying, can we get Dr. Hansen back and his cannon? We really need to see that. I think both the men and the women would like it for different reasons, but they would really like him coming back.
It's like Henry Cavill. Everyone's a Henry Cavill sexual.
No.
Whatever. Whatever.
Although he his refusing to be a part of the Witcher after it went to crap is kind of cool. So I can't hate on him too much.
No verdict. Yeah, Medina, we are asking the same question.
Yeah.
This is the next thing, Lally. If this gets to a hung jury, this is the theory Lally will bring to the next case.
Oh, yikes.
I mean, we can watch the Jackson closing again.
We could do that.
I'm a married woman. I'm sure he has a bunch of women plus Auntie Bev who are sliding into his DMs right now.
She was all smiles when he took the stand, wasn't she?
I mean, I think I'm going to have to do a short with the Auntie Bev wig because she goes... And she's like, are you okay, sweetie? Do you need a bigger microphone? Anything
Auntie Bev, your vodka's showing. Calm down, lady.
Just gonna pull this over on the other one and then keep that running, and then we can rewatch the closing from Mr. Jackson if I share it.
Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth does not. So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's already spying.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom.
And we, of course, give no recommendation on how to change stuff into anything on this channel. But thank you, LDR.
Your job is to ensure you don't ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Kieran Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want. But it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads.
I don't get Massachusetts. They smack their lips, they sigh, and a lot of them chew gum like a cow chews cud.
I've already warned you all, but if I win my presidential candidacy, everyone in Massachusetts is going to have to go to speech therapy because we don't do that in my country.
To that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that can happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen. right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up into the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And then when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial. It was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car.
They have invited them to be there. So it's... But look at one remarkable thing. John O'Keefe's dad is not in the courtroom. Because apparently it's the mom who's really friendly with the McAlberts clan.
So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called...
Sheila K., we watched both the ones they have online and the one they were given, and they are not the same.
Ways. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monotonic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you.
Who was that woman on the back left? A Nagel cousin. This one, I believe isn't that Carrie Roberts? Jamie, do you know that you were here the entire
That's Carrie
time?
Roberts, Brian, Jen, and Colin. Those are the 4 that are there.
Thank you. I don't know who the big guy.
I don't know who the one in the white is. Yeah.
This one is the appointed victim's advocate, I believe.
Okay.
You to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone
We don't know who the big girl in. I thought it was a man. Big girl in the white is
holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino
That too.
told you that
By the
Karen
way.
Reed's
How, looking at Lally's timeline now of things, since they know, how does it fit in? Like, that's the thing the jury has to sit and you have to be sitting there. You really have to be sitting there being like, when would she have done this then? And
I mean-
realize Lally didn't tell you.
To be fair,
He told
if
you,
Molly had
he
gotten
told
an
you
extra
4:40
hour-
or 12:45, but now it all of a sudden it changed once that evidence of the 2:36 came out. So why I don't know. I guess it's just because I'm so invested, but why are you not sitting here going, okay, well, we don't know anything? Because they don't know anything, clearly. So yeah.
yeah. That again, alone the problem that his timeline has changed. I believe I counted 4 times during the trial. After we started the trial, we're not talking about his explanation of what happened has changed from attack in the face with a cocktail glass, a 3-point turn, backing up, hitting him in the head, never hitting him in the head, his arm outstretched, his arm close to his body. Road rash is what describes the arm. The tail light exploding is what describes his arm. And in his closing, he will say it's the dimple on the inside of the tail light that makes it. At that point, 30 days in, I would be looking him in the eyes and saying, "Are you effing kidding me? Are you effing kidding me?"
Yeah. Once he sat up there and said, no one said his arm was outstretched, I would have been like, you're a liar. We're done here.
Yeah, I've been looking
It's exactly what your dude said. That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, I'm looking on X because there's someone who cut those 2 videos. I haven't found it, but I wanted to show them after this because it's so stupid.
phone connected to John's Wi-Fi. At what time?
Yeah,
No, to change it in your closing to now it's he's got it scrunched up or whatever, bent.
Yeah.
That should have
That's
been a
so
red flag
stupid.
right there. Like, yep, no.
That's so stupid.
12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie, and Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29.
They're coming in with a question.
Oh, thanks for keeping an eye out, guys.
Go back. Yeah, I have it on my small screen because the problem is sometimes it won't run on both screens when you have two YouTube tabs open, but I can't. Let's just keep it. We'll go back to the opening statements when we hear the questions. Thank you, Jedi.
Yes,
Joe Raw.
Jedi.
Jess. The real question, Jess, is what color lightsaber? That's the real
Purple. Look, if Mace Windu can do it, and then I can pretend to also be reenacting snakes on a plane while fighting with a lightsaber. Got to go with purple.
Only real dimples were on that McDreamy Cannon expert. Even Beth was checking him out. Yeah.
Yes, she was. Oh my gosh, and not subtle. I was like, ma'am, I can feel the heat from the hot flash over here. Settle down.
Bum chicka bum.
White.
Still on OnlyFans. White?
White? They don't have white lightsabers, do they?
For Jesus, yes.
No. No questions. Can we be moisty? Yeah, it would be poetic justice if they were. Hey, no, it wouldn't be poetic justice because then that would mean they will find her guilty and the lesser included. So hopefully it's not that question. Even though I'd love them to.
Is your court feed live, or is it still backed up from when we were farting around? All right.
It's live. And there's nothing happening. Nothing has happened the last half hour.
Just figured I'd double check.
So I don't know if it's done. Yeah, well, I don't know if anyone else has it because this one doesn't. And this should be the pool feed, so.
DJ Rad is outstanding.
Fun dying.
Nope. Another one having it live is.
I'm going to finish this cross stitch.
Nope.
I need to buy more kits now.
More kits? You have 25 kits. You don't need more kits.
What, did you say more kids, Mo? Holy
kits.
Jesus.
Cross stitch kits.
Oh my God.
Kits, which I already have 10 of, but definitely need more since there's a sale running. You are all my alibi. There was a sale.
Most trying to
Rogue Mama, no verdict. Apparently, we have a question coming in.
Mo's trying to give Genghis Khan a run for ancestral line.
I want Elon to get back to me. I will have cosine, tangent Messiah for Starlink and, IVF. I'm just saying. But get me some Starlink and we'll talk. We'll have your 87th kid.
Apparently, ST Barn, there's been some shenanigans going on with this victim's advocate as well. He was mentioned either in the pre-trial hearing or in the start. Was it something he might even have been witness at some point? We have audio. Come on.
We're in business, y'all.
Get a verdict.
Back to session, meeting.
Judge, we have a question for the jury. It's been marked QQQ for identification.
So, question, can we request the cert report detailing the search performed? So they can request it, but they can't get it. So I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. We'll figure that out. I'll get some language from you. But Mr. Jackson, after our hearing this morning, I considered what you said. I went back and I read the jury instructions I gave yesterday. So I do appreciate the concern about the confusion this might cause the jury. I think it's easily clarified with the supplemental instruction. I don't think it's the verdict slip. I think it's how they're to follow the verdict slip. So what I've written up, this is a very rough draft. I'll read it to you. I'll take a break and let you consider it if you want. And this works out. I received this, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, and I've been, the letter, the question from the jury. So it seems a good time. So I was working on this. It seems a good time to bring them in for an answer to that question. And I would say, as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict as to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. The lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proved all 5 elements, or proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and has failed to prove all of the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
I still find it confusing.
Well, it's just a lot of words.
Your Honor, may be heard.
Yes.
I deeply appreciate the court's additional clarifying language. I would simply ask for one very simple amendment, and that is at the top of the verdict slip, it says the 2 words, not guilty. We would ask that the verdict slip read, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. That's it. And I think that and the court's clarifying instruction would satisfy the defense. That's all I think. I know it will. That's all we ask.
All right.
I can repeat that if the court wishes.
She's like,
So there are some like minor changes we have to make to the verdict slip anyway. Just, you know, it has to be consistent. So the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, The tab needs to, actually, Tori. So there needs to be some physical changes on the verdict slip. Anyway, it needs to be indented. There needs to be a colon after guilty of offense charged. It's not complete. It doesn't have under the influence of liquor. It just says under the influence. So there are some minor changes that need to be made to the verdict slip. Does the Commonwealth oppose the suggestion made by Mr. Jackson, which seems like a reasonable one?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so it will be not guilty. So tell me again how you want it.
Sure.
You want-
Not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense.
Okay, Bev, you had since 4 yesterday to make sure there were no typos, that you indented things. I mean, I thought you said this is like every other court form that you've ever done. So
I
are
think
you
the
always
clarifying
doing
language that
10%
I
of a half-assed
proposed
job?
is important.
I do too, and I appreciate that. I think with that amendment to the slip and the clarifying language, I think coupling those up is exactly what the defense was asking for. I appreciate that.
So I need to clean, I'd like to send in a written copy of what I just read there. I have a couple of things bolded. I need to fix this up a little bit. I mean, it was just done quickly. The jury's been waiting. Why don't we bring them in? And I will tell them that a new verdict slip will come into them. How's that? I do, though, have to make a finding that the verdict slip as is was proper. All right, so we'll just leave it at that. I'll make the amendment that you want, but that's my finding.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just from a logistics standpoint, once the new verdict slip is prepared and ready,
We all need to see it.
I was just going to ask, do we have that email to us or?
Yeah, we all need to see it. I will work with Tori. All right. All right, can we bring the jurors in, please? Oh, I'm sorry. What suggested language on the cert report?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Any suggested language on their question?
No, I think the court's correct that in terms of the cert report request, the court's answer is right on point, which is you are directed to concern, you're directed to review the evidence that's in front of you, and that's it.
I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. We will not give you
It's a jury question, Brandon.
anything. Okay.
CERT is something, an emergency response team.
Yeah, it's that search team.
It's basically the search.
All right, so jurors, we're in receipt of your question. Can we request the cert report detailing the search performed? I take this as a request, and the answer is that you folks, you have all the evidence in the case. So what you have is the evidence in the case. You won't be receiving any additional evidence. But as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict is to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. So, the lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and has failed to prove all the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2. So I'm going to send in a new verdict slip on count 2 that's just a little bit different, and we have to sort of change we have to indent something and change the spacing a little bit to make it a little bit clearer for you. Okay, so we'll get that into you in the next 10 minutes. All right, thank you all very much. Jimmy.
Court will be recessed.
So, I actually think that them asking for the cert report could be a good thing. Could indicate they find the searchers unbelievable with the magic tail light showing up after the cert report. I think they wanted the cert report to figure out. They're probably discussing. Didn't they say they cleaned the entire front lawn for snow? How did it show up later?
Is that the cert report? Right? Is the cert report about that front yard search?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure what search you were talking about.
It's the crash emergency team who did the initial search where they shoveled all the snow and shifted all the snow according to Trooper. Can't remember his name. At 5:45 in the evening on the day, and found 1 piece of clear plastic and 2 pieces of red plastic in the area where Tully indicated they should be looking. It's also the people who testified that there were 3 or 5 people they didn't know. No, there was 5 people they knew. The 2 of them, one was Tully, the other one I can't remember the name of, and 3 people they didn't know but they were probably from Canton PD. So them being stuck on that could, to me, but again, I don't know anything, but it could indicate they are discussing why didn't they find all this evidence that they found later.
Yeah, or make a really good diagram or anything. I mean, we still don't know where Daggone John ended up, after his double somersault, triple toe loop. So
I'm a little less optimistic sometimes because how many times have jurors come back and ask questions and we're like, oh, that sounds good, and then they
Yeah.
so I don't know. I really don't know what that would be, to be honest. O'Hara, that was the guy. Yeah. Officer O'Hara.
Yeah. It was Lieutenant O'Hara. Yeah. At what point do we start to worry? It seemed like such an obvious note. Genitals. I started worrying yesterday before we started Verdict Watch.
Yeah, once she said the case is closed, it's now up to you, I was like, and there's the pit in my stomach.
I don't think it has anything to do with the names of the officers present for the search. I think, to me, to watch that again, I would be thinking about, we know they found, and Jackson talked about it in his closing arguments, that they didn't find anything. So they, to me, I would be saying, but how do you explain the tail light? It's probably because someone is arguing about, well, the tail light clearly shows it, and the other one is saying, but it doesn't matter, or it doesn't line up with what we've been presented. They found 3 pieces on the day off, turning into 5 pieces, but they found 39 other pieces, which was way bigger than the ones the search team found. I could see that's probably the hullabaloo. Just don't go into the light, Brandon. Don't go into the light. No, because then it would be in evidence. In my opinion, they don't want people to say they didn't consider all facts when they find her not guilty. I'm going to go over it just to be sure. I think there's people in there who isn't as clear as we are, and they have to discuss this. Search team leaders stated there were 3 unidentified police at the scene. 1 had a mask. Yeah, there were 5 people. He knew the 2 of them. 1 of them was Tully, and 3 one. There's definitely a lawyer back there or a doubter. I think the rumor was that there were 2 lawyers in the jury pool, which to me seems amazing because normally lawyers will yeet lawyers faster than anything else. But again, if a lawyer is in there, I don't care if it will most likely be a defense lawyer or someone who do other. It won't be a prosecutor. So
it might just be like a title attorney or something, something.
Yeah, but still, they have crim law, so they should sit there and say this makes no sense.
At the very least, a lawyer back there would understand the craziness involved with the evidence collection and the chain of custody. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So it was 45 pieces total, right? Over a 6-week period. If someone can refresh my memory, please. On the day off, they found 2 pieces of red plastic and 1 piece of clear plastic. And then when they opened the evidence, it turned into 3 pieces of red plastic and 2 pieces of clear plastic. That's what Jackson. I think can't remember if we were getting to that in his argument just yet. Those were what the search team found. These people went from the front door to the fire hydrant, digging up everything and shifting the snow through a shift thingy.
Yeah, and didn't Wally say that they found the glass pieces under the snow, but we were shown pictures of them on top of mounds?
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, then a couple of days later, Buchanan was just driving to work, and because he had told Canton PD, oh, please drive by down there a couple of times to see if magic evidence just shows up. And then he got a call just as he was about to drive up Fairview from the former police chief. Well, he's now the former. He used to be the police chief out on sick leave, who found a magic piece about this big that the search team didn't find because they only found these small pieces, which could have been consistent with the taillight pieces from the initial impact. And that's why, if you go back and listen to Dr. Cannon without all the female attention to his dimples, he actually states that you can tell where the initial impact was on the light. So that could be from that could be when they arrived at the scene. It could be, I don't know. It could be the easiest pieces to get a hold of. It could be from her, the driveway in the morning. It could be a million things. We don't know. But alone that a piece roughly this big shows up 6 weeks later, to me, shows me this is planted evidence.
Yeah. And
yeah, I agree with Runkle. Runkle is smarter than me, and I agree.
yes, Runkle is smart because elves live forever and he's seen it before.
What was the? I missed the last part of that comment. Runkle said what?
Now I have to go back and find it. Runkle's. I can't find it now. They're discussing how the plastic got there, I think was the last part of it.
Okay.
Because Jamie is having a phone call. The search team did not do an official report as they did not find anything. That came out earlier on in the trial. Well, they didn't do a report. Sergeant Tully did a report. He wrote down everything. Well, yeah, it's hard to. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Canadian. It's just next to Massachusetts. Well, they did find pieces of glass and a shoe, but they didn't find anything else, and that's the big problem. No, they found 3 pieces turned into 5 pieces. Well, I don't have the Cannon clip. It's part of my outro, so you'll have to wait till the show stops. It's to keep you all here until the show ends.
Thank you, Greg.
We have audio.
Hot mic?
Well, they never turn audio on unless something happens.
Yeah.
And remember, the special emergency response team isn't the one who do crime scene investigations normally. So normally they search for people or clean up car accidents. So it really doesn't have anything to do with the crime scene. Come on. Was this just a mistake?
Can you get the secretary? Can you get it? Okay.
What the F is going on? Is it just a mic check?
Karaoke party.
No, that was it. Printer's out of ink. Yeah, but she would mail them to him.
Yeah, I don't think they were going to come back in session for that.
Yeah, Runkle and I agree. I see enough real-life crime scenes, and they all have place markers where evidence has been found, a stationary camera, memorized location. None of this was done at any point, even with CERT. Yeah, and again, CERT isn't a crime scene investigation unit. It's a cleanup crew that goes out when you crash into someone else. So they don't have specialized equipment to figure out. That's why we saw some of the things. It was just snow shovels they went through the scene with. And we could clearly see that some of the snow had been turned over by a snow shovel right next to the piece of glass that Lally claimed was on the bottom of the amount, like Mo just said. So it's such a weird thing. So I don't know. I can't see anything. It might just be a mishap in audio. Let's go back and watch the opening statements from Monsieur. Closing from Jackson while we're watching.
To 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34th Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial.
No, CERT is a team. It stands for stands for
Special Emergency Response Team, or Emergency
I
Recovery Team. Why don't we just look it up instead of guessing?
I can show it to you here. The Special Emergency Response Team provides partner agencies with a highly trained and professional field force available on short notice for scenarios such as a missing person search, civil disturbances, special event crowd management, site security, not in this case, or other situations where a cohesive unit of law enforcement officers may be needed. For search or rescue, all members of the units are specially equipped and expertly trained in areas such as search incident management, search methodology, land navigation, search and rescue leadership, pathfinder techniques, and are trained to have a comprehensive background in a large array of search missions. As a rapid deploy unit set to support local agencies, all members of the unit are also highly trained in defensive tactics, use of specialty control devices, arrest and dispersal of crowds, countermeasures to civil disturbances, and how to work with other support units. This sounds clearly like a team you want to rummage around in your crime scene. Yeah, the jury doesn't care about the rules. They make the rules. They are God. And the funny part was that search team were alerted at, what was it, 2:30, but wasn't shipped out till 5 o'clock. Yeah. Crowd control, yeah, highly trained. Yeah, they could shovel a scene. Yeah, Tully was the one who kept them waiting because they had to wait for higher ups. At the time they are activated, they already have determined Karen Reed hit him with a car, because that's around before they arrive at the scene. They have ordered a tow truck in Dayton and gotten the car back to the Sally Port. So they already know they are looking for evidence showing a motor vehicle homicide. Because Super Trooper Proctor can determine that by seeing a shoe being knocked off at a crime scene. You would like to have seen Jackson not shift the burden to the defense so much, maybe take a page from the wine lawyer and throw in, these are my reasonable doubt, feel free to come up with yours. It could have been, yeah, he maybe talked a little bit too much about the third-party culprit. Owned because, as you hard doctors say, we have no evidence of anything. Yeah, I would have brought up the medical people saying none of them claims anything happens.
I mean, I know it's their strategy for this grand conspiracy to be it, but I would have maybe stuck more with the fact that this investigation was FUBAR to begin with. I mean, you don't need a conspiracy if the cops aren't going to look at anyone else. I would pay more attention to the lackluster investigation and maybe not have gone the whole conspiracy moment, even though there are things that point to that.
Yeah. Thank you for the third info. Paragraph 2 of their functions descriptions were not true in this case. No, because they couldn't secure a scene. But, well, it wasn't their job because it was the local cops who didn't call them out to secure the scene at 7 in the morning when they left the crime scene and didn't come back till 10 hours later. Just,
left
again,
it unsecured.
The more you think about it, the more angry you get. Because the crime scene isn't secured. As people saying, where are the establishing shots? Where are the small yellow cones with numbers on it? Where are the diagrams showing the crime scene? Well, John O'Keefe's body wasn't there when we arrived. No, but instead of using your Garmin GPS you use when you're out hunting for deer, maybe put down some cones. Well, we didn't take all the GPS measurements because it would just be one big red blob. That's not how you do an investigation. That's not how you present evidence to a court room.
No.
In my case.
J. Ray Fubar stands for effed up beyond all recognition.
I think it's a Second World War term from the army.
We still use it in the army.
Yeah. How could you argue the tail light was planted if it's not a conspiracy?
It doesn't need to be planted. They just didn't prove it. They didn't prove it. They didn't take shots. They don't have measurements of anything. You cannot prove anything when you have nebulous measurements. So, again, you can stay away from the conspiracy by saying they did a piss poor, investigation.
Thank you for using those words again, Mo.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
My mom used to say that all the time. I figured that's just a phrase.
I'm not sure your mom was wearing a black dress and a gown with a white rim.
Little white hood up there.
No,
only
not
when
a white
she bar
hood.
hopped.
Just and a big cross. That's
yikes.
Lieutenant O'Hara is part of the State Police Evidence Search Unit, CSSS, I believe. Bit differently, Evidence Search Unit. They found the initial 2 red and 1 piece clear plastic, and also the shoe. Yeah, which turned into 3 pieces of red and 2 pieces of clear plastic.
I think we're forgetting about the nebulous and stuff. I think that's what we're not carrying the and stuff squared, and that's why this isn't making sense.
Figmo, I don't know what.
I'm not sure I know what that one is.
How long did the police leave the crime scene for? A week? So everyone could have been walking in and plant evidence. No, they left it for 10 hours. 10 hours, and then they did the search team. That was so thorough. They went from the front door to the fire hydrant. That's the entire length of the lawn. Digging that up, shoulder by shoulder. They found 2 pieces of red plastic, 1 piece of clear plastic. Those pieces of plastic had a little fun time while in the evidence bag, so it turns into 3 pieces of red plastic and 2 pieces of clear plastic. Don't ask why. It's the Canton triangle. It just does. Then, I believe 4 days later, Sergeant Buchanan is driving to work and is called by Lieutenant Berkovich, Captain Berkovich, saying, "Hey, I just drove by and I found a big piece of plastic." And he was just down the road. So he came by, said, "Oh, that's amazing." Then they went back out there and looked again and found the hat and more plastic. Then they went away, and then they came back 6 times and found more plastic. Don't think about it. It really, really, really makes sense if you don't think about it. They matched it to a consistency with the plastic that they use in the Lexus model. Why would they want the cert report? Because it can be customized and tampered. It's like every other. Well, probably because they want to figure out what it said. Because Alan Jackson brings it up that it was a shoddy search.
I wonder if they were trying to figure out who was there.
Yeah. Oh.
Nice.
Makes you wonder if the solo cup blood was in fact pig's blood, maybe from closed pantry.
They went full carry on him.
Good Lord.
They're like, you will not be prom queen.
How many total pieces of taillight? I believe it was 40. We can actually see it in the opening statements because he mentioned it. I believe it's 34 or 45 or something. And it was over 6 weeks. So, and it's just because snow and stuff. I still think he got into an altercation with someone who, no idea. Well, the big thing is, as the more we start talking about who could have done it, it doesn't matter as long as she didn't do it. This is the only thing, because let me let you in on a little secret. If this ends up with a not guilty, and I will put $5 on this. If this ends up with a not guilty, this case will go away faster than a fart in a blizzard.
Oh yeah, they're never going to charge anybody else for this. The feds might, though. The feds might.
Feds won't touch this case because they. Let's be reasonable. How will the Fed run this case? What evidence will you use on this case that you have been presented with that could indict anyone else?
DNA.
What DNA?
There's 2 other sources of DNA that they have on file. If they match that, they could. If they're investigating these police as a conspiracy or a RICO case, right? They could charge pretty much anybody they wanted with murder if they can prove that one of them had something to do with this. They can pretty much charge everybody with it.
They can charge a ham sandwich. How would you prove it? You'll say John O'Keefe's DNA was Brian Higgins' DNA was on the clothes. Then I will show you the video from the bar where he hugs him, and say that's transfer DNA. Clearly. How will you prove this case against anyone else? They made sure that you can't charge anyone other than Karen Reed.
What if it's Colin Alberts?
But it wasn't it? It
Say
wasn't.
what?
It was blood, wasn't it?
No, it's just DNA mixed. We don't know how it was.
So if they ended up, and I'm speculating here, this is all just thought processing, right? So if they come back and they can match Colin Albert or Brian Albert, I think, wasn't at the bar either, right? He was supposed to be somewhere else. So if they can match somebody's DNA to John O'Keefe's body that claims to have never had any contact with John O'Keefe that night, that raises a lot of questions.
Yeah. Then you come back, change the story, and said, yeah, actually, he fell down inside the house, and but he went out.
And if somebody admits that, then they're screwed. Then everybody's screwed because they all lied. They're all going to prison.
Yeah.
They're all
I'll take a
corrupted.
perjury charge. I'll take 4 years in prison on perjury.
Well, and they did such a poor job with the chain of evidence in the evidence that can be used by their defense attorneys. If,
we can't prove this DNA is even from the test because she just took 2 swabs and ran it all over everything. And did you see how badly we preserved the crime scene? We left the blood out in open containers in a sally port. It's almost like we're idiots, but no, we didn't do it. It was just an accident. There's less chance that the FBI will charge anyone connected to this with the murder of John O'Keefe than Karen Reed will be found guilty. Simply because this is such a bad investigation that every normal person should see you can't run this through the court system. Judge Bev should have thrown it right in the face of Lally and laughed at him when she saw the evidence. The grand jury should have laughed at Lally. Everyone should have laughed at Lally bringing this case. The problem is they needed a scapegoat, so no one else got tainted with this. And they was too stupid to make this a simple slip and fall. He got up again, fell down outside, and died. But you said that he was instantly unconscious. Well, he must have slipped on black ice. That's why he has the injuries to his forehead. And then he fell down. If they had made this a slip and fall, no one would ever have looked into it. He would be in the ground. She would have his, or the kids would have his insurance money, and everyone would go on living without anything happening to anyone. This is why this is so stupid, pinning it on Karen Read. I think people saying they were hoping to pin it on a plow driver could be. But if I was writing a crime novel, he was very drunk. He puked all over himself. We said, hey, don't you want to call Karen? And he said, F all you, I'm going home. And we didn't see him again. He banged his head against the wall, and that's why I said, hey, we're going to call you a cab or something. And yeah, all the butt dialing, we were talking about how drunk he was, and we hope nothing happened to him. And I was so upset. I Googled how long to die in the cold, because imagine he fell over. We were looking for him on the way home, but we never saw him. And then he was out by the fire hydrant all the time, or he banged the back of his head on the electrical thingy-ma-ding. You have the ME. The ME she can't figure out anything. She don't know her behind from the back of her hand. She won't give you, it was clearly a crime. No one would look into it. D.A. Morrissey would say, yep, slip and fall. No way we're looking into any of this. But they did a dum-dum and charged Karen Read. And now I'm afraid she's going to catch a lesser included.
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed that nobody mentioned that Prince Albert wasn't a suspect because he was in the can at the time. Thank you, Dennis Heaton.
Oh my God.
I think he was at home with his wife, not in the can. Because he was looking at the watch when his good little boy Colin came home, and as he always did, came in and gave his mom a goodnight kiss. He's such a good...
I called so much BS on that. That little turd nugget doesn't care about his parents.
Hey, Mo.
And give them a loving kiss at the night.
Son of the year material. I can tell you that.
Yeah, and he's very peaceful. Look at all the fights that he's trying to elicit on Instagram.
Yeah. Except the twist, the slip and fall. You don't need any of this. It's intentional. They should have stayed away from trying to pin it on Karen. But sadly, she woke up that morning and went looking for him, and they panicked. That's the problem, because imagine when Jen McCabe did the Dunkin's run we always do in our family on my lovely little nephew's birthday. We always leave Dunkin' Donuts in a frozen car in a blizzard. She sadly drives past her best friend in the world, John O'Keefe. She runs in. Chloe isn't home because he went with Caitlin home that night. And Brian Alberts comes out and says, we got to try and save him. I'm a first responder. It's my job. It's my duty. We couldn't do it. And poor Karen Read, she was such a good girlfriend to him. They did so much for those kids. And we wish her all the best, and we love John. John was such a great guy, but sadly, he passed away on our front line. We will have to live with this forever, but we wish the best for the kids. We have a GoFundMe set up for the kids. Please consider that these kids is now twice orphaned, and Jen McCabe and I will be the poster child on raising money for those kids so they can have a great life, even when they have to live with this loss. Imagine if Karen Reed didn't wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning going crazy, that she got a knock on the door at 8 instead of. After poor Jen had found the deceased John O'Keefe, when she was on the Dunkin' Donut run in a blizzard. I always leave Dunkin' Donuts on his front seat. It was below 20 outside. No, you don't. Again, you can't tell me my back is wet because it's raining when I'm inside. It's
It's not exactly how that saying goes, but it's
no, but
close enough.
I can't say it the other way. I'm not Mo.
I don't know. The federal investigation though, like it exists, right? It's happening. I understand.
No
I agree.
Evidence.
I agree with you that there is no. That was the plan, right? If it was just down to Canton and the Norfolk County or whatever and the Mass State, yeah, there would never be another charge. But the feds are involved now, and they may not charge somebody with this, but they're definitely looking into it. And who knows what they'll come up with. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have half the evidence we have in this case.
Why they didn't geofence the area? They had no reason to it. They knew who did it. They knew that after 6 hours. 6 hours, they knew exactly what happened. And then they spent 2 years proving it. So that's the big problem. It's I think the 300,000 are from the parents, but she helped manage it into the trust to protect it. And yeah, we heard something about it. Also, another funny thing: those pictures of John's car. That car is now belonging to Paul, I believe.
Yeah.
So any scuff marks on that bumper, because they could just fix that up when he took over that car. I don't know. If we didn't have the FBI, we wouldn't have the expert that built a yeet cannon who could not stop smiling. That's a really good point.
Very
yeah,
true.
I mean, I think everyone needed that. Finally, the FBI, you've done something right.
You gave us Dr. Wolf, and we appreciate you for that.
I'm still disbanding you when I become president, though.
Mr. Nice Guy, I agree.
Investigating widespread corruption from Norfolk DA.
Of course, she shouldn't have done that great success, because you should never take the stand. Because as I read someone on X, and I use X for all my information because they are only reasonable, intelligent people on X. They said, well, she was so unlikable, so she will probably get convicted. Well, that has nothing to do with the trial. Imagine if she was on the stand and he kept yelling at her, but you're jealous. Listen to this phone call. Listen to this text. Would that have looked good in front of the jury? Absolutely not. No matter, we read the entire text. I think everyone here agrees John came off the worst.
Yeah.
Why should she
come off
wait
great,
her
but,
chance by going on the stand? It's just unless you are having a self-defense case, I would stay away from the stand, because you will be cross-examined. Imagine Lally, the way he yelled at a poor old grandma, how much you would have yelled at Karen and kept her on the stand for days. Jodi Arias would be nothing compared to this.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason for her to take the stand. There's no benefit for her. She couldn't have provided anything beneficial to her case.
We do know that the FBI didn't go into the house and luminol it, because if they did that and found any evidence, that would be exculpatory evidence that would have been turned over from the feds in this case, and they would have been able to use it here, because that's where we get all the exculpatory evidence from with the car investigation. If they had went to the house and they have dug up Chloe's corpse from the backyard and found out, even though you can't use bite marks profiles, that it was Chloe, and they had all of that, and they said, yeah, we're only going to give you the car part. They couldn't do that. That would be a Brady violation as well, because it's exculpatory evidence they would turn over. That's way more in there. That's probably showing all kinds of bad behavior between all of the culprits. But what they could take from the Fed report was car never hit man, man never hit by car. If they had clear evidence that Brian Higgins lured him to the house, they beat him up with a 5-pound dumbbell while Chloe was chewing on him, they would have turned that over as well. There's no more there in the evidence that has anything to do with this case, but there's a lot more there that has to do with, there's probably more down the line for some of the people in this case. There's no upside to her taking the stand. Exactly, Brandon. I love when Brandon agrees with me. No, feds don't have to turn anything over. So what they turned over is what's been used.
I thought I remember hearing something in it. I think it was just a rumor, or I took it as a rumor, but something about the new homeowners actually gave somebody permission to look around. So I don't know if it's true. I don't know if looking around means investigating everything thoroughly. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not.
They did like yank out the floor in the basement before they moved, though.
Yeah, they redid it after they redid it half a year before. But again, that's circumstantial evidence. So that's, I don't know how much you can use. We can all agree that what should have been done in this case is, of course, they should have luminoled the entire basement. They should have geofence everything. They should have DNA tested everyone who was in that house that night. They should have downloaded all the phone reports.
Yes. Yes, they should have.
They should have secured the Ring camera videos instead of waiting after asking, how long do you keep it? We keep it X amount of time, and then ask for it days after they knew they wouldn't have them. They should have done all that. They didn't. And that means they purposefully covered it up. But do the people on the jury know that? That's the big problem. Can all the other victims in open cases handled by Proctor at this time still request another review because he cannot be trusted? You have to ask a lawyer. But I would bet you a lot of defense lawyers are looking at this case very interested right now, especially because not only Proctor, but
the whole police department
said you can't use Cellbrite and conclude anything from that. You need to have this Whiffen guy from England come in with his 500 users homemade program to trust Cellbrite. There is approximately a lot of people right now either being indicted on Cellbrite evidence or in prison on Cellbrite evidence. And the state of Massachusetts claimed you can't use Cellbrite. So that's going to be interesting. It's just so easy. Man at bar, man dead at home of someone at bar. You get all those phones, records, geodata, and triangulate it. Brandon, you're preaching to the choir. I totally agree. This is...
That's basic police work.
You have to be so highly connected in the system that didn't happen. Because trust me, had Mo found Valhalla on her front lawn, the Rupplers couldn't even hide for the feds because they would all be tearing down the walls.
You guys, I don't know who has the skills to meme this, but I need some guy, the AT&T guy, like, can you hear me now? And then John Proctor doing the Sparta kick. Like, this is Canton. We don't use cell phone records. Just Sparta kicking him into the well.
This is Sparta.
This is Canton. No cell phones. And just the can you hear me now guy just falling into the well.
Why did they not enter the home? Because they didn't want to enter the home. They claimed they had no probable cause to do it. I have said from the first time that if a dead cop shows up on the front lawn and another dead cop, you would knock down the door and make sure that cop inside the house is secure. They had all the probable cause to go in there. There was a dead guy on the lawn.
If there was a dead cop on my front lawn tomorrow morning, not only would they be in this house, they would rip every wall apart. There would be no house left with how much they would search this place. If nothing else, just out of spite.
Yeah.
Oh, thin blue line, you killed my buddy. I'm going to make your life as miserable as humanly possible.
Yeah, it could be Carla Berkowitz. I think they're breaking for lunch. I think they get lunch served in the jury room. But I need some dinner.
Right?
So
let me go take a bio break real quick, and then I'll come back and you can go get some food if you want.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Give me a second. And I might actually heat up some lunch real quick and bring it back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you all go get some dinner, and then I'll put on Jackson and just sit here and take questions.
Perfect.
How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows.
Brekowski. Sorry, Carla. I do names wrong.
Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to lead. Higgins is just about to lead. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, you coming here? This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things
I have court running. I have an eye on court. I know everyone is saying, oh, the clock stopped. The clock isn't an official court clock. It's not like when the clock stops, it means Bev have said something. I don't know where Rewind Radio gets all his back in court soon, any minute now. Court is still court. It's still OnlyFans. So I will, as soon as I hear any noise, I'll bring it up, just like we've been doing the entire time. We just got audio.
Ooh.
And 22117, counsel have both had an opportunity to look at the new verdict slip.
All right, so does the defense say the verdict slip's in order?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, and we appreciate the call.
Okay, does the Commonwealth say the verdict slip's in order?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so the verdict slip will go in. Officer Delano, and I'll let you do what you're doing. All right, so the verdict slip will go into the jury. I instruct you or Officer Leiden to remove verdict slip for count number 2 from the jury, have the jurors fold it, put it in an envelope and seal it. And we'll bring that in and we'll mark that for identification. I'm also going to send in a transcript of the supplemental instruction I gave this morning. May we mark that? Madam Court Reporter, please. I have copies for counsel if you'd like. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we'll be in recess. And you'll remember that the jurors were instructed that we won't take any questions or verdict during 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Okay?
I missed that last one.
The jurors were instructed in the instructions I gave yesterday that we will not take a verdict or a question from 1 to 2. So everybody's free to go for lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise for the court, please.
To all of you who are new to trial watching, I will tell you, you will get 200,000 people saying, verdict's in, court's back, we're live. Always wait until you have audio from court, because Tom CPU standing outside gets rumors, that's hearsay, that's hearsay, that's hearsay. This was the verdict form is in. It's not the verdict. And it doesn't seem like they're just about to do it, because she said from 1 till 2, we don't take questions or a verdict. So don't believe Twitter. Don't believe anyone else than the direct feed, because it's pool cam. Only if you get it from, I would say, Verdict Watch is a good, normally a good one to follow. Any of us YouTubers get the same information you get on Twitter. We don't know any more than you do. That's why I always have, while I'm talking to you or while we're watching Jackson, I always have the courtroom feed running. I have my Twitter open so we can watch along. Love Tom to death. I love all he's been doing, but he has no special knowledge of when the verdict's in. If he gets any notice of that, it will be from Twitter, or maybe if he overhears something outside, and it'll probably be put on Twitter just as fast. So always look on the court feed if anyone says anything's happening, because this is the second time the verdict supposedly was in, and it hasn't happened now. The verdict form is in. They changed the verdict form because Alan Jackson complained about it. And now they talked about it, looked it over, and sent it to a jury. Well, if you're not used to it, it can be very confusing, because everyone is this is kind of like in high school. When you talk to your friend about when you met that guy, and he smiled at you. 2 hours later, you will hear from someone 2 grades above you on the other side of the school telling you that your friend had sex with him, because they heard that story.
How dare you? Language.
Smecks, sorry.
I just figured I'd get
No, Rewind Radio. You never said verdict, but a lot of people said verdict. A lot of people came in and said verdict, 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 verdict. And I just, again, I do have several screens. Right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 tabs and an iPad running, just so I try to keep up with everything while we are entertaining you, while you are sitting here watching anything. Nothing.
Yep.
It might not be till I bet on before lunch today, but I'm wrong. I actually tried to set up a panel show for 4 p.m. this afternoon, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Yeah. And never ever listen to LDR. Well, because Bev is Bev. She's that bad. I'm going back to showing Alan Jackson while we're still waiting for the verdict form. Not the verdict form. The verdict. Now I'm messing myself up. I thought the verdict comes when it comes. I never heard of you can't give it during such and such hour so Auntie Bev can have her pizza in peace. I never heard that either. Normally they will say if it's, let's say it's somewhere where the family lives a long way away from the courtroom, they'll say, okay, we will give you a 30-minute notice so you can be back here. Bev said from in the morning they weren't allowed to be more than 5 minutes from the courtroom. She probably expected an early verdict as well. But the rest of the day, she didn't put in that limit. So normally they will say, we will give it 15 minutes so people can get into court, or 30 minutes. I never heard you can't give a verdict at a specific time. They only really tip off Court TV, or you need to be POSO and get intel from your glowy buddies. That could be, but I think I'm blocked by Court TV.
It's very possible. I am too.
Yeah.
Though in my defense, I don't know how Twitter works really. So
yeah, he did that this morning, and it was changed. Could be that it's union and they have it in the contract. That would be so. That would just be too effed up. We need someone to give this verdict a hack-way so it comes quicker. Thank you, Brandon. I will get Valhalla right on it after he's done eating. It's on the Bev, though. She needs to get her drink on, so it's probably be no verdict this hour.
look, if she doesn't get her luncheon gin and tonic, she's no good for anyone else.
No, she's gonna be really upset, and then she's gonna say, "Mr. Jackson," even more condescending. So don't get her off her liquor. They can. At some point, they might try to ask them how they are, because if they're still hung, that it doesn't make anything. But I hope the jury isn't confused by not being able to prove it happened in the house. They are not supposed to make to prove anything. They are just they. I think the big problem is a lot of people have talked a lot about everything else. This case is simply, did she intentionally back her car into John O'Keefe, making him pass away while under the influence? That's all this case is about. It's not about Chloe. It's not about what the band played at the waterfall, or what, if any, snow there was. This is, and now I'm probably going to make someone angry. This is a pure and simple hit and run case. This should be done in 3 days, maximum a week. This turned into an absolutely crap fest because Lally is that bad of a prosecutor. That's the problem in this case. This case is very simple on the merits. Did she take her car, run John O'Keefe over, and kill him? That's all this case is about. It has nothing to do with when Brian Albert served in the Marines. It has nothing to do with how bad pickup game Brian Higgins have. None of that matters. And that's probably what they're sitting in the room and thinking about, because they have a piece of paper that said, did she run him over? Did she intentionally do it? Did she unintentionally do it? Or was she so drunk she should have known she could have killed him? That's basically what they are looking at right now. But they have been spending 27 days talking about who was parked at the mailbox, What, if any, phone did anyone have? Who was in Aruba? This case is an absolutely travesty that this case went on for this long with all of this stupid evidence. Bev should have admonished Lally week one and said, get to the point. This is a hit and run. Did she intentionally or unintentionally unalive her boyfriend while drunk? That's all this case is about. And I think 27 days wasted on all of the other stuff is what's making the jury think, what the F are we here to do?
It's a very convoluted way they presented the case. And after all of those times, and granted, I didn't know really anything coming into this case. I still don't know how this man died. I still don't. I should know this by the end of the case. I should have a very
I know
good
he
idea
had
how
a
this
massive
happened.
blunt force trauma to the back of his head. And then he froze to death.
Yeah.
No questions during lunch, but if verdict, of course they can. Nope, she just said it. I told the jury yesterday, no questions or verdict from 1 till 2. So they can release it, but she won't read it. Yeah, and this is the problem. This case has everything else mentioned in court than how, if any way, the Lexus hit John O'Keefe. And I think the defense kind of helped muddle the water a bit because they had that third-party culprit defense. They need to talk about the third-party culprit as well. But I think there's very confused 12 people in the room. Well,
Yes.
Look at the Georgia club judge. Only after she hit a cup did they look at the other 22 cases that would have required disbarment. Yeah, isn't that funny?
It is a real coinky-dink.
Yeah. King Bob, if you live in the area, go out and see the potholes in your road. That's because they spent all the money on this case.
True. Sadly.
Karen spent a crap ton of money too.
Yeah. Where did Proctor get all of the personal info on Karen Reed on the day John O'Keefe was found? He probably talked to a doctor. He probably talked to Jen McCabe. He probably talked to his sister, probably texted him a lot. Did you know she had that? Did you know he had that? Can the jurors band together after not guilty verdict and sue lollygagging for wasting time resulting loss of earning? Sadly, no.
I will be
They
willing
should
to represent that case. I am not a lawyer, though. So
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you found out you're unsubscribed so you can come back. Second question: did Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with the truck? Answer: no, not guilty. Exactly.
Correct.
This is all this should be. But because, as I said earlier, this is what has been provided to them, and this is what the case is really about. They are sitting in there thinking, what to do with all of this? Which is a normal human reaction, because I'm also thinking, why did we spend 27 days on this one? It should take a week.
true.
Yeah, I should think there's grounds for an appeal.
I would think so.
Lally will be promoted because he's working for the government, where you can only fail one way, and that's upwards.
Lolly for president, 4028.
Lolita smiles. There won't be a verdict read within the next hour.
We're on lunch, or they're on lunch.
Yeah, we're on lunch. Her crab walk between. I bet you Bev haven't left the country ever. Maybe had one trip to Paris in her younger days.
I don't know. I could see Bev at the Moulin Rouge.
Stop it.
Hey, if I have this active imagination and I have to see it, you all have to suffer.
If I've been cursed with this mental image, so will you all.
Yes.
For those, I was listening, obviously. For those of you guys that are new to the trial watch stuff on YouTube, when I think it was Rittenhouse when it first started getting big.
I'm gonna go make me some dinner.
Go for it.
Okay.
You have the con.
I don't have control though.
I don't know if Marissa's here. She can jump on and control if she wants to.
I was gonna.
Well, I can't turn it over to you right now.
But what we can do is hold on just a second.
You can present your screen and then you can pull up stuff.
If I present it and you share my screen, then I can control the video at least.
Baker's just saying goodbye to his channel as he leaves Valhalla and me in charge.
Yeah, I just need Jamie to come in with a hot mic, and that would be perfect.
Where's that?
I always worry when it goes beyond 4 hours. I start to worry about lesser included. I follow you, Kyle. That's that's my problem. I feel they are arguing themselves into maybe the fourth one, and then we should probably look up what that statute is. How long? That's something Valhalla can do over there on break.
Oh, you got law on crime, don't you?
I got smart TV. Well, it doesn't matter if it's a live feed you want to show them.
No, I was going to do the. I guess I could just do that.
Yeah, you two can talk for a while.
Well,
it could be fun to look up what the charges are against. Give me a screen I can present so I can get out of here.
I'm sorry. It's not live. I'm second guessing everything I'm doing over here.
You're gonna do fine. I will be here. I am your emotional support Sherpa.
No, I won't put WordCrack on today because we're 1,800 people across platforms. So I think we should give them a little more entertainment now they showed up.
Yes.
Yeah, but we don't know. We don't know, and I don't want to say anything because then I will be spreading rumors.
At least this way we can watch the closings again.
Yeah.
Cool. Just Jackson's closing. We're stipulating that Lolly's was crap.
I'm okay with that, actually.
I mean, crud. Crud.
I think crap's okay to say.
I don't know. I didn't know, pee poor was going to be a bad, phrase.
I thought the appeal got denied for yesterday already, but it turns out I was wrong and they gave it back green. So all your cursey words yesterday apparently didn't matter.
Well, I'm glad.
Me too.
I don't mean to be an agent of chaos. It just happens. I'm a chaotic neutral. I cannot help it. It's just the way God made me.
It just happens.
Yeah.
I don't know where we were exactly.
And don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos.
Okay.
Don't turn over videos. Invert videos.
Oh, Birdie 81, don't do that.
4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage, hide personal relationships, make this case cut and dry, and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit. Because
Chrissy, what was Valhalla saying before Baker stopped him? Those of us that were around in the Rittenhouse trial, that was a really big trial, right? And part of the lore on YouTube, I guess, is messing with people. As far as there's a phrase called that judge is back, right? Judge is back went ham. Every second of every chat, judge is back was in the chat. So it people started doing it just to mess with people.
Yeah.
And
Or
it's
like
funny.
telling people they're muted when they're not.
Right.
Which I always fall for because I'm like, of course I screwed something up.
Sounds about right.
Because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy, pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw everything.
Nancy, they have to be unanimous on whatever charge they come up with.
Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind.
I can't
Too
pull it
nice.
up, Lesko, but that's
Spoiled them too much.
not appropriate. Not appropriate.
Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and
Thanks
John
for
O'Keefe
subbing now,
that night?
Sebastian.
Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up into the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall, with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time.
Sebastian just became a new member. Thank you. Appreciate
and that
you.
represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80
Welcome to
steps
Goat
and
Herders.
ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monotonic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Read was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie. And Karen was alone in the SUV.
Jessica Kruger just
John
became
was not with her. He
Thank
wasn't
you.
in the car. He
Awesome.
wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was no.
And what's the name there? And Officer's Queen question. Think about it. They only need to infiltrate one juror for hung, don't they? What makes you think after all the lengths they've gone to so far, cover up Central, do you think they won't do that? You're not wrong, right? I mean, it is the small town McAlbert's territory, but it's bigger than that. It's the whole county. So it would be more difficult, but not out of the realm of possibility.
I mean, a juror could get, I as much as I like to play on the internet and will be goofy, I absolutely hate confrontation in real life. So, I mean, if you get a juror who has everyone saying, you know, look, you know, and you guys can't come to an agreement, depending on the personalities on the jury, I mean, I'm worried that there's going to be a person like me who really doesn't like confrontation and is going to go with a compromise verdict.
Nancy.
I enjoy.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I love that Brandon is just leading a word crack revolution.
Nancy, no split verdicts question. Unanimous on 1, not guilty of murder, but a hanged jury on 2, manslaughter. So that would be interesting. And the way that would work, I'm 99% positive. If she gets a not guilty on 1, they can't recharge her for that charge. So if they only hang jury, if they ended up with a hung jury on 1 of the charges, if they wanted to retry the case, they could only charge her with that 1 charge, if I'm not mistaken.
We have the Dave signal out. When he can, he will come in and help us with all the wordy bits.
Yeah, he's got court today.
Nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places it. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights. Undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You can see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John. He motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, you coming here? This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night?
Higgins, the same guy that's gotten into fights with
And then there's
multiple
that sparring and
suspects.
fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in.
Well, I mean, that's how you police, right?
Of all the things he could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers.
Anima
Remember
Rumpier.
that testimony.
You're probably not
So
too
what
far
happened
off,
next?
man.
We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, you know, your girl's been texting me? A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and
Very
partying,
weird.
why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was
He
so
had to do
important?
administrative car
He
moving.
couldn't even get his own
He
story
explained
straight.
it.
First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go?
Come up with an alibi.
But the odd things keep piling up. And here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted that I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years.
Oh, heck no. They're guilty.
Also a dog who had a bite history.
Right?
Why
Who
was
gets
it
rid of
so
the dog
important
they've
to
had
get
for
rid of that
7
dog?
years?
Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day, at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds.
Hey, Monique.
Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, the butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call.
Look,
Remember
Susan.
on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe.
You know, I didn't actually think about it before, but what if that was the case? What if they were trying to blame it on a snowplow?
Yeah, I mean, if Lucky hadn't been able to quickly, say this, that, and the other and have all of those answers, my guess is they were trying to set someone up and Karen just became convenient. If you go with that entire thing.
Yeah, I don't think that Karen was part of the plan, so to speak. I don't think there was a plan. I think things happened, got way out of hand, and then they did whatever they had to cover it up.
But they're projecting a lot of malice, forethought, and, premeditation in Karen. But yeah, and Jackson hits the nail on the head. This was a Jen McCabe was super innocent. Even with her Manson lamps and odd, distressing stare that goes right through your soul. I know more about Jen McCabe than I know about John O'Keefe. It's
right.
It's beyond irritating. It's gross.
At least two, right, Max Bang? At least two. Lucky could have been the fall guy. And I mean, they would have known him. He worked for one of the Alberts for a while, Kevin Albert for a while. They probably,
they couldn't pin it on him. He knows where the bodies are hidden.
Maybe.
So they start looking at him sideways. He'll be like, okay, well, when I was working at the pizza place, see here, we had an extra devil's lettuce salad, allegedly in Minecraft. So they definitely would not use him. They probably thought about it, and then it was like, oh, heck no, he knows too much.
McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time? when all this suspicious
All of the
activity was
jurors
happening
would
at
be
the
from
Albert
the
House
county.
and the
Yeah.
McCabe house. 3 minutes after that search, and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m.
You didn't miss nothing, Katie.
And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with the Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabes, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? And she's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe you do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learned what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John.
The grassroots garden, a bulkhead door. You know those doors, like what part of the world you live in? I guess that would possibly determine. But like the old doors that are outside of your house, against your house, that you open from down here and pull up, and then they walk down into the basement. They used to use them a lot when like coal was really popular. That's how they get the coal into your basement for you. I don't know that I've ever heard it called a bulkhead door before either, though. But it is. It's just a cellar door that comes out to the yard, basically.
I will say Karen looks very relatable here. I mean, she's been very stoic. She has a very severe face. She's not, it doesn't look very soft. So, but this looks really good to me. If I am a juror and I'm finally seeing her somewhat emote, she's keeping it classy, respectful. She is not, going into hysterics. But you can tell this affects her. And on a personal note, I would say that I leave those messages for Mr. Moe. Again, I have, lost my first husband. So whenever he doesn't answer, my mind immediately goes to all of the terrible, terrible things that could have happened, because fate, you are not going to catch me by surprise again. So Mr. Moe will always come home and I'll be Twitter pated after 15 minutes. And he's like, I just ran into traffic, didn't want to talk while I was driving. And I'm like, great. Well, I thought you were dead in a ditch. Wonderful. You couldn't use your phone hands-free because that's what Elon Musk invented it for. Yeah, usually that's what he gets. So.
Size of that head injury on Johnny. Interior and check out that basement. Weight and legs about the size of that head injury on John O'Keefe. Well.
Where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, question was answered, and her worst fears were realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief and feel the raw anguish. You can see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times.
No, Pernilla, nothing.
She called him.
They went to lunch
53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times.
Chris 10 just became a member.
No
Thank
sense.
you. Welcome to Goat Herders.
What does make sense?
I thought you said Chris Chan, and I was like,
into panic.
I mean,
into grief.
Chris 10. Chris 10.
Yes.
So back at 5:07,
what happens when I
her
somewhat
search
zone off.
looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse.
That's
and
what
us
Sebastian
to unequivocally
says.
establish that Karen hit that car.
Do you think that the jury will go through the evidence while looking for lies by the witnesses? That would be my guess, right? Like that's why I think they were looking at the cert. They wanted to see who's lying, who was there, the order of events. But I don't know. It's all unnecessary because if the car never hit her, then there shouldn't be a guilty charge on any of it.
Okay. But if they live in the county, they might run into John's parents and they might get cornered by some crazy people. And maybe they want to say, look, we looked through everything. We looked with a fine-tooth comb. We found this, and this wrong. I mean, maybe they are all... Again, it just seems like Canton is full of aggressive a-holes. So maybe they want to make sure that they've got, a comeback, an ability to really formulate an argument because they know they're going to be asked.
Well, and that could be something too, right? This case is everywhere. I know even if they're, not looking at stuff, it's everywhere. Everybody's talking about it. It's all over the TVs. It's all over the internet. So they might be premeditating a response to why did you come up with this verdict? Right? They might want to be justifying exactly what they're doing. And
was there an engineer in the jury?
I don't remember jury selection. I don't know if they televised it or if I didn't televise it. I don't remember.
I thought I vaguely heard that one of the jurors was an engineer, and he might be. Engineers are exceedingly logical. They're exceedingly analytical, and he might be going over and saying, I want to be able to have, this, that, and the other. I want to look at everything.
Mr. Nice Guy, that's a good point. That would make sense. Because that is one of the big points of his closing, right?
Yeah, and I'm with you, Valhalla. I'm ticked off. 16th by 16th of an inch is not microscopic.
Not even close.
It's not like high velocity blood spatter where it's going to be little droplets. How can they both explode but not explode the daggone freaking glass? I am so done with this case. I don't want to hear about snow again. I never want to hear about anything from this case except for the cannon and the head drop thing from Witchert and Wolf.
1/16 by 1/16 is about as small of a piece as you could manipulate with bare fingers or tweezers even, but it's not microscopic. It's not like that's embedded in the clothing material.
Yeah.
Another disingenuous statement by Lally. Tactic.
I was hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire.
Tracy Fagan, super
I'm only
chat.
going to show you one series of exhibits during my
She didn't take
entire
her shoes
closing.
off. Really? Yeah.
But it's that important.
Ridiculous.
And it's this.
Yeah. Where did he
Look
pull
at the
this
condition
out?
of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished. When Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom, he's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left?
Bino from Ringsend, Ireland says, watching from
The
Ireland. Oh,
reconstructed
welcome.
light
Congrats
on the left
on
is what that light
finding
looked
us.
like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession.
Congrats. is the
Remember
word,
that.
but I went with it.
That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades.
Legendary. Nothing's happened yet. Nope.
At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that.
Wales,
They
UK.
said it
All right.
out loud. But still,
South
you've got to
Carolina.
imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed. What with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? He's going to send in a forensics team. Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify
How we doing?
the time the car was seized, so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in
I've been putting
Michael
up a
Proctor's
thumbnail that
possession
says 9
from
a.m.
about
for the
12
last month. And
sorry,
I
4:12
don't
in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16.
Nice.
And he finally had to tell the
MG,
truth or some
oh,
version
what's
of the
up,
truth.
buddy?
Those first pieces of taillight
Can't believe
were
it.
not found until after 5.
I can't believe it hasn't come out yet. We're on lunch until I believe 2:00, and there's nothing will come from the jury between 1 and 2. So we're just here watching closings again, speculating about theories for the case and
speculation.
Dissecting.
Oh my gosh, we should make a Queen style, Bohemian Rhapsody-esque, waiting for the verdict song.
And how would that song go, Mo?
Well, I don't know, but if we could get something to the tune of Fat Bottom Girls, make the rock and roll go round, I'm cool.
I see a silver Lexus LV 500.
I see a silhouette of a carrot. Scaramouche, Scaramouche.
45 p.m.
Conspiracy
That is
now.
the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What
All of
about
our
Brian Walker?
scientific,
Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence,
advancements that we
human
can't
beings
clone
from-
Freddie Mercury.
from
I
us.
find this disappointing.
Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night.
Well, he
There would
wasn't
be a
the
witness,
prosecutor.
potentially along 34.
He was in the
Fairview
Army, though. He was an
at
Army
the exact
mechanic, I
times in
think.
question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not
We
interview
can't do
Brian
it.
Walker,
I'm at work. Sorry.
he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid it. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect.
Air Force, not Army. My bad. Jet
I
mechanic.
want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow.
I'll have you know that chat
It
had
didn't
fun
get there
with
by
that.
being broken from the cocktail glass. It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by
I
itself.
admittedly was very nervous.
And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV through survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside.
I'll be back, y'all. I'm gonna let this play.
That would be a magic hair indeed.
If
magic hair means nothing.
There's like 20
The
minutes
DNA
left.
means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. No tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented videos
The jury can
showing
do what they
was
want.
clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at or near the right
Nope.
side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. While he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it. Which means That was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There's no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case: lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor, and he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mulaney, Michael Lang, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found. About 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about, those 3 pieces: red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not Stop and Shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's questioning. And you remember, he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. Then he pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have, had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sally Port video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37. And see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear tail light where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara, unidentified troopers and Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence, and I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses, and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview, John got out of the car, she reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. Because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner, who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident. or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case.
I think it was my chair.
But the facts and evidence don't stop there. Two of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement, before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf.
No, it lives in laughable. It doesn't border
Both
it.
PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rinchler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't
We have
deny
reached
the
7
science
hours of
and
deliberation now.
physics. John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They
Can you
can't
pause?
explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if
Yeah,
he landed
sorry.
on snow-covered grass and dirt?
Yeah, I can't do it.
Sorry.
I have no experience in American jury duties. We never ever do it this. I think the longest I have ever deliberated is we had one where we had to watch some videos and we needed a special computer, so it took some extra time. I think 6 hours is the longest, and that's when we had a lot of evidence to go through, because we don't do it like you do, where the jury goes in by themselves. We are one judge and two laymen, and we discuss it with the judge in the deliberation room. So we just go in and talk about what we saw. Normally, we'll reach a verdict within an hour.
I can't believe we've been talking about this for 7 hours, man. Oh.
Yeah, it's highly unusual for us to ever go past an hour, because just like this, evidence clear. This shouldn't have, in my opinion, even if you had one or two holdouts, you should have been done yesterday. I'm really not liking that we're going this far. So yeah, but she would get 30 days in Denmark. No, a hit and run like this, she'll probably get 7 years.
7 years and 24 hours community service.
Well, suspended
way,
community service.
Before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, There is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to.
Pause.
They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration.
You can't sleep when you're on the post game. Gita is correct. If you have the big cases, 3 judges and 6 jurors, it'll they have 2 days set aside for it. But still, I think it'll come back faster than any American case. And remember, in the Emilia Ming case, there are 3 cases rolled into one. There's the murder of Emilia Ming, there's the attempted rape on the girl, and then there is the sexual assault on the 13-year-old, the kidnapping, and I think there's some underage pictures as well on his computer. So that's actually a lot, but that's on the highest level that you when you have 3 judges and 6 jurors. So that'll take a longer time. But I had a murder case. I think we solved that quite fast. But you could see it also in the case from Aalborg, where he chopped the girl up and threw her in the woods. They didn't deliberate for that long. I think they were done within the day, but I'm not 100% sure. But normally in big cases like that, they will take a day off and say, okay, we go into deliberations maybe Monday if they end on a Friday. Then they won't start deliberating right away. And again, the jury and the judges will all deliberate together. It's not the jury who is the only fact finders.
You know, I demand that Court TV start putting a camera on the lawyers, because I would have paid good money to see Jackson's face when Lolly brought up she wore her shoes in the house. She knew he was gone, you know.
How did the defense counter the 60-foot? By showing the jury that you were missing at least 5 key cycles to make that work. So that's what that's how they counted that one. European courts, goofy as F. Well, we have very different courts in Europe because we don't have the same court system. Yeah, they set them aside, but you won't deliberate for that long. I never been on that level. I only been in local court, but you won't or have had that type of case. You can have those in my level too, where you have extra judges and extra laymen.
Do you have the court feed up still?
I have the court feed running. Do you want to see it?
Just making sure. Just making sure.
Ooh,
it ain't my first rodeo, Buckio.
Just making sure.
Yeah, but it's not my first rodeo.
It's his 3rd.
4th, at least.
Well, Gita, if they can't reach an agreement within those 2 days set aside to deliberation, they will take extra time, because we have had those where you say, well, it'll probably take us a simple case of someone walking out of a bar, someone walking into a bar, bumping each other, turning around, punching them in the face, and we have it on video. I'll probably say that we'll be back in 20 minutes. But sometimes it takes a little longer. So it's not set in stone, but yeah, they have 2 days set aside to do it, but normally they don't do that.
So are there special qualifications you have to,
Thanks for being here, Gita.
I guess, submit to, or special clearances if you go up to a higher level that has more intricate cases?
Sorry, I need that again.
Okay. What, if any, special qualifications?
No, I was reading the chat at the same time, so my brain was on. I'm not listening mode.
It's okay. I didn't know if you guys needed like more experience or something like that to go to a higher level, or is it a willingness to travel kind of thing?
No, it's a draw.
Oh, okay. Cool deal.
Second chance.
We are always when we wait for it, because you apply at like maybe I think last time I applied in February, and then you get a notice about, okay, you made the list in maybe August or something like that. So you have that, oh, I'm going to make the list this time. And the list then goes to the department who handles this. And then you might get a notice in October or November that you have been drawn again, and then you have been drawn for either city or regional court. And it's just a draw. And it's really boring of being on the regional one, because most of those are appeals, and that's just reiterating what's already in the papers. Did you say this at the last court hearing? Yes. And then you're just sitting there. So I'm happy I'm where I am. It goes a lot faster, and it's fun, especially when you see someone you know in the surveillance videos. And Rick Nikita, in Europe, you don't have to prove innocence. In Europe, you have exactly the same innocent until proven guilty as Americans have. So
unless it's Russia,
there's nothing different.
Unless you're in Russia.
Well, in Russia, you don't change court. Court change you.
Court change you.
We don't require for everyone to agree either. We vote, you're welcome. Happy to be here. Well, it's always nice to se en til dansker. Jeg mistede en fra Aarhus, så det er dejligt at se en ny. Yeah, we can have split votes. So if you have a differing opinion, you can write opinion. The judge will help you write why you didn't find the way the other two did. And the funny part is we can overrule the judge because it's a total democracy. He doesn't have special voting powers. It's on the higher level where you have 6 laymen and 3 judges. The judges have 2 votes, so they can balance out the laymen. But actually, in the case from Aarhus, from Aalborg, I mentioned with the girl being chopped up, the laymen overruled the judges because the judges didn't vote the same way. So that's fun. Have you seen the video of Higgins talking to John at the waterfall? Yes, we showed this earlier.
Yeah, we watched it a little while ago. Lunch ended 17 minutes ago, I think.
Standing alone. Standing
all alone.
Standing gala alone.
Standing all alone.
Lone is a girl's name in Denmark, so this will be Standing Gala Alone. My rules. We were told that there won't be a verdict read between 1 and 2. So everyone is on X, Facebook, reading their horoscopes, hearing everything. There's been no verdict announced anywhere yet from anyone credible. So sadly, no. Boston is well renowned for being populated with. I shouldn't pull that one up, Brandon. You get it every time. I see it and think, oh, Brandon's saying something nice or something I need to talk to people about. How long till lunch end? Lunch ended 20 minutes ago. Shield Maiden is also a Dane, but in Scotland.
Nice.
You chose to move to a place with even worse weather. Gracias. That's thank you in Spanish, Jamie.
Jamie's gonna text you and say we need to
watch this show.
They cannot explain the injuries
she's not watching
to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm.
That's why I don't like Sweden.
Most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour.
Whoops.
Oops.
And one of that right arm. According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, the whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
Five minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As it continued, he got hit, punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that.
Oh, that's funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Well, this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat. Talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object and went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her and dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm glad you found this humorous.
That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth. And I did that because that's what this case is about. Top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth, not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling. It's not a whim. It's unflinching. It's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above.
We watched it
That's
earlier.
why you
I can see
stand
if I
as the
can find it
guardian
again.
Of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you, not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that, which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? ignore the lies, the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Lally.
We're not going to listen to Lally again, are we?
No, thank you, please, God.
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank God.
Although we could listen to Trooper Paul and Alan Jackson just, unaliving him on the stand.
Part of me almost feels bad for Trooper Paul.
You know, I would, except that he accepted a position for which he was not qualified, and he holds people's lives in his hands and did a quarter of a half behind job. I said behind, Baker. It was hard. It hurt my soul, but I did.
What? Who?
All right, I'm going to start texting you. Do you want to talk? Yeah, later.
I'm looking for that video. I'm feeling like Jamie right now when she's working and I say something to her and she's sitting there thinking, did he say my name?
Hey, I'm not that important. I see how I am.
You are very important. You are the
Just
most
kidding.
important on this show.
Hey.
Valhalla is the most important. He has votes.
And it's my birthday.
He is not going to make a cannon that shoot glasses and to have me come out and help. Totally not. I can't get to Tennessee. My passport won't allow it.
And you won't be bringing your Ford Taurus that he can fix up with some sheet metal.
Hey, my Hillbilly Day Pass is limited. I have to check with my probation officer.
Can't leave the state without court authorization.
Darn it.
Oh,
so
my God.
People were asking for this video again.
Okay.
This is from the waterfall bar at just before everyone leaves.
This is at closing time.
Yeah.
The guy in the middle is ATF Agent Higgins. The guy on the right is Kevin Albert. Chris Albert? Chris Albert.
Brian Albert, I believe.
Okay. It's one of the Alberts.
No. Yeah, he's pointing at him now, yelling.
He's clearly animated.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Doing the
Come on outside.
I'm gonna F you up in the parking lot signal.
He's like, no, we're starting a boy band. It's going to be PD, and we're definitely come over. We're going to learn all our dance moves.
It's not really my birthday. It's a joke. It was a joke.
But it was sweet that you said that.
And just for everyone who's gonna ask, because someone had a parody account called Jennifer McCabe, where they wrote, just talk to family members of all the jurors. The verdict is in. They're just waiting for lunch, and everyone was, "Oh my God, she's talking to everyone. How is that not a witness intimidation? And how is that?" Hey, stupido! The jury doesn't have phones. They can't call their family member saying, "Hey, we're just sitting in here. It's Taco Tuesday," even if it's Wednesday. Yeah. So we are really enjoying it. We're gonna stick out. We get $50 a day. So I'm gonna milk this for another couple of days.
We're staying here.
So yeah. Only guilty of having a good time, Dave.
Not yet, thankfully.
Mo, show us what you're doing. I do cross stitch.
Okay. I will do that. Let me. Dingus, if you come near this keyboard.
I was way faster with the pause button than she is holding up the thing.
Yeah. And you were sleeping.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you got to build it before you can show us? What the hell is going on over there, Mo?
No, I had to take it off the rack. So this is the bottom. It's Lord of the Rings. I know Baker is very upset. This is the bottom. There's going to be the tower. And then on top, they're going to Rivendell. It's a place in the book, Baker. I know it's all about traveling.
I read the books. I read the books. I like the books. I hate the movies.
Okay, well, I may like Viggo Mortensen as Aragorn a little bit more than I probably should, but I think they're great
he's
movies,
half
and I like
Danish.
the extended visions.
Viggo Mortensen.
He's half Danish. That's why you like him.
I didn't know that.
I never knew that, but now that you say that, it makes sense.
Did you know Viggo Mortensen? He's half Danish, half something South American. He had an aunt he always visited back in Denmark, and every time they brought him on the evening news show because he can still speak Danish. So we are the big guy's back visiting us.
They did chop Tom
anyone?
Bombadil, and that was kind of sad because he was a really interesting character.
Yeah,
he was off his titlets on mushrooms. That's all I can say about that guy.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he was happy about it at least.
I hate that.
He had a wife. He sang all the time. Was a little weird. I kind of liked him.
Do you think anyone else has now been rehomed to a farm in Vermont?
Could someone please rehome me to a farm in Vermont?
What's my verdict?
I will. I'll go.
I don't think my verdict you think it means.
Houses and then live next door and still not leave our houses.
My verdict is not guilty, but I'm getting nervous with all the time it's taking.
Yeah, I can't believe this is taking this long.
Well, I mean, we've had trials that were not guilty and took a long time, so it's okay. I'm still optimistic. I'm trying.
The movies were awesome, I thought. And
they're way too long.
I will fight you over this. It's amazing.
No, you have to watch.
I say this
versions.
every time we speak about movies. I say it's the worst, most overrated trilogy in history. The worst movie ever made is Avatar.
No,
because everyone
the
believed
Matrix
it was
were
great.
the worst trilogy.
Whoa,
You didn't need
whoa.
The first
Avatar, the first one, phenomenal
The
movie.
first
Absolutely
first one,
crap.
great. Then,
Oh my God.
then it led to Matrix 4, the oldening.
I wasn't
And-
really I will say I wasn't a fan of like all the other ones, but I love the first one.
The first Avatar?
No, Matrix.
No, Avatar is dumb.
Oh, the Matrix.
Avatar was straight up stupid.
No. Avatar was amazing. The special effects, the visuals were awesome.
Baham, you're a former military person. If you happen to be anamorphized into a giant cat monkey thing, would you, and you kicked the humans and you kept them away from unobtainium, do you think you would, I don't know, fortify your entire world? Or would you just expect humans aren't a-holes to come back to nuke us?
Well,
It just
I
seems-
don't-
Well, they went swimming, Mo. You know
I
how
don't
it
know
goes.
if I know
A day on the
this.
beach is fine.
They assaulted whales with their tail peens. I'm sorry. No, they did. It's terrible. Although
Hey,
that
Minus
was the
one, that's
funniest
first
part
part
of the
missing you.
movie.
Look what you started, Baker.
No, everyone really needs to go look at Lord of the Rings and instead of just saying, "Oh, it's such a great movie," because I remember that time I watched in the movies. It's a movie about people walking, and there's a whole lot of walking. That movie could have been a canon movie, and it would have been a great movie. Read the books; it's a great book. Those movies are way too long. I can just see my subscriber count just plummeting below 100 again.
Sorry.
One of the
No, but-
greatest movie adventures of our time, sir.
It absolutely isn't.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
still Back to the Future.
Okay, I'll give you Back to the Future was awesome.
You think Back to the Future was a better movie series than Lord of the Rings?
Well, I would say.
Yes.
In my opinion.
God.
Well, at
Oh
least
my
you didn't
God.
say
But
the Land Before Time
but-
series.
I liked Lord of the Rings too, so I'm not on the Baker camp for all of
Timmy
it.
time. Where are you all from? Well, let's start with Jamie. She hasn't got a channel, so she can grift herself.
Oh.
Where are you from?
Hi.
Don't
I'm
dox
just
yourself.
hanging out with my friends.
What's your address, Jamie?
No, I'm not telling
Yeah,
anybody
it's all on the
anything.
internet.
Now we have way more people in here, so I'm zipping my lip. But I'm from the U.S. Does that make you happy?
Hey guys, I am from South Central Indiana, though my Hillbilly Day Pass does allow me to go to Kentucky sometimes.
Sometimes.
So that works.
No, that's a horrible take. I'm ashamed of all of you for saying that Back to the Future is a better movie series than Lord of the Rings. I don't even know what to do with that information.
It's Baker's
but
channel.
I am Valhalla Awaits. I am from a small island off the coast of Denmark. And this is what I do now. No, I live in East Tennessee. And I love it here. It's amazing. But not for you guys, so don't move here. That was all. Oh, is this payback for the Denmark joke? That makes sense.
I was just no, not that one. I was just I was answering someone. Someone asked how long the Karen Thaler case took. 38 hours. I watched every single one of them. Yeah, and I'm from Denmark.
Oh, I already used that joke, man.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just because I'm such a big grifter. I heard that I'm really from Southern Alabama. I'm a good old boy.
You're
wearing
American.
My Daisy Dukes and saying,
I need accent evidence. I need to see Daisy Dukes.
Oh my God.
This is the worst part of being on Verdict Watch. We've been going for 6 hours now. Now the brain just turning into mush and
loopy.
Stuff comes out.
Getting loopy. Baker did make a trip to the U.S. recently, though, y'all, and came and hung out with us. A bunch of us went to Dollywood. We had a great time.
Yeah.
Bunch of people from across not just the country, but Baker made it an international event, and we'll probably do more of those at some point in the future.
Hey Baker, your Southern accent was better than Nicolas Cage in Con Air. That was a well.
He was from Alabama, and he was a Delta Force soldier or something. I can't remember.
No, he was an Army Ranger. I may watch that movie a little more because I like John Malkovich and his character.
John Malkovich is one of those actors that just plays John Malkovich over and over again.
Well, so does Jeff Goldblum.
Yep.
Oh,
and Samuel Jackson. Same thing there. He just plays himself.
Gosh. Hey, I'm okay with that. Although, have you ever heard... Go ahead.
I don't know why I don't like walking movies. We told us you should get out and walk. Yeah, get out and walk. Don't watch walking movies. Get some exercise.
Well, you can walk while you're watching the movie.
What's a walking movie?
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, you get your walking pad. You're walking all the way to Helm's Deep. I like that
your
idea.
walking pad out. Watch 16 hours of Lord of the Rings. You know, come on.
I'll be a size 3
should go
by
to Dollywood.
summer.
It was cool.
Yeah,
it was fun. Dollywood was a good time. It was the first time I'd ever been there.
I saw bald eagles.
There's a lot of bald eagles there.
Oh, I do.
Baker asked me why they didn't fly away, and I had to explain to him what a cage is, because apparently that's not a thing in Denmark.
No, we don't cage things. We just run loose.
We don't cage things.
Lion just for public viewing down the streets.
Yeah.
Like, look,
It's
we
just on a
don't
leash.
believe in zoos. Tiger King guy just walking his lion.
My favorite movie is Snake on a Plane because I don't like flying.
Oh my
and I
God.
hate snake.
He does hate snake. They make him stress pee.
What? Oh, that would have been great if somebody brought snakes on his plane. That would have been just...
No, that wouldn't have been great. Why would that be great, Jamie? Should I bring Junebox? When we meet up, I'm going to bring you Junebox.
Oh,
Good luck finding them because they like hibernate under the ground until one one
Well,
time
apparently,
of the
according
season
to
and
you,
then they
they're the
die.
size of a Volkswagen
They
buck.
are the
So
size of a golden retriever, and
Horrible.
my favorite has to be Legend. That's a good movie. Blade Runner, didn't like that. African Queen, that was a good. That's a sleeping, not a sleeping movie. It's a good movie. On Sundays in Denmark around 5 o'clock, they play old movies, and they do the rotation. Go through the Second World War movie. I can't say that on YouTube. Second World Kerfuffle movies, and then they make some throwbacks back to Cagney movies or Bogart movies, and they're always great.
Baker, I think that we can all agree that To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar, where, Wesley Snipes dressed up as Noxzema Jackson was the best movie of the 90s.
Was that his name in the movie?
Yes, it's
I've
got
seen that movie a
Patrick
long
Swayze,
time ago.
It's got
I can't.
John
I can't.
Leguizamo,
Yeah.
Thank you for becoming a member, Chris.
and I have officially
have the
broken
cicadas.
Valhalla. Life goal achieved.
He can't
Welcome,
have the
Chris.
cicadas. Take them with you. They're loud.
The Dark Knight trilogy, best ever Batman. Funny thing, first time I went in and saw Batman Begins, I fell asleep in the movies, and I thought, was it that bad? But it was just think I had been. I just gotten divorced, and I think I might have been out drinking for a couple of days. So I fell asleep in the movie. I really like it now after I watched it again.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Jerry, I haven't seen that movie. Not one of you have mentioned Roadhouse. For shame, people. For shame. I
No, I'm more of a
did the
Silence of the
horrible
Lambs
mistake of
Stephanie
watching
gal.
Roadhouse 2. Oh my
The
god.
remake.
The Jake Gyllenhaaling.
Oh God.
Jake wasn't the worst part of the movie. It was Conor McGregor. He's a Oompa Loompa sized roid guy who walks like he might have been in the back room of a Spencer's and getting some of the things inserted.
Oh no.
He walks around like this the entire movie. It's really, really bad.
Hey, look, if you have big lats, apparently you just have to walk like that.
He doesn't have big lats. He has a big chest. Baker doesn't like Blade Runner either. Do you like just like chick flicks? I actually don't like White Chicks, that movie. I don't find it funny. No, I don't like Blade Runner. Blade Runner is... I don't like these long movies. Well, it does. That's my favorite movie of all time is Shawshank Redemption, and then maybe The Longest Day. So I do like long movies, but I just like good long movies.
Okay, I'll admit to my guilty pleasure movie, and it is Strictly Ballroom. It's from the same guy who did Moulin Rouge. He's an Australian director, and it's all about ballroom. It's so campy and hilarious. I love it.
Well, it's not a reason. I've been divorced for 20 years, so. Do you like What Dreams May Come? Is that the If You Build It, They Will Come?
No, that's Field of Dreams. What Dreams May
Field of
Come, I think,
Dreams.
is Robin Williams. He's a doctor, and his wife passes away, or something like that, I think. Don't quote me.
I
Is
do
that the
believe
one
it's-
where he talks to people who have dementia or something?
Are you talking? No, when he's like the clown doctor? No.
No, that's Patch
No, that's
Adams.
That's Pat Adams.
Also, yeah, can
I-
we talk about that? Can we find out if a movie's going to be freaking heartbreaking before we go? Because, seriously, I went to Up like 9 months pregnant with the youngest, most feral, and I'm pretty sure that I horrified the little checkout guy because he probably thought I was, in labor. But I was like, the beginning, she was so sad and they left it. And he's like, "Are you ambulance?" And I was like, "No, I'm just hormonal and pregnant. My feet are huge, and they didn't warn me this was going to be a sad movie."
It's a good movie.
And he was like
That's a good
walking
movie.
away slowly.
I really like The Green Mile. Mr. Jinkles, you can go to the what's the place called? I can't remember.
What?
Oh my God,
He has a
proctors
son.
like that one Dick Guard who didn't wet the sponge.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
stop it.
Benny and June
Sorry.
don't know one.
Oh, I love that movie.
Oh, this is my favorite comedy movie of all
I
time.
love that.
Nathan Lane playing John Wayne is some of the best acting ever made. And then you have Hank Azarian as
Oh, Hank
Agathos
Azaria is a
Spartacus.
gem.
If you
He
haven't
is so
watched that
funny.
movie, go watch it. It's absolutely the funniest movie ever. And the first time I was in Los Estados Unidos, that's the American States of United, Jamie, in Spanish.
Okay.
My sister's foster family took us to the movies, and we went to see The Birdcage because it's a Robbie Williams movie. It's going to be a fun movie. And let's just say they were a bit more conservative than we are in Denmark. Eyes this big the entire time. And my sister and I was just laughing our head off. It was such a great movie. And I
It's the
can't find it
best
on
movie.
any streaming service. It's such a
They are.
it's such a funny one.
Oh, yeah.
To Kill a Mockingbird. Haven't seen it.
Timmy time.
What dreams may I have to look. Yeah, I'm probably going to take some days off after this trial if we don't find anything new and Jamie doesn't start yelling at me. So maybe I'll watch some movies. Live police
gave you
chase
my
in LA if you
suggestion.
want to watch something. Thank you, MG.
I gave you my suggestion for the end of July, and I figured that would give us plenty of time to
You can't wait a month.
Yeah, but we'll have to see what comes up. But that's just one that I've known about for a long, long time now.
I don't know why YouTube keeps doing that, because when I try to open up another tab, normally you can have a tab running and then another tab, but it ends it, so you can't even play that police chase. It's annoying. But thank you, MG. Timmy time, nope, gonna pull that up. Blazing Saddles, great comedy as well, but I still think La Cage aux Folles Fall is better. The Gods Must Be Crazy was hilarious. I never really got it wasn't I didn't get that movie. Falling Down with Michael Douglas, probably some of the best period movie from the 90s.
Wait, what movie don't you get?
The Gods Must Be Crazy. If it's the one I'm thinking about, something about someone in Africa getting a Coke bottle in his Coke can in the head. Might be someone else, some other movie I watched. I'm going for over an hour. I don't have my
True
iPad here, so I
Lies
can.
is hilarious, and Jamie Lee Curtis kills it in that movie.
That is a good one. It's a good 90s action movie.
I think I'll watch that with Mr. Mo for date night, since I can't get him to watch Joe Kenda for some reason.
I like.
Oh, Spaceballs is awesome.
Yeah,
did you hear that I'm working on a sequel? Don't do that. And
Don't
Boondock
do
Saints
that.
is the
Leave
best.
it alone.
Boondock Saints is the best example of why you shouldn't make a sequel. Number one is an absolute classic. Number two, don't do it.
Did you guys see this yet? Oh, poor Chloe. Bad dog. Bad dog.
Aww. Okay, you know what? Chloe and Fry are together if she had to not be here.
You better hope not. Fry's getting chewed on up in doggy heaven.
Fry is adorable.
Yeah, Chloe
She makes
didn't like
everyone
other
love her.
dogs, so.
Well, she's in heaven now. She doesn't hate anything.
All dogs go to heaven, but I don't know about Chloe. I don't know.
Oh, hey.
Those were good movies. I loved All Dogs Go to Heaven. That was
I bawled my eyes out. I can't. No.
I never watched the Napoleon Dynamite.
I didn't get it. I'm sorry.
I mean, it was fine for the time, but then it didn't age
I need to be told if I'm going into a movie that doesn't have a plot. It's just kind of a group of scenes of absurdity. I can handle if you tell me, but if I go into a movie and there is no daggone plot, I am confused.
Yeah. Like the movie Punch Drunk Love with Adam Sandler.
That or oh gosh, what is it? Super Punch or Sucker Punch? What in the fever dream was that movie?
That was a fever dream. That's what it was.
What wasn't it? Just a guy dressing up young women and not that much clothes.
Yeah, and then it ends with her getting a lobotomy. I mean, I am all the confused. I don't understand any of it.
And Coming to America, funny movie. Don't make a sequel again. A great one. It shows you why not to do it.
I know, but Eddie Murphy hasn't aged. Maybe having 10 kids is his secret youth serum.
Maybe, or maybe there's other reasons.
What are the other reasons?
I don't know. I don't want to get sued, but
Merrily We Lived. Haven't seen that one. Juno. That's one of those movies you hear about and you never see, and then you see it and you think, why?
You know, shockingly, I was pregnant when Juno came out and bawled my eyes out.
Wait, did that movie misgender?
Yeah.
No, it now says Elliot Page.
That's
on the reviews.
Interesting.
Super Troopers, another example of why you shouldn't make a sequel.
Yeah, but I'll still watch it any day of the week. And Team America is the one thing that we need a sequel on. Team America, Universe Police.
I'd be okay with that.
Put it in space.
I'd be okay with that.
And Jude says, Mo, check your email later.
Oh, thank you.
Tremors, I like Tremors 1. I don't think I've seen any of the other ones. I just love him with the elephant gun when he just gets off the roof.
Jude got 10 memberships. Oh, you're awesome. They went to Bad Duck, Unbronzed Aussie Laura, Volstorm, Becca Lynn, Danielle Little D, Just Dawn, Elise Charlene Fine Art, Lola the Moon Cow. That's fun. Lala the Moon Cow. That's funny. Denise Bax and Atheist Ant. Welcome to Goat Herders, y'all. Thank you, Jude. You're amazing. And remember, release the Fluffy. Fluffy's one of my goat emojis, Mo. I borrowed it from .work. It's in honor of .work.
Ah.
So you're not pregnant, Mo? I'm just doing. That's funny.
Honestly, no, not really. I mean, for a decade of my life, I was pretty much pregnant. So
Mo's been pregnant more than she's been not pregnant.
I calculated it out. Unlike Trooper Paul, I used a calculator, but it was nearly 6 years of pregnancy.
Jesus.
Well, it takes 9 months. You have 6 kids, so yeah, I can do that math too.
Doesn't it technically take 10 months?
It's 10 months if the months are 28 days and you don't, deviate for actual months. So it's 40 weeks, 10 months. But you're technically not pregnant the first 2 weeks. It's weird.
You can only be on.
They go from your last.
It's like Schroeder's embryo at that point.
They go from your last period date. There's generally a fertilization window, and they can. Look, I don't understand the magic that is pregnancy. I only lived it, all right? I don't know how they calculate it. I'm not a doctorologist. Well, you're going to have to ask Laura Owens, okay? I don't know.
Monty Python, anyone? Holy Grail, Life of Brian. Holy Grail, one of the best movies when you are impaired. Life of Brian is just... Watch the scene where they're sitting in the arena. It describes everything about the modern world. And... the popular front of Judea are splitters.
I love Life of Brian.
There's some good. I can't sit down and watch either of those like all the way through because I can't. It's just the stupidity of it is just too much.
He's the Messiah. No, he's not. He's a naughty boy.
there are definitely some great scenes and some great one-liners in there.
Yes.
Oh, I have been silent for 10 years. It's a miracle. He made him speak. It's so stupid. I love
it. I can't take it.
But I didn't like history of no. What's the other one they made? History of
History of the World Park. I thought that was a Mel Brooks movie.
Yeah, but they had one where at some point office buildings were sailing around and they were pirates and fighting, and it was. I think they might have been impaired when they were, because most of them were massive alcoholics when they made the movies. So that's that's a dead Polly. The book The Shining is scarier than the movie, especially the
topiaries.
What's that?
Now, I will say the scariest movie for me was Misery, because
tapestries. Topiary. What is a topiary? Maybe I've got
it's
that wrong.
A shrub that they've cut to resemble something or decoratively.
That's it, like in Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
When the statues.
That's a great movie. I love that movie.
You're supposed to be making a second one, right?
Oh God, no! Why?
The Book of Eli. Yes. The Book of Eli was an amazing movie.
Yeah, The Meaning of Life. Yeah, that was a bad movie. I didn't like that one. What are they deliberating if the Asian house had Cantonese food? Exactly.
Jim Henson, he had a couple good ones.
You know, Dark Crystal and Labyrinth were really good, except Labyrinth had a separate character of David Bowie's crotch, which I was a little confused. And it's really a movie about an old man stealing a baby to lure an 8 or 16-year-old into being his queen.
Kind of creepy.
When you think about it.
Didn't age well.
You really fell off with the movie suggestions. Well, enlighten us with better movies.
Dark Crystal was good.
I love Dark Crystal, but it was flipping terrifying when you were a little kid.
Yeah, it was the Skeksis.
The Skeksis. And then, Governor Hochul looks exactly like them. And I'm like, oh my God, it's check for the Gelfling's safety.
Yeah, and it was a very scary movie when you were a kid. I hated that scene. They all float down here, and when he shows his teeth, I hated it. Does anyone see Angry Bird when you look at Brian Albert? Yeah, he could.
I do now.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I see what you see. Anything from Lynch or Kubrick? Porky's, that series was fun.
It was. You know
My
what?
mom wouldn't let me watch it.
There is a problem with. We're not going to go there. Never mind. I'll save that for a Camelot stream or something.
The Never-Ending Story was great, but it was so sad. I was like, Atreyu, no. And he's like, he goes to the depressed turtle, and he's like, look, kid, it isn't good.
Nope, not pulling that one up. Yeah, I really don't understand. Well, it must be on in like CNN in doctors' offices or something, because 34,000 people watching this without us having bad takes on movies. Why?
I know.
Here, at least you can interact with us and make us annoy you to all heck because we say, I don't like Lord of the Rings.
Well.
Oh, the screen just went black and come back again. I hope something happened. Princess Bride, anyone? I've never seen Princess Bride.
I love it.
What? How have you never seen Princess Bride?
Because I'm not a girl, Valhalla.
Andre the Giant was in it. Excuse you, sir. And Mandy Patinkin.
Last of the Mohicans with Daniel Day-Lewis is a great movie, way underrated.
That was one of my middle school movies. That one, Braveheart, and Robin Hood, Kevin Costner's Robin Hood. I could watch the three of those movies all the time.
No, Bryan Adams needs to apologize for that song because I heard it ad nauseum, and I demand recompense. And I had to see Kevin Costner's Behind at an early age, and I am still I'm still scarred. So no, although they did have Alan Rickman as
Sheriff
of Nottingham. I had a hard time rooting for Kevin Costner. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was like, no, we'll keep Alan Rickman.
And all the background chatter you hear, it'll be most children or something else. There's no audio from court. I have court running on another screen. I have my eye on it. I will, as soon as anything happens, the second I see the camera moving, I'll pull it up. Or I hear a noise from it.
Hold on. Dave's making silly statements over here. He said that he was in his 30s when Braveheart came out.
Yeah, he's 66 years old, so that makes sense.
I was 11 when Braveheart came out.
Dancing with Wolf, another movie that's about an hour too long.
That's a great movie, though.
No, it isn't. I had to watch that instead of Land Before Time when I was 4. We couldn't get tickets, so we went to see Kevin Costner dancing around a fire. It was the boringest thing I'd ever seen at age 4. I demand recompense for that too.
Braveheart came out in 1995, Dave. So you're born in at least 1965 or earlier.
Braveheart, good movie. Don't look at it with historical eyes.
It's a good movie.
Because his love interest would have been, I think she was 4 or 6 at the time Braveheart died. So don't think about it.
That's creepy. The Patriot was another good one of Mel Gibson's movies.
Then Day-Lewis lives near my brother. Drinks in the local pub. Yeah, drinks in the local pubs, and by all means a top fella. Nice. Yeah, he's one of those guys who goes in way too much into movies, but they're great movies. I like Gangs of New York if you take out all the parts with Leonardo DiCaprio. Val loves Waterworld. Oh. Okay.
It was okay. I didn't.
No, I'm going to throw out a Kevin Costner movie now. It's the worst movie possibly in history.
If you bring up The Postman.
It's the worst movie in history.
It's bad. I hated it.
That young boy was me. The first 4 or 5 years when I met my brother-in-law, we always said, the little boy was me. Such a shitty movie.
Eric Kush, the best movie of all time is Mortal Kombat. Weren't you just giving us crap for bad movie takes? Get out of here with that nonsense.
The old one or the new one where Sonya Blade is located and based in Gary, Indiana. Possibly the only living effing person in Gary, effing Indiana.
Isn't that how she learned how to fight? Being from Gary, Indiana?
Probably. She's like, I also can dodge bullets and stay alive.
Dave's got a horrible take there, too.
We're watching Piranha 3DD on Sunday in Discord.
What are you watching?
I don't want to say Paul D because that's...
My Porky's for my 8th birthday. She thought, oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Top Gun and Maverick are 2 great action movies. It's not the greatest movies in history, but it's good action. It's I can watch that movie, just like Die Hard.
Yeah, it's watchable. Nothing special.
The Rock, again, if you take out most of the parts with Nicolas Cage, it's a great movie. It's one of the few movies where you don't feel like Sean Connery just got a paycheck and was heading to the golf course. Goonies. I haven't watched that in a long time. I remember it as a fun movie.
It's a good movie.
The best scene in that movie. No, the best scene in that movie, bar none, is the little boy translating to Spanish.
I didn't remember that being funny when I was little, but as an adult, reading the The captions. Oh my god!
I so wanted you guys to do that with Baker, like he goes in Danish and you just explain the most ridiculous thing ever. I will say the Muppets Christmas Carol I will watch incessantly. I love it. And
we were fighting off enough Danish racism. We didn't need to add to that category.
Yeah, if only the jurors knew. Clerks is the best.
I love Clerks, but Dogma is my favorite of those movies.
Oh yeah, Dogma is a great movie.
I love Dogma. Any movie that makes Alanis Morissette God, I'm there.
It's the most lesbian thing I've heard you say ever.
Well, it is the month of June. I get to appropriate once in a while.
Get it, girl.
Woo!
What happens if they're
Eric
deadlocked?
What? Who? Deadlocked.
I lost
What happened if deadlocked? Then they will come out and say, "Hey, Auntie Bev, we can't reach an agreement," and then she will read an Albert. I think it's Albert notion for them saying, "Please go back in, look at all the evidence one more time, try again, and come back out when you can't figure it out." Some judges will send them back in a few times. Other judges will say, "Nope, they're hung. We're going home." This trial is going back to the DA's office. They can then decide if they want to charge her again or if they don't want to do it. But she's actually kind of a little bit pregnant, a little bit not pregnant, because she's not found innocent, but she's not guilty either. It's just a hung jury, and then the DA, I believe, I don't know, I think it's dependent on the state, but they have a certain amount of time, and then they can retry her again. We watched the Carolyn Tyler case. They used 4 trials to get their conviction, and she got convicted on lesser charges, which now we are in the 8th hour of deliberation. I'm afraid we're going to get in this one too.
Yeah. Unless there's just one guy that's like, I will not vote her guilty, and they're trying to say, come on. And he's like, no, I had no evidence. I have no evidence.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a couple people that are just like, no, I want to be out of here.
But I got from the wonderful Jess, I got this piece of paper. Bye, Jamie.
Bye, Jamie. We'll miss you.
If she gets guilty, charge 1, it's life with parole after a fixed amount of years set by court using section 24 of. If it's the second degree charge, manslaughter while under the influence, 5 to 20 years plus fine up to 25,000. Lesser involuntary manslaughter up to 20 years. Motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, and negligent, 2.5 to 15 years plus a fine up to 5,000. 3, charge leaving the scene of an accident, death resulting, lesser, non-listed, punishment 2.5 to 10 years plus fine of 1,000 to 5,000. So this is what she's looking at. So I hope they don't come back with any of the lessers, because at minimum it's 2.5 years in prison.
And she hasn't been serving time, so it's not going to count.
No, she's been out on bail.
Well, yeah.
So she wouldn't have any time served. She'd have to do the whole thing.
Yeah. Titanic, good movie, knowing there was a true story in it, but entirely too long as well. Yeah, and I watched it 3 times because I tried to. I was having the hots for a lady, and
you watched Titanic 3 times, but Princess Bride was too girly. Get out of here, bro.
Yeah, and
there was
Lord
someone situated next to me, so
sure. What was his name?
I see.
Jeez, Titanic was a one for me.
I think I watched the 300 7 or 8 times in the movies.
That's a good
one.
one.
300 was awesome, but I probably wasn't watching for the plot.
I was gonna have your back on the Titanic thing, but you made that girly joke about the Princess Bride, so I went for it. I did see it once.
wanna
Yeah,
see the
where's
Northman.
the Titanic sequel? That's a movie they should make a sequel.
We
of.
do not need a
Lusitania?
sequel.
Actually, they could.
Yeah, with the Lusitania.
No. What's the Ocean Gate?
The implosion last year.
Oh,
the return to the bottom.
oh my god, that's terrible.
Too soon? My bad.
It's
Footloose.
yeah.
Nah, not my kind of movie.
Me neither.
Watching Sean Penn's brother try to dance, I felt seen because I can't dance. So
Sean Penn's brother?
yeah, that was Chris Penn. Was the wrestler guy.
Oh yeah.
The wrestler guy.
So, you know.
Oh, in the movie? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kevin
Godfather.
Bacon came in.
Which one?
There's only one Godfather. The other one is Godfather
87.
3.
That was the horrible one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
The
the
third
amazing one with Francis Ford Coppola's daughter or whatever it is, who acts just about as well as this can. Jesus, she's a bad actress. But number one, the book is actually way better. You should read the Godfather book by Mario Puzo. The way he describes Luca Brasi and how the Don met her, not nice stuff. Like Sin City more though. Sin City 2 was a bad movie.
Sin City was an awesome movie. Sin City 2 was not good.
Fifth Element is the best sci-fi movie. Change my mind.
Star Wars.
I've given up on Star Wars.
Yeah, but I
Disney
talk
bought them?
Star Wars. I don't talk what Dave likes.
Yeah, Dave's got bad.
Yeah, he got
Disney
issues.
movies.
Yeah. Pulp Fiction.
Good movie.
Yeah.
Hey, it introduced
solid
a lot of
movie.
Americans to a GIMP mask.
Reservoir Dogs. Didn't like it.
That's the one with the
That's,
white shirt and they're like in a factory the whole time or something, like a warehouse.
Yeah. And I'm trying to figure out who's the snitch.
It was okay. Nothing special.
It's okay. I've actually seen that one.
I didn't really care for the Godfathers, I'm not gonna lie.
It's
Didn't
a
really care
great
for 'em.
movie.
I have never seen them.
Me either.
Alien
I
and
have-
Starship Troopers are great movies as well.
Oh gosh, both of them are awesome. Though you would think in a society that has, like citizenship through military wouldn't put live rounds on a practice run. I'm just saying, for a friend.
It weeds out the chaff.
Basically, a road trip to Vermont. Jesus.
Rocky Horror Picture Show. I only seen it at one of those events where everyone is doing all the things.
What kind
I
of
can't
event,
even
babe?
remember. I think the first intermission, I went out and started drinking. I didn't like it.
Oh no.
Steven Seagal. He is
Steven
the greatest ever.
Seagal is
Steven
horrible.
Seagal.
Have you seen Fire Down Below?
Oh my gosh.
I don't
yes,
know.
where
They're
they
all the
was.
same movie.
No, this one is where he's an environmentalist fighting against Michael Caine in an oil field in Alaska.
And
It's a
how
really bad
dare-
movie.
How dare
Oh,
we forget
shit.
Commando, where the villain was
I
in
know
the
that he
fishnet.
called him Steven Seagal. I just think of Seagal. I'm
He's
sorry.
a deputy, dang it. Give him some respect. He's going to work in
Yeah.
Canton next week.
That dude
Yeah.
was
Under Siege. Under
most
Siege is a good
patronizing.
movie. I think Under Siege is the last watchable movie he made. Did you see that stupid one where he's an expert in I don't know how much we can call it on YouTube, in diseases, and there's a group that ingests some thing that makes them sick. I think he's Indian in that one, or Native American, I should say. And I think he's an Inuit in the movie Fire Down Below. And I think he's an Italian in what's the one where he beat someone with a pool cue? What's one of the first he ever did? I think he's half Asian in some of his. I'm not sure he knows what he is.
Oh my god!
And it's not because he's acting; it's because he thinks he is that.
I think that's it. It's a sign of him being an amazing actor. He can
He's
play
a method
anybody.
actor, Baker.
He's just gonna play anybody.
Robert Downey Jr., eat your heart out.
Yeah,
my
Full
God,
Metal
stop.
Jacket or Platoon. I like Platoon better than Full Metal Jacket.
They're both okay. So if you take Full Metal Jacket and break it in half, right, and just do like the basic training as a separate movie, that's an amazing movie. Once they get to Vietnam, then it gets stupid.
Yeah, it was a little weird and jarring because you felt like you had a whole movie with that one.
Yeah.
I've only watched it once, but then you kind of go and I just didn't get it.
What just happened here? Why are we?
So brother. Tupuku.
So stinking ridiculous.
It's from the movie, Jamie.
See, I'm not watching the screen. I can just hear you in my ear. Like, then you're doing all these accents and saying these things. It's hilarious.
Heavy Metal. I've been trying to find that movie for like 4 or 5 years. It's not on any of the streaming platforms, but I remember watching it when I was a teenager, and it was awesome. I wanted to find it again. I can't find it anywhere.
Okay, the best movie ever from my high school experience was Angus. I loved it. Great movie. You will cry. Just have tissues. But good movie.
You know, Arlie Army wasn't supposed to be the drill sergeant in that?
Yeah, it's because the drill sergeant couldn't get the right cadence and get angry enough. So he tried to show him how to do it, and then they said, no, you do it.
He was like, fine, we'll do it live. We'll do it live.
That was basically it. Lee Army or whatever, he apparently really didn't like who the drill sergeant was, the actor that was playing him. He thought he was doing it all wrong. And he kept getting Kubrick, I think, right? Stanley Kubrick. He kept trying to get the role. He's like, listen, I can just do it better. And then he finally just did it in front of him. And he was like, okay, yeah, you're the new drill sergeant.
I think that guy ended up being the door gunner.
Yeah, he was still in the movie. They switched roles or something.
Yeah, but I would rather be the drill sergeant than the door gunner.
Oh, they made his career.
Oh, The Saint is a great movie. I like that.
I remember that one.
It's it was a sleeper. It's with what's her name? I thought she was so beautiful.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, Elizabeth Shue.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
she was so. Val Kilmer and Elizabeth Shue in The Saint. I thought she was the beautifulest of women's.
What the hell is a Tubi?
What?
TUI.
Oh.
Not a Dewey, a Tubi. TUBI.
It's a streaming service, and it's just got movies and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, somebody said
it's a free. It's a free one.
It's a free one?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
And it's got a lot of really bad made movies on there too.
I never get tired of Jurassic Park, especially Goldblum.
Oh yes.
I haven't watched it in a long time.
I haven't.
But Jeff Goldblum is another one like Steven Seagal. It's just who are we getting today? It could be a semi-Pakistani guy. It could be today I'm from New York, and sometimes he even changes, especially Steven Seagal. He can change dialects more than I can, and none of them is as good as mine.
So Jeff Goldblum, his first role was in Death Wish. He was one of the bad guys that went in and found the books. So, if you're friends with Charles Bronson, just consider yourself gone in a Death Wish movie. Although, take your Webley at all times.
Well, it's the same in a Dirty Harry movie. If you know Dirty Harry and you're his partner, don't wait for retirement.
Lacey. Cagney or Lacey. I can't remember which one she was, but she was gone by the end of the movie.
Dylan Heron, Basic with Samuel L. Jackson. Is that the one with Michelle Rodriguez in it too? If that's the movie I think it is, I couldn't watch it. It's got so many military errors in it that I can't watch that movie.
Drives you crazy.
Oh my God. Like it's, I can get behind movies that make some military errors, right? Like if the uniforms are wrong, like, yeah, I notice it and it bugs me, but I can deal with that, right? Like not everybody knows how the military uniforms are supposed to be. No big deal. But when they're wearing like berets in the field and whatnot, I'm like, oh my God, no. I can't do this. This is horrible. There's too many distractions. I don't even know what's going on because all I see is a bunch of Hollywood idiots playing army.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you're sitting there saying, "Oh, for freak's sakes, that's not how you reload that. You could never do that." It's there's some movies are really really weird. Especially war movies, because you're sitting there thinking, "Nope, couldn't happen that way. Nope, never ever possible.
Not in a million years."
Yeah.
But like some movies, that's not bad, right? Like Rambo, right? Like Rambo's crazy.
Well, it's because the premise is it's stupid. Yeah. I liked American Sniper. It's that movie.
That was good.
Okay, have we forgotten the National Treasures, Hot Shots, and Hot Shots Part 2? Because I think we have.
Part 2?
Yeah.
I haven't seen those in a long time.
I just love when he picks up a bunch of bullets and just throws them.
I can't believe we haven't got a verdict yet.
This is killing me.
No.
We Were Soldiers is a great movie.
Yeah.
Band of Brothers is basically an amazing 10-hour movie. I actually, when I came back from the US, I was when we had days off, I was watching Band of Brothers again. I think I do it once a year. I watch Band of Brothers.
It's a good one.
Don't like the Pacific.
Don't watch the Pacific part. Just the European.
That must be a guy thing. Mr. Mo likes to do that too.
It's a great movie or show, miniseries, whatever the hell it is. It's amazing.
I think, especially if you've been in the service, because it shows that thing that's universal for every soldier. You're in it together, you grow together, you stay together, you look out for each other, and you get a special bond. And I know a lot of people are, "Oh, Sobel was so hard." No, he did what every unit is being. It happens to every soldier unit. They break you down to build you up, and by making you hate them, you have something to hate together. So
that is one leadership style.
Every art house, hen house, sheet house, The Fugitive, good movie as well. Yeah, I think we're getting close to the verdict window is closing.
Especially if the dude's got to leave by 4 today or whatever.
Oh, he has to catch the bus at 4.
At 4, so yeah, I'll shut it down.
You watch the Baston episode when it's too hot outside. I think that one with the nurse or the medic, I don't like that. I think it's a little, probably because everyone gets chewed up in that one. We Were Soldiers is a great war movie and very, very accurate according to people who were there. It's probably the best Vietnam movie if you want to watch a Vietnam movie, besides Missing in Action, of course. That's what Charlie Bronson, no, Chuck Norris. Yeah, we say nope, that doesn't happen every time we watch crime documentaries in our house. Yeah, that's it's the same with me when I watch the Great British Bake Off or the Danish one. I'm always yelling at the people opening the ovens.
Yeah, I
know
that show. Although the new host, the bald one that's very pale, is kind of, well, he creeps me out. I don't mean, and I feel bad because he seems like a nice person, but he definitely creeps me out.
Sobel was legitimately a bad leader, though. He's actually highly decorated, and I think he stayed in the service till after Korea, and there's been a lot of people talking about how he was portrayed in the movie as a bad guy because he wasn't that bad. And actually, the only movie I've ever seen, or the only thing I've ever seen David Schwimmer in, where he was kind of a great actor.
He was in something that he was good in?
Dog Soldiers, is that the British one with the werewolves? Kind of weird movie. Well, congratulations to your brother then. Yeah, he was a bad field commander, but he was a great instructor. How is it that movie writers never get anything correct? Because the only thing they know is movies. And making a movie about making a movie would be just as boring as watching paint dry. They don't have any lived experience. Most of them don't have any lived experience with being in war, figuring out how the dynamics is in a group like that. I think that's one of the problems many movie makers have. Boys in the Hood, really, really good movie. When the brother dies, that's such a sad. Oh, I don't like that. Stay away. That's why I said that earlier. Everyone will tell you there's a verdict, but let's watch the live instead. You heard Rust is a good movie? Yeah, it's a little slow getting out. I can't really get the draw on that one.
A bullseye, if you will.
Turtle Boy been called back to court, probably because court is ending soon. Someone has to catch the bus in 34 minutes. Papillon, the new one or the old one? 13 hours, accurate or not? I think we are in hour 8 or 9.
No.
Well, I can end my poll because we didn't get any results today. 82% says not guilty, 11% said hung, and the guilty has gone up again. Yesterday it was 4%. Today it's 6%.
Why has it changed? Because we've only got more people. So more different.
Yeah. Yeah, we have roughly 10 times the people we had yesterday.
Yeah.
The movie 13 Hours. Is that the one from Libya? Yeah. I like the movie. I don't think it's correct in any way, but if you see it as a good action movie, it's good. One movie I can't watch is Armadillo, which is kind of more like a documentary from Afghanistan. And we actually had to watch part of it. I took like a media course, how to interpret movies and stuff like that. And I had to walk out because they don't use movie gun effects. They use the supersonic cracks instead. I couldn't listen to that. That's weird because the boom, 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 that's fine. But when you just hear the and whoops, that's getting closer.
Yeah. For those that don't know, that's what a bullet sounds like when it's coming at you rather than going away from you.
Not the Armadillo. Armadillo, it's a Danish movie about, we had a base in Afghanistan called Armadillo. Yes, we know Turtle Boy says they've been called back to court. Everyone remember the first jury question was, can we be out of here by 4? There's 30 minutes to 4.
3 though.
Yeah, and I haven't gotten a
he said he had to catch a bus by 4.
Yeah.
They're calling everyone back to court now, and then they're calling the jury in and say, hasta la taco.
How is this lasting another day? Why do you hate me, Massachusetts? Why?
Massachusetts hates everyone.
Oh my God.
David Private Ryan, I like the opening. I don't like the walking part. I don't like the ending.
It's a great movie.
He hates walking in movies, apparently.
Over cars, damn it.
Why
Turns
can't
out
they just
Baker-
have a golf cart?
Turns out Baker doesn't like any kind of walking. That's the problem there. It's not that he doesn't like
I guess-
movies. He just really hates walking.
That's not right. I took an hour on the treadmill today. And oh, by the way, while you're watching here and we're waiting for the jury to come back, hit the like and the subscribe. Do all the YouTube things. We have to remember you. Not so much on my channel, but go to Mo's or to Valhalla's. Valhalla's is in the chat and Mo's is in the description. Go show them some love.
Baker's channel is pinned in my chat, and Mo's channel is in my description as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was a 2.3, not enough pace.
It wasn't a burp. It was a.
Yeah, that's what I say all the time. It was the dog.
It wasn't the dog. I was making
It's
a
like
weird.
Molly.
It was a guttural stretching noise, is what it was.
You were doing scream therapy yoga. Oh my gosh, Baker, can we show them the smile exercise lady? Man, dang it.
Why are jurors permitted to leave early while deliberating? Why can't they just get it done?
I don't understand how this is still going on. I don't get it. It makes no sense to me.
Nope.
I am but a feeble-brained goat farmer, but this is beyond my conscious reasoning. It makes zero sense.
Absolutely nada.
Hey, Texas Jen. This is K Grift. What up, y'all? Fiery Red, have you been here for a while? You just got here too.
Feel like there has to be one or two holdouts. Yeah.
That's the only thing that I guess makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Stupid.
Yes, Valhalla farm goats.
Yeah, I got a goat farm. I've got a Nubian goats.
Okay, Valhalla, when are we going to collaborate for a kids and kids stream? I think it would be hilarious.
That means I have to see your kids, right?
Oh, never mind.
I don't wanna.
Yeah, I don't want to put them on the internet. Never mind. I'll get some goats, though.
You can have
Animal
goats.
House. It's okay. I'm not the biggest fan.
Who should we redirect to?
I would slap someone into submission.
What?
I was reading. Kamikan says, "Can they not slap the holdouts into submission?" Lol. I would at this time, 8 hours in, I would be rolling up my sleeves, and it wasn't because I was on a way to a family.
You touch them on the forehead or a pressure point and call it faith healing, and you're done.
Brandon, what you missed about 2 hours discussing why The Lord of the Rings is the worst movie ever made. That's not true. You have The Hobbit too. That's worse.
I will give
I'll
you
give
the
you
Hobbit
worse,
movie.
but The Hobbit was still good.
Could have been one movie. No, I'm
What?
sorry. The dwarf and elf love romance could have stayed the heck away from that movie, and it would have been slightly better.
I'll tell you a secret. I actually really enjoyed the dwarf singing in that movie.
That was good.
That scene where they're
secret
cleaning
anymore.
up and they're kicking dishes all over the house. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
oh my God.
It wasn't me. I'm not a construction worker.
Even the trees walked in those movies. Ian.
Oh my God.
Baker's upset for the lack of
He hates
segue.
it.
He's like, no one invented the roller skate yet? What the hell?
It's funny how all movies I hate have walking in them. I don't know
It is
why.
kind of weird.
Why do you hate walking?
Okay,
I like walking. Especially in the summertime, I'll just if I have nothing else to do, I put an audiobook in the ears and go for 10 or 15 kilometers.
Did you say audio
like
book
that.
or naughty
so
book?
which book of 50 Shades
Well.
of Grey are you on, Baker?
He said naughty book, didn't he?
I said audiobook.
I heard naughty book.
That's what I heard too. Valhalla,
That's
facts
what
and
we're going
evidence. Two parts.
I have one big problem with Forrest Gump. Jenny is the biggest B word in the world.
Yeah, she's not a good person.
Yeah.
She's the worst human being in film history ever.
Yeah.
She
Well,
plays
she
with
gets
his heart.
hers at the end. So
Jamie's like, she dies. It's okay.
After she dumps a kid on him, and then she just passes away. Says,
Well, it's his kid.
No, it isn't.
You don't know that.
No, that kid isn't. That kid
They
can
didn't
walk
DNA
in
test back
Cognate.
then.
You can't. You just on that.
Well, I mean, at least Lieutenant Dan got new legs.
Yeah, Lieutenant Dan didn't do any walking in that movie, did he?
That's why Baker likes it. He's like this running scene we could take out. But Lieutenant Dan
Cricket
does
Day,
not
I've been
walk.
going great from before I started my YouTube channel. The Commitments, again, I think it was a bit overhyped. It wasn't bad, but
Never heard of it.
it's about a band in Ireland. It was really, really, really big in the early 90s. And it's about lower class people and all the trouble they get into. It's a solid movie. It's not a masterpiece in my opinion. Worse than Lady Macbeth. I'm not a big Shakespearean. He said something bad about my country.
Oh.
Like 400 years ago?
He said there's
grudge
something
much?
rotten in the state of Denmark, and there isn't.
True.
Well, there's enough of it. Had my buddy and I went to the movies Saturday, and when he came down, he looked at me and said, "How long has it been since we saw each other the last time?" I said, "About a year." "Oh my God, you've been great." Well, it happens.
It happens to the best of us.
You
Rather
like
be-
Jenny? She was an a-hole.
She did have a rough upbringing.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
The jurors have indicated they want to go home, so they're coming over.
it just said, we gotta go. We want to go now.
Yeah. Hey, Bev. You and we're gonna go home now.
That's not how this works.
Like they're the. I've never seen this in my life where they're just like, yeah, we're done.
The jurors have indicated they're done with working for today.
Massachusetts located near Spain where they just take a siesta and stop at 1 p.m. Like,
Well, it's in some of the hottest parts on the globe, so it could be because of that.
We've clearly put in our $50 worth of work for the day.
Yeah, I feel like, all right,
Unbelievable.
we're done. But then you got to keep coming back longer and longer, guys. Come on.
Yeah, and then the problem is because it takes so long. We're sitting here thinking, should we start at 10 tomorrow instead of maybe
Probably.
11?
I wouldn't
And then they'll
right
at
at
9:50 they will have a verdict, and we'll be late.
They just want to come in and get their $50 for tomorrow.
No, Rubia, they are going home.
Note on the record.
Yeah, I hope they have told her. No, I don't. I hope not. They're not fighting. They're getting a clear verdict tomorrow at 10. Yeah, we start at 8:55, 8:50, 8:45, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Yeah, White Rabbit, they are.
I'm happy I didn't set up that panel to discuss the verdict tonight.
No kidding.
I'm glad tonight's date night, so I don't have a show just because.
We will be back tomorrow.
You see the close of session.
All right, jurors, you've been working hard today. I understand you want to go home, so we'll suspend for the day and we'll see you tomorrow morning ready to start right at 9. So please follow those same 3 instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Put the whole case out of your mind until tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All rise for the jury. Jury out.
Well, Marissa, what's new?
I like turtles.
Well, this was a big.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, please. We'll be in recess.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, that was a big whole lot of nothing.
Yep.
Everyone, do your homework. Everyone has to bring in 2 new topics we can discuss tomorrow. We did movies today. Oh, that's not it. Tomorrow, it could be books. It could be geography. It could be, I don't know.
Trivia. Well, I mean, anything.
Yeah, I think they're going home to rewatch what they said about the third team.
I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't know what they could possibly be talking about for 10 hours now of deliberation.
8.
I mean, it really comes down to like, did the car
2
hit
lunch
it?
hours.
That's all you really have to decide. You don't need to look through all this other evidence. But who knows?
I am standing right next to you, M169, in the area where WTF
Yes.
happens.
It's right next to BFE.
Because that's really it. That's what it boils down to. They have to decide if the car hit John O'Keefe. And if it did, if it didn't, rather, she's not guilty. If it did, then they have things to discuss. So does that mean that they've likely concluded that the car hit John O'Keefe? Because if that's the case, we're screwed. She's screwed. I'm not screwed.
I'm not gonna. I don't even. Who knows?
How could they possibly?
Well, that's the fun part of covering trials. You can always end up like this, totally deflated after sitting here for 7 hours. The Holy Roman Empire was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. Discuss. I would say it was an empire because it was the German emperor. He was holy because he was granted his crown by the Holy Pope. So I would say it was an holy empire, but Roman only if you take the Roman from the Roman Catholic. So
definitely
Jamie, your thoughts.
Jamie? I thought you said Jamie.
I don't know much about the Holy Roman Empire, so
yeah, you're
What?
really
Read a book.
Why is that?
I
so
do, but they
funny?
always have shirtless men on them, and they're not about the Roman Empire because they didn't have deodorant. I go with futuristic books. I cannot deal with historical romance where they didn't have deodorant and/or bathrooms. I can't.
Oh, yikes.
The judge taping Brooks' mouth shut. I don't know what it's a reference to, but I agree.
I agree too. Anything involving Brooks in a taped mouth, I'm here for.
They don't have the benefit of knowing the FBI is investigating the cops. Brandon, let's be honest, they have all seen about that online. There's maybe 1 or 2 who don't check anything out or listen to anyone. We've been going for 9 weeks. Someone has been on the interwebs.
Plus, this case was huge in that area, right? Like,
Lefty is saying, how do you not get this, Val? Juries are not intelligent. Have you not been paying attention?
Lefty. I still maintain faith in people sometimes, and
That's your issue.
that is, I guess.
That's where they get.
I'm there too. I still have like the optimism.
Some people have a hard time seeing and believing corruption and lies. Yeah, that could be it. Some people are really hoping it couldn't be that bad. They had bathrooms in the Roman Empire as well as a sponge on a stick.
They did have sponge on a stick. Communal sponge on sticks.
Yeah. Yep, still staying with futuristic romance where they have deodorant.
If there's a lawyer on the jury, they know about the FBI. And again, if there's a lawyer on the jury, why is it taking this long?
Right. It's got to be just a holdout, right? It's got to be one idiot that's like, I don't know. I'm not convinced.
Yeah,
she didn't do it.
She did say that part where she said,
Why would she say I did
I'm
it?
calling a plumber now.
Get it together, jury. Get it together.
That sounds like what it possibly could be is just probably there's somebody that believes she did hit, and they're
I want
just
to go to
trying
the
figure
pool.
figure it out from there, I guess.
So hot.
Who knows?
How dare you interrupt Valhalla's pool time?
Listen, White Rabbit challenged me to a tan competition, and she's gonna win if I keep sitting here.
A
with the
tan competition.
It is what it is.
Valhalla,
Let
at
it
least you
happen.
can compete.
What does
in
that
a
mean?
competition.
At least I won
Mimi
it.
Cool Whip. Jamie and I actually covered the Laurie Ann Phillips case because it was so similar to this one. And yes, there was way more evidence in that case that she hit him because he actually had injuries consistent with being run over by a car.
Well, and they had to decide if they knew she hit him, but they had to decide if she did it intentionally or if it was not.
No, they didn't have to decide if she did it. It was the same as this one.
It was reckless.
Yeah, reckless endangerment, but they didn't believe she hit him because there was no evidence, even though they found fibers underneath the car consistent with his genes, which is way more than we have in this case. And he had a crossed chest cavity because a car had run over his chest, and she was let go. And it was like deliberating for a day or something like that. It was actually quite fast.
I've got a poll.
And the entire trial was maybe 7 days.
So, how would you vote? Guilty, not guilty? 95% said not guilty. 5% said guilty. I'm kind of.
I had 6% on my side. No, I had 6% what the jury would say.
Law and Crime and Court TV actually are pretty high on the not guilty. I was surprised.
Oh, wow.
Like over
Like in the-
60%, right?
Yeah, like
over?
80s, 90s.
That's
So-
crazy.
Yeah. But again, we don't know who the people are. Are the people in the room the ones who normally watch court TV and always believe everyone is guilty? That's the hard part, figuring out who the heck and why are they still stuck. It's that's the part I don't get. Why is it taking so long? It shouldn't be going this long. It's
Yes. 8.2% of Americans think Elvis is still alive. So anything below that means nothing.
Well, and Tupac.
Tupac is alive. How dare you?
I know.
Him and Biggie are on an island somewhere.
with Chloe.
No, Chloe's dead. She's under the pool, bro.
Jamie can't hear it. She cries.
Don't talk about it.
Points on that jury bet. It's probably because it could be Wendy Murphy kind of people. She had one of the most stupid. I'm blocked, so I could only see a screenshot of it, but it was so stupid.
Oh,
And,
hey, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That was just stupid.
All right, my chat. I am gonna send you over to Brandy Churchwell because she's awesome and we love her. And if you would do me the hugest of favors and spam her chat with goat emojis and wrench emojis. I'm trying to find the wrench emoji. I really don't like this.
Are you begging for a wrench now
Are
on
you
Brandy's
begging for
channel as well?
wrenching?
No, that's what I do in experts. Goat wrench, goat wrench, goat wrench. That's my thing, man. Leave me alone.
You're begging for a wrench, yeah.
I mean, if I happen to get a wrench out of it, that'd be cool. But I'm not, begging. Those two emojis right there. If you spam her chat with those two things, that would be awesome. Brandy Churchwell, 13th juror, the lovely.
Yes.
She was on a Lego stream, and then she came back and hosted it for us, emceed for us while we.
Are you sending her over to that stream she just ended?
Did she really? She got us.
So you're
right,
probably
hold
not
on.
sending people over to Brandy.
All right, hold on. Let me see who's still on. Oh, she did end it.
Yeah.
Well,
no, but we'll be back tomorrow. Please do all the YouTubery things on your way out, on your way in, whatever you are. And if you're here, go to the other. And if you're there, please stop by and say hi. We'll try to entertain you for another 6 hours tomorrow if they don't get a verdict. It's better than watching a ceiling fan for 6 hours. So
Yep.
Come back and hang out with us tomorrow again. We know the Clara is just ending his as well. So
you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send you guys to the upcoming Lego stream of my own. I don't know if that's acceptable or not, but I'm going to do it. So when you get over there, do me a favor, hit the like for me. It's my video, and it's different kind of content than some of you may be used to from the one time that you've been here with me, but it'll be fun. Check it out. Hit the notification.
You can see a lot of new people here today. We hope you all enjoyed it. Please come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
We are always this crazy, and Mo kept her potty mouth in check today, so she goes first.
Yeah.
I flippin' did. Hi, I'm Mo in the Deep End. I'm a mom of 6 who loves true crime and news. So I do 2 news programs a day, generally, not on Wednesdays because that's date night, but mornings with Mo at 8 a.m. and then nightly newsy news at 7. So it's a bunch of news that I think is interesting, not so much political, not so much, Mesopotamia, but interesting, weird, wacky stories from all around.
Heckles, yeah.
I have nothing to plug because I don't have a channel. But I'll be around.
With her lashes.
Oh, Jamie. What up, y'all? I am Valhalla Waits. My chat, you are going to my stream on Saturday. We do a Lego interview stream. Max Murrah is our guest this week, and it is a lot of fun. In the meantime, I will be here tomorrow, apparently, because Massachusetts. And Friday, I'll probably be on FNL with the expert.
Cool.
And yeah, Jamie, you sound sad. We hope you're...
What? Why?
Wait, for what? What?
Wait, what?
What are we
What are you
waiting
waiting
for?
for?
The Mo link doesn't work. What?
Mo link doesn't work. Stop it.
Didn't I put the right one in the description? Marissa.
Probably.
Marissa,
Oh, it's broken.
Huh.
Oh, Marissa, what did you do? God.
Hey, look, internet magic is weird. I blame no one. This was obviously Skynet.
I blame Marissa.
I blame Skynet.
Why are you
I blame
blaming
no
Marissa?
person.
Because she's not here to defend herself.
She was here.
She's not.
Yeah, but she's not here now.
You're right. So it's her
See,
fault.
she put it in the chat. Look at her go.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much, Marissa.
Is the one in the description not working, or the one that was in chat not
The
working?
one in the description's not working.
Isn't it the same? Well, I'll fix that for tomorrow, Mo. Sorry so much.
Oh,
There,
no,
I
you're
threw it in
fine.
chat.
The rest of you, thank you all so much for showing up today. 8:45, 8:50 tomorrow, depending on when I get out of bed. Valhalla might be here. Jamie will be late, and Mo will join us right after 9 when she's done with her morning show, which you all should watch just to get in the groove. She has her morning newsy news, all the news you didn't know you really needed to know about.
And
Everyone
anything
else,
with furries.
as long, yeah, most of it is furry related.
No, but if I find a story, it's in there.
Lord of the Rings is much better than Back to the Future. I caught it before I ended the stream. You're wrong, Crafty. I still like it.
They're speaking facts.
Farewell, anime. And I plan on sleeping through noon again so that I don't have to stress for so long. Lisa, put us on in the background and we'll yell really loud when it gets in there. What is Mo making? Mo is making a Lord of the Ring cross stitch.
All right, let me.
Because it's a great movie.
Yeah, well, we will, whenever you come in, Crystal, just ask us what happened and we will update you wherever we got, whatever we what if any, if we had any questions, if anything. But follow us on the Twitch thread so you can see when we go live. Or if you're a new member, join the Discord. Or even if you're not a member, because it's not a pay to play. Hasta la taco. Enjoy the rest of the day, evening, wherever you are in the world. We will go and do the same in our parts of the world, which means I will go to bed.
Yeah.
Ciao, y'all.
Later, y'all.
Exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Go
All right, I'm in love.
back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.